Episode 3 Launch. Chapter 10 The Bootstrap Startup. On February 1st, 1991, id Software was officially founded. After gathering our CDs and boombox from Softdisk, John, Adrian, and I set up shop at the lake house at 7450 South Lakeshore Drive. The house itself was large, more than 2,700 square feet, and was set on a half-acre lot that backed up to Cross Lake. In addition to the regular rooms, it had two large rooms that were, presumably, for entertaining. We took one for our office. Jay, who was still primarily working at Softdisk, already had a desk on one wall of the large room, and so Carmack, Adrian, and I decided to set ourselves up on the wall opposite him, but next to one another, so we could communicate and exchange disks quickly. At the time, proximity mattered. We didn't have any source control in the cloud or on a server because there was no cloud or server. Everything was handled by 3.5-inch floppy disks handed back and forth. After dropping off our measly office furnishings, we set off for Sam's Club, where we got three $40 brown folding tables for our desks. Getting computers was next on our list. Thankfully, we had the commitment check from Apogee because we were going to need a good chunk of it. We purchased the same kind of computers we had at Softdisk, three 386 DX33s and 5 monitors. Carmack and I got 2 monitors each, a color 14-inch VGA monitor for the game and a 12-inch amber monochrome monitor for debugging, and Adrian got a 14-inch VGA as well. Tom was still at Softdisk with plans to join us in a few months. We could worry about his computer and setup later. Our Softdisk schedule had worked well for us, and so we decided to keep our hours what they were, 10 a.m. until we were done. Every morning, Jay headed off to work at Softdisk while Adrian and I headed to the lake house. We felt great. The sense that we were working for ourselves and that we didn't have to go to Softdisk was energizing, even if we were still satisfying our contract for them. At least we were working towards our future. Our initial goal was to satisfy the Softdisk agreement, creating one game every 2 months for Gamer's Edge. In the second half of the year, we planned to pivot to a second Commander Keen trilogy. We weren't really the corporate types, but the setup of a company forced us to become those types real quick. We talked about who should take that role. In reality, the titles didn't mean anything to us, but they were a necessary part of our company formation. We decided Carmack would be president, Tom would be secretary, Adrian would be VP, and I'd be treasurer. Internally, we didn't give ourselves any titles like CEO, CO, or lead this or that. We just started making stuff. Shortly after forming id Software, I had my first real disagreement with Carmack. It was about equity in the company. The original id team had 25% shares allotted to me, Carmack, and Tom Hall. Adrian got 15%, and Jay, who was working evenings balancing the checkbook, payroll, and bill paying, while still at Softdisk, got 10%. Despite what has been reported elsewhere, Adrian was totally engaged in what we were trying to do, and if he was miserable about working on Commander Keen or any of our early games, he sure didn't show it. In fact, he worked his ass off, even though we brought him in with a smaller share of id ownership. I was so impressed with his talent and professionalism that I told Carmack I thought we should make him full partner. Carmack immediately said no. I kept pushing. We were both adamant about sharing knowledge and not patenting technology, but when it came to sharing the fruits of our collective labor, he became proprietary. Looking back, I think part of his reluctance may have been inexperience. He didn't realize that equity terms often get overhauled as startups evolve. I kept pushing him. We would never have made all the Gamer's Edge games we were working on as quickly as we did without Adrian delivering stellar work in a fast and efficient manner. I finally wore him down. The 4 of us would each get 22.5% of the company. It was the right thing to do. Our first year was going to be a busy one as we hustled to fulfill our obligations to both Softdisk and to Apogee. First up was Dangerous Dave in the Haunted Mansion in January and February, followed by Rescue Rover, a puzzle game in which dog-napping robots capture a mutt named Rover, and players navigate a maze to get Rover and then help him escape. These games fulfilled our Softdisk obligations up to April 30th. Dangerous Dave was a sequel to my 1988 design, and the other came from Tom Hall. We were flying, working as hard as we could to get these games finished and out the door. Not only were we responsible for the design and development of our games, but we were also responsible for finding errors, glitches, or bugs in the game, as well as assessing its ability to run on a variety of machines and hardware. Today, most game companies have their own QA department. At id, we tested our own stuff before we checked it in. Carmack and I were competitive about it too. Finding a bug in one another's code was something of a sport, and so we worked hard to bulletproof our work. If we found a bug, we immediately fixed it. We did not believe in building new code on top of a shaky foundation. Gameplay-wise, we didn't really know how our soft disk games were hitting with players, so we relied on our own opinions. Soft disk was like a vacuum, and at the time, the game press wasn't interested in covering smaller releases. Outside of the Gamer's Edge obligations, we made 4 other games that we sold to soft disk: Catacomb 2, Double Catacomb, Double Dangerous Dave, and Dark Designs 3. Carmack and I had a coding competition to see who could convert our high-res Apple II games, Catacomb and Dangerous Dave, to double high-res the fastest. Carmack won. In April 1991, we made our first real exploration into the design and development of 3D games. It was a significant turning point for us and for the industry. At the time, there were a number of 3D games out there, notably 1987's Deep Space Operation Copernicus by Paul Neurath and Ned Lerner, and 1989's Archipelagos by Astral Software. And while they were interesting, they were also slow or sacrificed detail for the sake of speed, and therefore looked incredibly sparse. Archipelagos lacked graphic details, while Deep Space restricted the view of the player to a small window. No one had cracked it yet. The limitations, either the sparseness or slowness or both, made immersion difficult. Theoretically, these games had the ability to envelop the player, and critics seemed to love them, but they lacked speed. Fast 3D, we knew, was the next frontier beyond horizontal smooth scrolling. Up to this point, we had been mostly poking around the edges of 3D. Earlier in the year, Carmack wrote a 3D demo of a rotating cube, and he followed up with a 2D scaling Gamer's Edge logo for Dangerous Dave in the Haunted Mansion. Carmack and I wanted more of a challenge from a technical point of view, and 3D provided that challenge. But it wasn't just the technical challenge that spurred us. Devising more realistic perspectives and depth of field wouldn't just look better. Coupled with good design, we hoped it would create the immersive experience gamers had been waiting for. With those goals in mind, development on Hover Tank 1, a pre-apocalypse rescue mission where players drive the titular hover tank and blast away enemies while rescuing survivors, began in April. Hover Tank 1 was our first foray into a new dimension, literally, of graphics programming and game design. Carmack's approach to 3D graphics started here, rendering objects with a depth of field that required an entirely new type of math calculated at high speed on a PC in 1991 without a math processor or floating point chip. His high school education left him without the skills he needed to approach the problem, though. So before we programmed Hover Tank 1, he bought some books and decided to teach himself trigonometry and the higher-level math necessary to understand the problem before him. There was no room for failure. If the new math and screen drawings slowed our frame rate, the game would be forgotten, because nobody wants to play a slow action game. Carmack devised some rendering optimizations and a wall-line projection algorithm to determine how to draw the screen in vertical strips, intermingled with 2D images for the characters, key to creating the illusion of 3D on the two-dimensional computer screen. While Carmack focused on the engine, I got to work on all the tools the team required to interface with the engine to put the game together. While tools will always be the least sexy form of tech and game dev, tools make game development easier, and well-designed and developed tools make it not just easier, but fun and enjoyable. First, I focus on updating TED, our tile editor. The idea for TED came from a tile editor I had made when I was developing Dangerous Dave back in 1988. Rather than having to do the time-intensive work of creating levels by hand or putting text on the screen as a replacement for graphics, as we did on the Apple II, I used the Dangerous Dave level editor to create the levels. When Carmack and I first met, he was impressed by the editor in Dangerous Dave, and we knew we wanted something similar for our upcoming games. So I improved TED steadily over 6 months, starting with our game Slordax, moving from TED 1.0 to 5.0. Each version of TED had more features added. tile block copying, more planes of information, game launching, map printing, and more. TED ended up being used for 33 shipped games, not just our own products, but games at Gamer's Edge as well, as Corridor 7, Alien Invasion, Rise of the Triad, and lots more. It was even used to create the Dangerous Dave in copyright infringement demo. TED was designed and coded to be as useful for 2D games as it was for simple 3D games. It even worked in multiple graphics modes: CGA 4 colors, EGA 16 colors, and VGA 256 colors. At the time, it was an innovative tool, and Tom and I loved using it. In addition to TED, I developed Muse, our music sound editor, and iGrab, a tool that took everything that was required to play the game and put it into a single data file. Great tools make great games. I think it's important to spend as much time on tools as possible. Design-wise, just like Carmack, Tom and I were operating in a new dimension. It's something we take for granted now, but 3D required us to rethink the possibility space of gameplay. Everything from movement to AI to the player's tactics and strategy was affected. It's a design we learned by jumping into it, putting ourselves in the game and walking around, wondering what could happen and asking ourselves questions like every game designer does. What does the player want to do? How can we challenge and surprise the player? How can we do this without ruining Carmack's rendering optimizations? Throwing ourselves into this new space, we learned on the job to design the levels for Hover Tank 1. Hover Tank 1 only made its May 31st, 1991 deadline due to Carmack's heroic programming hours. In comparison, the levels were easy. He knew he could do it and basically didn't let up his focus until it happened. It was an incredibly tight 2 months writing our first 3D engine in game. We were creating this game for Softdisk, but we always had tremendous pride in our work. No matter who it was for, we wanted to do our best. Hover Tank 1 pushed the PC envelope hard at the time and marked our first steps into first-person shooter games. It also introduced the first comically sinister elements that came to define id's sensibilities. You could run over or shoot the people you were supposed to rescue. Despite all this innovation, the game is largely regarded as a footnote and a sign of greater things to come. In retrospect, I see plenty of good reasons for Hover Tank 1's lower status in the id pantheon. First, it was released by Softdisk on Gamer's Edge, so it didn't have the viral potential of our shareware games or any retail distribution. Second, the game itself was inferior to Atari's 1980 tank classic Battlezone. Speaking critically, the game also just didn't feel great. The tank's gun never felt as immediate or as immersive as other weapons we eventually created. Any amazing tech is only as good as the design that uses it. Carmack's tech would get better. So would my design. Financially, however, the newly minted id software was doing great. In addition to the $5,000 that we received from Softdisk for each game, we also received money every month from Apogee. We took out only what we each needed to live and not a penny more. Everything else was saved. The money increased at a steady monthly rate, and by January 1992, we were up to $50,000 per month. 2 of us grew up below the poverty line. 2 of us grew up in middle-class homes. It was a shocking amount of money no matter how we looked at it, and we held on to all of it because we didn't know when it might end. After Hover Tank 1, it was time to start working on a new Keen release. Tom Hall's plan for Keen was to follow George Lucas's vision for Star Wars, to complete a trilogy of trilogies. The goal was to hammer out 3 more episodes of Commander Keen in time for Apogee to release for Christmas of 1991. We also wanted to introduce some next-generation enhancements with new technology, including showing Keen from a tilted perspective instead of straight on from the side. This would require a lot more complex tile work and level design skill. In the new Keen engine itself, there would be a major improvement in the way the EGA memory was used to draw the screens so we could gain more speed. Discussing our strategy, Carmack and I began talking about the most efficient way to complete the next set of Keen releases, episodes 4, 5, and 6. Collectively, the 3 would make up the next trilogy, Commander Keen in Goodbye Galaxy. We were really excited to start work on them. At this point, Carmack knew most everything there was to know about video graphics cards, the removable circuit board used to display images on a monitor. This more advanced Keen engine would be faster because it would slide the monitor viewable display area throughout the entire EGA screen memory space, only drawing new tiles at the scrolling edge. It was vastly more sophisticated than the graphics code we used in the original Keen game. We had all this new technology and ambition, but we needed to fine-tune it, and fast. We wanted to take advantage of holiday gift-giving. So we decided to kill two birds with one stone. We'd make a single episode as a game, Commander Keen in Keen Dreams, for soft disk, which would allow us to experiment and to prepare for building our full 3-episode Commander Keen trilogy. The one-off game Keen Dreams was filled with good-natured gags, puns, and references to the evils of television as our 8-year-old hero turns enemies into flowers and battles the ever-sinister Potato King Boobus Tuber, who has a dream machine that enslaves children. As we got deeper and deeper into making Keen Dreams and prepping for Goodbye Galaxy, Carmack and I created and shared code that we began calling the Keen engine. At the time, I don't recall ever having heard someone refer to a game engine. That was partly because, for so many years, game development was a solitary pursuit with programmers making games single-handedly. Carmack, Tom, and I had all worked solo, writing code for all aspects of a game. So each game had code that made everything work, but there was never a specific name for it. Now that we were collaborating, the idea of a game creation system and management tool made a lot of sense. We wanted something with some extensibility, something we could reuse so we didn't have to invent the wheel again and again. I suppose we could have called it the Keen Brain or the Keen Heart or the Keen Processor, but we both loved cars, and engines are what give vehicles the power to make everything run. That is how we visualized the Keen engine, a multi-layered program that was the central core with which we could make any 2D game. The Keen engine was conceived of as a reusable device to power different Keen episodes, each with new rules, images, soundtracks, and characters, while reusing the central core engine tech like drawing graphics on the screen and playing sounds. There was no reason to limit it to Keen, however. As the de facto business strategy guy at id, and mindful of my experience at Origin Systems and Inside Out Software, I was always thinking about finding new revenue sources. When we were done making Keen Dreams and the engine was in place, I thought, what else can we do with this thing? What if we showed other game companies our engine? They might license it to save development time. They could, theoretically, make games as cool as ours. If it was useful to us, it had to be useful to others. We just needed to show it off. I thought we could have a summer seminar of sorts at the lake house where we demonstrated how the engine works, and we could help some developers, plus prove the concept. I called Scott Miller at Apogee because we really valued his input. He was also an ideal partner since, as a game publisher, he knew a ton of authors. We put the word out and made plans to show off our new Keen game, the existing engine, and talk about what it could do. A battalion of great programmers and game developers descended upon the lake house. Scott was there, of course, as was George Broussard, who later helped found 3D Realms and made Duke Nukem 3D. Developers who worked with Apogee also came, including Frank Madden, Todd Replogle, and Jim Norwood. Ken Rogaway and Dave Farquharson also showed. They were authors who had worked at Epix, a prominent game company that published a lot of games in the 80s. We started to go through the engine and answered questions, but I knew the best thing we could do was create a game right in front of them. We built a Pac-Man knockoff called, what else, Whack-Man. Over the course of a couple of hours, Adrian drew ghosts and dots and other design assets on his computer. Meanwhile, Tom made the level and sounds, and Carmack coded like a madman. I was the proverbial master of ceremonies, the only one comfortable and technically able to discuss anything from the engine through to the gameplay. I discussed how all the elements fit together and talked about how our engine might work on a case-by-case basis. All told, it took between 90 and 120 minutes, but we did it. Whackman was chomping on dots, and our guests were impressed. Today, game engines are a massive business. Millions are spent on building engines, and billions more are made by licensing them. In 1991, we were way ahead of our time. Engines save time and money, and they mitigate risk. In the early 1990s, a team might save mere months with our engine. Now, engines save development teams years. Factoring in a 1991 team size as compared to modern-day team, the cost-benefit analysis is even stronger today. In 1991, a large team might have been 10 programmers. Today, A large team has hundreds, even thousands. That's a lot of time and money saved. It's possible our marketing outreach was flawed, but for whatever reason, our id summer seminar resulted in only a single offer. Jim Norwood licensed it, cutting a revenue share deal that gave us a percentage of his earnings. With it, Jim built a game called Biomenace. But we weren't disappointed. One license was one more than we had, and we were growing. When Biomenace was done, though, Norwood didn't license the engine again, and we discovered a flaw in our plan. Giving out our engine also required giving out the source code so that the game could actually run. Once developers had that code, they didn't need to renew anything. They had the keys to the kingdom and could potentially use it or refer to it to write their own engine. We didn't really have a huge problem with this per se. Carmack and I were both programming evangelists, and we believed in sharing information to make better games. My attitude was shaped as a young teenager by my hero Bert Kersey, the founder of Beagle Brothers. He ran a company that created software tools and regularly shared them. In fact, when you bought a utility, he included the manual, and the first 30 pages were filled with cool programmer knowledge. He was just giving stuff away. In doing that, he took a stand against software copy protection. If people copied it, then they copied it, but it was more important to him that people who needed information got it. We took that idea and were very open with our technical information. Jim Norwood and Apogee had the source code so they could create and sell Biomenace. We heard rumors, we don't know if they were true, that they then allegedly gave our engine to a programmer who adapted our work slightly. We heard even more unfounded rumors, and we also didn't know if they were true, that it was shared with other Apogee developers to build other games without paying us a dime. Carmack and I thought, if these rumors were true, that it was uncool of Apogee. We had no problem with anyone using our work, but in the spirit of shareware, if a company was using our engine to make money, they should have shared the wealth. Surprisingly, we didn't think to check with Apogee. We had learned a lesson regardless. If we pursued the engine licensing deal as a real moneymaker, we needed to figure out how to retain the source code to make engine licensing a scalable proprietary business. The rumors around the Keen Engine's use at Apogee caused me to question whether the company was the right fit for id. Scott had certainly helped us build our company, but I thought we could do it ourselves too. Sell the games and keep all the profits. Shareware made distribution easy. All we needed to do was produce the discs and packaging, take orders, and fulfill them. If Scott's outfit could do it, we could too. I mentioned this to Carmack, but he didn't want anything to distract the team from our core mission of making the best games around. It was a valid point. Our first diversion into the engine licensing hadn't exactly convinced him otherwise. By this time, we were averaging $35,000 per month between Gamer's Edge, checks, and royalties from Commander Keen. I was multitasking in unexpected ways, almost by default. I started to think about the fiscal future of id Software and its business prospects. We were doing fine, but that didn't mean that planning wasn't necessary. Just as I got us a game publishing deal with Apogee, then the bi-monthly Gamer's Edge year-long deal, I thought about how we were all working full-on every day, but no future planning was happening other than what the next game was going to be. I wanted more time spent on company strategy. I didn't want id to become another inside-out software. Carmack, Tom, and Adrian had no business experience, whereas id Software was my fourth game company. I had created and sold 23 games and had the most experience, so handling of business deals and business development fell to me. Fortunately, it was something I enjoyed. Finding a way to distribute games and connect with an audience to buy them was easily just as important as creating the kick-ass games themselves, since sales paid for game development. Despite my aptitude on this side of things, though, I wanted someone else to handle it so I could continue making games. Enter Mark Ryan, a Canadian gamer and businessman from Toronto who contacted me in March 1991 about a bug he found in Commander Keen 2. Mark was an upbeat guy, something I related to. Initially, I asked Mark if he wanted to be a beta tester, but he had another idea: handling business for us. He had business experience and even offered to fly down to Shreveport to discuss things further. In the end, we signed him up for a 6-month unpaid probationary stint. During that time, we let him represent himself as the company president. Since Mark was making $100,000 a year at his day job, and we were still at $2,500 per month each, we told him it had to be pro bono. id was pulling in good income at this time, and we kept as much money in the bank as possible. He accepted, and Mark got to thinking about what he could do for us. Knowing that the end of 1991 was going to be challenging development-wise, we had to make Commander Keen games and Gamer's Edge games at the same time, I told Scott Miller that Mark was going to represent our business so we could focus fully on development. Scott agreed he'd communicate with Mark from then on. To solidify our break with Softdisk, we decided to leave Shreveport. That led to another recalibration of ownership, because we told Jay he needed to be all in, or give up his 10%. He wanted to stay at Softdisk and said he understood. So now the four of us, Carmack, Adrian, Tom, and me, each owned a quarter of the company. The world was our oyster. We could have moved anywhere, but in the end, we chose Madison, Wisconsin. It wasn't exactly a software mecca, but then again, few places were at the time. Madison was Tom Hall's hometown. He went to college there too, and loved it. It was a great college town, he promised, which sounded appealing. The other reason we moved there was that, well, we were game programmers. All we cared about was having a place to sleep and code. I remember when Al Vacovius was wooing Jay, Lane, and me to come to Softdisk, and he drove us around Shreveport. The oil industry had left years earlier, and downtown Shreveport was a grim sight with empty and boarded-up buildings, but Al was playing tour guide. He tried to show us the best of the town. I remember thinking, I don't care about the town, I care about Softdisk's offices. That's where I'm going to be all the time. So I had a very similar attitude about Madison. Affordable rent, electricity, and pizza deliveries were my three main criteria. Carmack felt the same. Tom and I flew up in August to survey the scene and find a place for id Software. In August, Madison was amazing and full of big leafy trees, boulevards bustling with small shops, and lots of restaurants. The University of Wisconsin dominated the city's landscape. Its prosperity stood in stark contrast to Shreveport. We looked for 4 apartments in close proximity, one of which needed to also double as our office. We didn't have any time to waste since we were still working on Commander Keen 4, Secret of the Oracle, and had more games to make to fulfill our contract with Softdisk. We found the apartments and office we were looking for in nearby Fitchburg, in the Pines apartment complex on High Ridge Trail, just off Fish Hatchery Road. There was nothing particularly outstanding about the apartments, but they fit the bill. 4 units together in an area that was safe and wouldn't leave us worrying that our computers were going to get ripped off. Our office was walking distance away, at 2622 High Ridge Trail. Carmack lived upstairs. It was an efficient setup, which was lucky because we had a mountain of work to do. Flying back to Louisiana with the news, we were eager to pack up our stuff and leave Shreveport behind. We hired a single moving truck, threw most of our belongings into it, and prepared for our journey north. Carmack and his cat Mitzi rode with Tom, as his MG had died recently. Our computers and monitors traveled with us. Each night we carried them from the truck or backseat of our cars and into our motel rooms for safekeeping. Nothing else mattered except what was on those computers. We had no backups except the data replicated on 4 machines. If the whole moving truck had caught fire and then fallen into an alligator-infested bayou, we would have cared far less if even one of our computers had gone missing. Looking back on this time, and other even earlier times, I remain amazed that a single machine and a whole lot of work can so dramatically change the trajectory of one's life. We knew what those machines meant to us and to our livelihood. On September 1st, 1991, we agreed to meet for our first day of work in the new location. It was a 2-story brick building that had a kitchen and workspace on the ground floor, and a bathroom, washer and dryer and game room for D&D and our Super Nintendo Entertainment System, or SNES, upstairs. Carmack's bedroom was also upstairs. I never paid any attention to his bedroom, but one day I peeked my head in. There was a pillow, a lamp, and a stack of computer books on the floor next to a blanket. He had no bed. I felt sorry for him. How could you sleep on the floor and still work long hours and not be fatigued? I went out to the local mattress store and got him a single mattress so he could at least sleep well. The rest of the bedroom setup was up to him. We settled in, hooked our machines up, and got back to work on Commander Keen 4. Our goal was to get the second Keen trilogy done by Christmas. We also had 2 more games due for Gamer's Edge, but we would worry about them later. At this point, like many PC games, our audioscape consisted of whatever the PC speaker was capable of, which wasn't much. While consoles had evolved and featured fantastic soundtracks, the PC market lagged well behind. PCs required a special sound card to produce music of any quality. The Adlib was the first sound card to hit the market in 1987, followed by the Sound Blaster in 1989. More and more gamers were adopting this hardware, and in reading magazines, I could see that the bigger companies were developing for it. The Secret of Monkey Island and Ultima 6 were the first games I played that featured FM synth MIDI. It transformed the play experience. Everyone on the id team had spent years designing games, but out of all of us, only I really cared about the sound. Maybe this was all an extension of my obsessive interest in music and the sound quality of my own games in the 80s, but I embraced the responsibility of handling id's audio performance. We were going to be able to play MIDI music starting with the engine for Keen 4, so I asked Scott Miller if he knew anyone that made MIDI music. He told me about a guy named Bobby Prince, a lawyer turned musician who had just gotten into computer MIDI music. Bobby is an interesting guy. He started his career as an original member of the Jesters, a soul band that shared bills with top R&B acts in the mid-60s. He led a platoon in Vietnam. He got a law degree in 1980, but also pursued his interest in jazz, eventually leaving law altogether and making music full-time when Apogee had several games in development. I contacted Bobby and told him we were just starting to get music playing in our new game, and I asked if he could send us a short song so we could test it out. By that point, we had a modem, so Bobby sent a short MIDI tune titled Too Hot. I converted the music file to our own proprietary IMF format, or id music format, and showed the game off to Carmack, Adrian, and Tom with Bobby's music in place. The song was great, and we felt that its inclusion took our games, if not to the next level, then to a higher standard of quality. Bobby was hired as a contractor. Adding music to Keen 4 put it on the same level as games produced by bigger developers. While we were working on Keen 4, we got a surprise. Mark Ryan called to tell me that he signed a retail game publishing deal with a Toronto-based publisher named FormGen. We had never heard of them. The surprising news was that Mark had promised them a new Keen game in time for Christmas. It was early September 1991, we had just moved to Madison, we were almost finished making Keen 4, and we were ready to start on Keen 5. We had 2 more games to deliver to Gamer's Edge in 1991, too. 5 games in fewer than 4 months. Even if Keen 4 was almost done, it was still a monumental task. And now he wanted to add another game? To top it off, he had already signed a deal. This was a challenge that even a death schedule could not solve. We had to talk it over and decide what to do. It was a good problem to have, but a problem nonetheless. The only answer that made sense was to shorten the second Keen trilogy, Goodbye Galaxy, to 2 games, and the third game would be for FormGen. We knew this would disappoint Scott Miller at Apogee, but there was no way we could get 4 Keen games made by Christmas on top of the 2 games we had to deliver to Gamer's Edge. We'd be lucky to finish the 5 we planned to make during the last 6 months of 1991 as it was. I called Scott to tell him the bad news, and he explained exactly what we knew already. "You cannot split up the trilogy," Scott said. "It's a proven marketing win, and anything less means fewer sales." "Mark already signed us up," I explained. "Plus, we still have to do those Gamer's Edge games." Scott doubled down, reiterating his concerns. "We can't squeeze any more time into the day," I told Scott. "It's already an impossible task." There was genuinely no way we could do it all, and we didn't want to cancel the FormGen deal. Getting onto store shelves was an important next step for us, and it wasn't just one game either. After we delivered a Keen to them this year, they wanted another game in 1992. Seeing no other alternative, Scott decided to go with our plan and see what kind of sales a 2-game Keen set might bring. With the benefit of hindsight, I can answer that question. Not as many. The second Keen set had 1/3 the sales of the original trilogy. It's a pity because Keen 5 was the best game of the bunch. At least we had our plan for the rest of 1991. For a game to hit retail game stores, we needed to finish the retail Keen 6 immediately after Keen 4 shipped. Retail games required a much longer lead time than mail-order games. First, the games were boxed, then sent to a distribution outlet, and last, sent off to retail stores where they were available for purchase. We could start on Keen 5 when Keen 6 was done. On September 14th, 1991, we finished work on Keen 4. Beginning to end, it took us 2.5 months. The following day, we started working on Commander Keen 6, Aliens Ate My Babysitter. We needed to shorten the Keen 6 dev time to just 2 months so we could finish by the middle of November. To do so required that we scope it way the hell down. By now, we knew we went overboard with Keen 4's design. There were forest levels, deserts, ice levels, and underwater levels. It was way too much art and way more code. Tom kept his design laser focused on Keen 6. He only invented an entirely new planet, Fribulus Zax, where Keen's babysitter Molly was kidnapped by Bloogs and guarded by Blue Guards, Grabbiters, Fleeks, and Babas. Of course, we had to make 18 levels with an entirely new set of graphics. This was going to be a retail version of Keen, after all. We became exceedingly efficient. We worked on multiple games at a time, moving from one game to another in an attempt to get everything done. It was a frantic pace that required expert-level focus and real-world optimization. We decided to cut down any travel outside of going to the office, not only because of the workload, but also because it was miserable outside, with ice and snow starting to appear. We may have known how to code in assembly language, but it had never occurred to Carmack or me to ask the critical question: what is it like here in the winter? Not going outside meant no trips to State Street to get cellar subs and the elimination of time spent reading The Onion. We ordered pizza for delivery instead. We knew we needed to start on another Gamer's Edge game soon, so we hit Keen 6 hard at the start, quantifying every asset that needed to be created and powering through the creation of the characters and levels as fast as the art was made by Adrian. Code-wise, the Keen 4 engine already had so much functionality in it that Carmack instead focused on new enemy AI for the first couple weeks. It was the only new code the game needed. For short breaks, we continued our tradition of playing Dungeons & Dragons on Saturday nights. Carmack's D&D campaign took place in a large cohesive world with many characters playing politics for power. We stumbled upon vampire castles with crystal coffins on an underground shore, traveled with the Silver Shadow Band on the back of a silver dungeon to a forbidden land, watched a super being named Quake as he destroyed parts of huge buildings with his hammer, and attempted a smash and grab in a fortress. We were along for the ride. It was so non-stop and ruthless, and it was the most fun we ever had in Dungeons & Dragons. On October 1st, once Keen 6 was rolling and Carmack had finished his work, he switched gears and moved over to work on the next game for Gamer's Edge. In total, we had 3 games left for them, 2 of which needed to be finished before Christmas. We decided to make another 3D game based on the Hover Tank 1 tech. Catacomb 3D was to be the 3rd game in the Catacomb series, which started with Carmack's Apple II original game, his first game at Softdisk. Catacomb 3D was a medieval dungeon crawler where the player takes the role of a sorcerer named Petten Everhale, who fireballs demons and orcs to get to the lair of Grelmanar the Lich to save Nemesis. Since Keen 6 was also in the works, Adrian had to deal with both games at once, as did Tom and I. We made levels for Catacomb 3D in addition to the Keen games. Like Hover Tank 1, Catacomb 3D doesn't get much credit for its role at the vanguard of gaming. Again, this probably had to do with the fact that it was a Gamer's Edge release, and was only our second 3D game. Design and tech-wise, we had yet to really find our groove. It was, however, the first action game to use texture maps. I'd heard about texture maps from my friend and former coworker Paul Neurath back in November 1990, when Carmack, Tom, Adrian, and I were just starting work on Shadow Knights. We were catching up, and I talked for a bit about my current job at Gamer's Edge. Paul was at his new startup, Blue Sky Productions. He said, "My team is working on a game with a popular IP. You can probably guess it. We're using a technique called texture mapping." I suspected his team at Blue Sky was working on something related to Ultima since he had left Origin, but since he didn't offer that information, I didn't ask. By this time, I had gotten used to the necessarily vague ways game developers talked about games still in development and not yet announced. "Texture mapping? What's that?" I asked. "It's where you take a graphic and map it onto a rectangle that's at an angle, like looking down a hallway. It looks great," Paul said. "Awesome. I can't wait to see it." Once I was off the phone, I told Carmack about texture mapping. He thought about it for a few seconds and said, "I think I can do that." Just under a year later, he did. As it turned out, Catacomb 3D even came out before Blue Sky Productions' Ultima Underworld, the game Paul had been referring to. Prior to Catacomb 3D, texture mapping for games was used once in 1985 with a game called Alternate Reality: The City, but that was a much more primitive game that used a lot of text. Catacomb 3D had great-looking animated walls and gargoyles that melted into a puddle that really made the gameplay visceral. To track the character's health, we displayed his face on the right side of the screen, and as he took damage, he slowly turned into a skeleton. First, you see your neck bones and then your skull, something that would become a mainstay of early FPS games. Catacomb 3D truly heralded the future of 3D. Smooth movement in any direction, and fast drawing, texture-mapped walls, nothing no one else had done in the game before. Drawing texture on a wall is the digital equivalent of wallpaper. However, it was extremely time-consuming and processor-intensive and slowed everything down. Carmack found a way to draw pixels 4 times faster. As it turns out, Catacomb 3D was the last id Software game for Gamer's Edge. While we still had 2 more games to satisfy our contract, things were getting too busy for us. Our time was better spent creating the future than unraveling ourselves from the past. We outsourced both Gamer's Edge games to other programmers and delivered them to Softdisk. One of these games, Scuba Venture, was completed by none other than George Broussard, the future architect of Duke Nukem 3D. Meanwhile, we were all barrels blazing on the development of Keen 6, while Mark Ryan was getting things primed for its retail release. He had an agency ready to make the Keen 6 box and asked if we could send over art they could use for the front and back. Wow, was all I could think to say to him. Adrian already has a lot going on at the moment. We were growing with the industry, learning the new requirements as it evolved. While boxed games had been around since the late 1970s, it hadn't occurred to us that we needed to create the art for our own box. We later learned that most game companies outsourced that work to artists who specialized in big box art. Adrian spent a few hours taking his game art and mocked up the front and back covers in Deluxe Paint 2. In early November, the box arrived for us to approve. As our first boxed game, we were eager to see it, and we had high expectations. After all, the company that designed Lipton tea boxes was handling our account. When it arrived at the office, we gathered around for an unboxing, and everyone was speechless. Adrian broke the silence. What the fuck? The box was horrible. Even though Adrian made great art, it just didn't cut it for a box. It was too low resolution and set inside of a square that made it look far more like a cereal box than a computer game. The color scheme was hard to get your head around. Yellow, blue, and red stripes on a white box with weird ruler lines on the side. It featured 5 different fonts. The key name was in red on blocked 3D letters, while Aliens Ate My Babysitter was instead shadowed in red and blue. To top it off, there was even an error with an inverted letter B in the title. We told Mark they needed to get an artist to redo the box. We had no time left. FormGen found an artist named Ken Rieger, who created an excellent box cover for Keen 6, and we approved it immediately. It was so nice seeing a professionally designed box for a game of ours. All Apogee games were just discs mailed out to customers, no boxes. We were in the big leagues now. We finished development on Keen 6 on November 10th, 1991, and it shipped to stores in December. Making a complex game like Keen 6 in such a short time, especially a game we were proud of from a design, technical, and, thanks to Bobby Prince, musical perspective, felt like a tremendous achievement. Holding the finished box in our hands, it was another moment where we felt we had arrived. Years later, a game collector showed me his Keen 6 box. It was the terrible one with the ruler marks on the side and the 5 fonts. It was only then that I realized that FormGen shipped the approved box in the US and the ugly box in Canada, outright ignoring our feedback. It's possible they had gone to production in Canada and didn't want to put the brakes on it. Maybe they reasoned that we'd never seen it since we lived in the US. In spite of its ugliness, its rarity makes it one of the more sought-after Keen boxes. Now we were down to the last month or so of our hardest year, a year in which we shipped 13 games. It's challenging to explain to people why we were doing this and just how much we were also enjoying it. We were running the equivalent of a programming marathon, and as a team, we were at peak performance and always hitting new peaks. We were doing precisely what we wanted to do and loved working together. We wasted no time celebrating Keen 6's delivery and immediately started making Keen 5 the Armageddon machine. With the scope of Keen 6 taking 2 months, we figured we could get Keen 5 done in 1 month because Catacomb 3D needed just a couple more weeks. For a year now, we had been using what we called SneakerNet to transfer files between our PCs. We copied the files we'd been editing onto a 3.5-inch floppy and walked it over to each other, typically among me, Tom, and Carmack. Adrian didn't run the game, he just made the art. Every once in a while, Tom got a new art from Adrian, and he'd integrate it using my iGrab tool, then pass that disk to me and Carmack. We needed a better way to do this. We decided to get a file server PC with a huge hard drive, network cards, and cables so we could all connect our computers together. Then we could save our work for easy retrieval in one place. It also served as a necessary backup. At conferences, I am regularly asked what we use for backups and source control. Programmers are both surprised and horrified to find out that we didn't use anything. That said, we were exceedingly careful, and source control and backup systems weren't common at the time. As we developed the game, I knew we had to fit everything on a 3.5-inch disc for distribution. One more disc would double the cost of goods and return less profit, so cramming it all on one disc was important. To ensure the maps could fit, Carmack came up with a clever way to compress them, a modified version on a Huffman algorithm. I called it Carmackizing the maps and programmed that compression into TED 5. It worked well, helped us fit on 3.5-inch discs, and kept our costs down. To get Keen 5 done on time, we shaved off 5 levels for a total of 13, including a secret level. If you look closely at the title screen, you can see the secret level in the window next to Keen as he's running from Robo Red. It's a little red and blue metal building. We love putting in Easter eggs like this, hoping players might discover them, and thus rewarding them for that discovery. We could tell Adrian was getting into the swing of things with Keen 5 because he did some outstanding art. He created all the graphic tiles to populate the levels using our new tilted perspective, all the animated items and enemies. In addition, Adrian created all the tile art for the world map, the Armageddon machine, plus the title screens and menus. With 1 month to finish the game, he plowed through. By the end of November, Catacomb 3D was off the gamer's edge, and Carmack focused on Keen 5 with the rest of us. In early December, I saw an advertisement in the local paper from a company called Raven Software that was looking for a programmer. I thought Raven sounded like a game company name, so I gave him a call, and Brian Raffle answered the phone. "Hi, I was wondering if you're a game company? Do you develop games?" I asked. "Yep, that's what we do. RPGs," Brian answered. "I'm with a game developer in town named id Software. Mind if we come over and say hi?" Brian enthusiastically agreed and gave me their address. Tom, Carmack, and I drove over. It was a fun time talking to other game developers, something we hadn't done in months. We met company owners like Ben Goki, the programmer, and the Raffle brothers, Brian and Steve, who were graphic artists. They showed us Black Crypt, a graphically impressive RPG for the Amiga, and we shared what we were up to. The next day, I had a plan. Could we interest Raven in licensing our engine to make a platformer? To do this, we needed to find a way to fund the game and cover Raven's burn rate. Once the game was done, we could recoup that investment and earn a license fee and royalties, a traditional business arrangement in games between publisher and developer. I asked the guys if they would agree to cover half of Raven's $10K per month burn rate if Apogee covered the other half. Once they agreed, I called Scott Miller and told him about Raven, said that we wanted to offer them a license for Keen 4's tech, and asked if Scott would fund the other half of their burn rate. Excited about another Keen Engine game trilogy, Scott was in. I called Raven and talked to Brian. I offered him development funding of $10,000 a month to create a game for the PC using our Keen 4 engine. Brian sounded excited and said he'd discussed it with his two partners. As it turns out, the Raffle brothers weren't interested. They just couldn't limit themselves to 16-color graphics. It didn't matter that the Amiga market was waning. For the time being, they stuck to their guns, but we agreed to keep in touch. By the middle of December, we were putting the finishing touches on Keen 5, inspired by our love of sci-fi to get Keen's space setting just right. We drew from our shared knowledge base, having all read Isaac Asimov's Foundation series, Frederick Pohl's Gateway, the Heechee saga, and Arthur C. Clarke's Rama series, Dan Simmons' Hyperion Canto series, and much more. We knew it had to be a good game because, as a part of a set, it was the only game that players paid for. When we finished, the setting, the levels, the enemies, and the music were better than Keen 4. To me, it's the best of the series. We finished a year and a day after our first Keen trilogy went live. On December 15th, 1991, I uploaded the zip file to Scott. Having shipped 13 games without a break, we were as ready as people could be for vacations. I spent that winter break in California with Beth, who I'd now been seeing for a few months. We stayed at my parents' house, and I visited with my sons Michael and Stephen, who were still young, just 2 and 3, but I was amazed at how much they had grown since I last saw them. Each month at such a young age is leaps and bounds, and I traveled home as often as I could during the year. Even though I was holding them in my arms, I longed for us to be together and see each other more often. Both were smiley, happy boys. As they opened their gifts on Christmas, I got down onto the floor too, playing with them and their toys, putting them on my lap, treasuring the time we had together. I couldn't get enough of them, really. Kelly was doing a great job with them. I was also happy to see that Kelly, back with her family and support network in California, was back to being the happy person that I'd known. Chapter 11. Foundation. Over the Christmas break, while the rest of us headed home to visit our families, Carmack stayed in Wisconsin. He was expecting a package, cash on delivery, an impressive workstation, the Next Station by Steve Jobs' new company, Next Computer. The machine used the incredible Next Step operating system, which was light years ahead of MS-DOS. It was the future. Carmack ordered one and needed to get an $11,000 cashier's check for the delivery guy, but with his MG left for dead in Shreveport and all of us out of town, he trudged to the bank on foot, cursing the snow, ice, and freezing temperatures the whole way. When we got back from vacation, we saw the Next Station in action. It was incredible, mind-boggling even. John told us about the research he had completed, running tests on vector quantization, compression of VGA screens to see what kind of gains he could get over JPEG. I happen to have a copy of King's Quest V by Sierra Online, which I'd picked up over Christmas, and the screens provided some good compression benchmarking data for him. Carmack and I discussed its technical prowess and what it might mean for our fledgling company. For now, though, it was just research, and the Next was a tool and an expensive toy. It was time for us to get back to work. Recharged, we started on the next Commander Keen trilogy, The Universe is Toast. We decided to test out a couple of new features to make Keen even closer to a console game. We added parallaxing layers to give the illusion of depth. With parallaxing, we draw multiple layers of background and foreground art and move them at varying speeds so that the entire scene appears to be in 3D. We also decided to go with 256 color VGA graphics instead of Keen's current 16 color EGA. The features were expensive memory-wise and speed-wise, however. VGA data was double the size of EGA data, and parallaxing layers drew over layers below, which could slow down the frame rate. To do some speed benchmarking, Adrian took some of Keen 4's EGA graphics assets, turned them into VGA graphics, and Carmack made a demo. It both looked good and ran fast enough. With more optimization, it could run even faster, but the initial results gave us the confidence to start developing. Tom put together the demo map for Carmack to use. Luckily, TED 5 already had the ability to edit the map's background layer and foreground layer. It needed more than just that to get parallaxing working, though. I started updating the editor, but for now, background and foreground was all we needed. With that, we had our quick plan, and we began work on Keen 7's tech demo. Quick plans were normal for us. We jumped into everything head first. As a streamlined team, our workflow was efficient. We charged on for a week, but somehow, instead of picking up steam, we seemed to be running out of gas. It was 11 p.m. on Friday night. We should have been full of excitement after a week's work on a new game. "I am just not getting excited about making another Keen trilogy," I said to the room. "Same here," Adrian added. After 7 episodes, we had just had enough of Commander Keen, shiny VGA parallax scrolling or not. "The parallaxing looks great, but I just can't get excited about another side-scroller," I said. I knew that 3D was the way to go, and I felt like with each new 3D game, we were getting further ahead. Keen felt like a step backward. Catacomb 3D was cool. I think we should be making 3D games instead. Carmack swung around in his chair, nodding in agreement. Tom was left as the lone Keen holdout. To him, Keen was more than just a character in a video game. Tom was Keen. With Keen 7, we started a new trilogy, and if we finished this game and 2 additional games, Keen entered a pantheon of rare creative efforts, a trilogy of trilogies. Plus, there were 2 weeks we'd invested in creating the demo. Looking again at Keen, and our new demo on the screen, none of us saw the future. Parallaxing already existed on consoles, and Keen existed in 7 other games. Besides, after doing so much Keen in 1991, we needed to try something new. It was time to make a big decision again. What was our next game going to be? Beyond that, there was another question looming, a bigger one. What were we going to be as a company? The previous year was a challenging and exciting year for id Software and for the 4 of us as individuals. We formed our own company, shipped 13 games, signed our first international distribution deal, and moved from a bayou to a blizzard. We were excited about the potential the new year held, particularly working on a brand new game. We had all the work we wanted, and every month $50,000 was going straight into our bank account. Our success was staggering to us, but it was not something we dwelled on. Making the next game was more interesting to us than whatever we might do with the money. That said, financial security meant we could take a step back and design a better way of working. Throughout 1991, we had been beholden to the calendar, slicing our time this way and that to get all the games done and delivered. We were focused on completing games to our standard of quality, and each provided an innovation in some way. What we had done that last year was impressive, particularly when I compared our output against any other small group of developers. However, we fought the clock the whole way and exhausted ourselves. Money was great, but money wasn't all it took to make a great game. For that, we needed time. So in designing the next phase of id Software, we decided that our games were done when they were done. We put the focus on quality, on making something great, instead of making something as good as we could in the time allowed. It was a pivotal change that allowed us to focus on both tech and design innovations to create games we really wanted to play. We were in a fortunate position. As hardcore gamers, we knew great gameplay. As game developers, we knew how to make it happen. We kept things in place that were working for us. Carmack and I liked how we had divided the code responsibilities. Having Carmack focus exclusively on developing the game's engine and AI gave us a technical edge. As a game designer and a programmer, I focus on all the design side code, programming the gameplay that we separated out from the core engine and AI code. Also on my plate were level design, music and sound effect integration, intermissions, and menus, as well as the production side details such as the creation of the final master discs for distribution. Tom focused exclusively on creative direction, game design, sound effect creation, and level design, while Adrian, of course, handled all the art. The question remained, if not Keen 7, then what? We agreed that 3D was the future. We brainstormed to come up with a new game that improved on Catacomb 3D's engine. A few ideas were kicked around, including Tom's suggestion for a game about a lethal lab with mutants running amok called It's Green and Pissed. It was a funny title, but as I told him, it was the oldest idea this side of Frankenstein. I started thinking along retro lines too, but my idea was to make a totally new game out of a classic video game. Why not just make Wolfenstein in 3D, I suggested. Castle Wolfenstein was a fun and revolutionary Apple II game that came out in 1981. Silas Warner, the developer, was ahead of his time in many ways. His game had an overhead view of each room in a huge, multi-story castle. Stealth was an important gameplay mechanic. That is, your survival required cunning and avoidance as much as killer instinct. It was also one of the earliest video games to have characters that spoke via audio and not just text. The game centered on a soldier, the player, who had been captured by Nazis and imprisoned in the dungeon of a castle. He obtained a gun, 10 rounds of ammo, and 3 hand grenades, and used them as he attempted to steal Nazi plans and escape. I played that game so often that I learned how to escape every one of the castle's randomized floor plans. The exits were always at the same places. Like me, Carmack and Tom also had spent hours running from digital Nazis. Only Adrian, who grew up a non-gamer, had missed out on the masterpiece and its sequel, Beyond Castle Wolfenstein. The response to my suggestion was immediate. Ah, yes, of course. That would be awesome. Their reaction was one of the reasons I loved working with these guys. It's like we had lived parallel gaming lives. Tom gave us a pitch in short order. Captured American operative William B.J. Blazkowicz single-handedly attacks the Nazi regime in 3 different episodes: Escape from Castle Wolfenstein, Operation Eisenfaust, and Die Führer Die. The last of which ends in battle below the Reichstag with Adolf Hitler in an armored suit. We dubbed him Mecha Hitler, complete with chain guns. The The name of the third episode mirrored Commander Keen's third episode, Die Keen Die. Of course, there was one sticky problem with remaking Castle Wolfenstein: the name of the game. Assuming Muse Software owned the trademark, Tom and I started brainstorming alternative names, but nothing stuck. So we put the name back on the back burner, which we had the luxury to do since the game didn't have a ship date. For the time being, we were content calling it Wolfenstein. We started going over all the features we wanted in the game, starting at the beginning. We wanted a graphical loading screen, something new for our games, and one that was tech-aware. Like the Keen games, we wanted it to show how much memory you had, which graphics modes you had available, and tell the player the game detected your gamepad, joystick, sound card, and other info. Since we were building upon Catacomb 3D's source code, we started making Wolfenstein with 16-color EGA graphics, as we had always done. Tom came up with the roster of enemies for the game, and it looked like we would need some help with character animation. Each character was more involved than a Commander Keen character because we wanted these enemies to appear 3D, even though they were sprites, 2D images. We planned to draw them at every angle so you could even see their backs, something Catacomb 3D didn't do. Wolfenstein would know which sprite to draw depending on the angle from which you viewed them. To help us, we contacted Jim Norwood, who made Biomenace with our Keen engine. He agreed to start drawing 16-color Nazi rotations. We were only a couple weeks in when Scott Miller called me to hear about the new game, eager to publish it. I gave him the rundown Wolfenstein's cool features, and he loved the concept. However, he had one suggestion. Make it in VGA, Scott said. Forget EGA, it's in the past. I had to admit, he had a good point. We planned to make Keen 7 in VGA, but we didn't think about it for Wolfenstein 3D because we were using Catacomb 3D's EGA engine. I shared Miller's comment with Carmack. He thought about it for a few minutes. Then he said, it would be cleaner code-wise. Art-wise, it wasn't so clean. With the switch to 256-color VGA from 16-color EGA, all the art made up to that point had to be scrapped, including the art we outsourced to Jim. Adrian spent some time considering the change and assessing Jim's style. He decided he could do better on his own and was even feeling excited about it. His color palette just multiplied by 16. Scott wasn't the only one looking for a game. We still had one more to make to fulfill our 2-game contract with FormGen. It made the most sense to use the Wolfenstein tech and make a new game with our existing Wolfenstein IP. I rang FormGen and talked to Randy McLean, one of the owners. We're developing a game called Wolfenstein, I said. I barely got the name out before he jumped in, excited. That's great. What's it about? It's a 3D World War II Nazi blast fest, I answered. The enthusiasm of the whole team was in my voice. The line went silent. Guys, don't go digging up that World War II stuff, Randy said. It was a funny comment considering the success Indiana Jones had at that point, not to mention numerous other books and movies. Sorry, Randy, but that's what we're making, I answered. To create levels for Wolfenstein, we decided to use TED 5 once again, since the levels were going to be based on a 2D grid like Hover Tank 1 and Catacomb 3D. Tom got to work making the icons that we need that represented characters, items, and features such as Nazi patrol paths, level start, and exit. Meanwhile, Carmack got the project established and running quickly. It was able to run levels within a day or two, and a couple of weeks later, every asset was quantified. We just needed to make them and put them in the game. Carmack didn't take long to convert the renderer to VGA and optimize it. I worked on the menu system and made levels with Tom. Adrian cranked out art constantly. I wanted Wolfenstein's audio to stand out as well. To date, none of our games had digitized audio. We previously used the PC speaker, which was primitive, and FM synth audio, the sound of the 1980s. Digitized audio, on the other hand, is like listening to an MP3. I saw it as another opportunity for us to innovate and pull ahead of our competition. The Sound Blaster was capable of supporting digitized audio, and we figured we could replicate the original Castle Wolfenstein's digital audio, but go over the top. Once that feature was added to the game, for players without a Sound Blaster, we still needed to support only the PC speaker and ad-lib FM synth sound effects. So in effect, we needed to support 3 different sound systems. I modified Muse to handle digital audio files so everything could be packaged cleanly. The most important thing, of course, was the gameplay. At first, we started by reproducing several of the gameplay features of the 2 previous Wolfenstein games made by Silas Warner. It wasn't a clone, but rather a reimagining of features we knew game players would expect, except this time, all in a 3D space. Players searched dead bodies, drag bodies around to hide them from guards, and unlock chests for loot. Our game even allows you to wear a Nazi uniform to sneak past guards and hold up others to take their guns and ammo. They were some great features, sure, but when we played, something else was happening. We were having more fun running and gunning Nazis than using the slower-paced game features like looting. Speed became our operative word, the core around which the game was to be built. As a game designer, playing the game is essential, not just to test out the features you've created, but to find the fun. Sometimes that fun isn't in the things you thought were features, as was the case with the early Wolfenstein, or worse, the features are getting in the way of the fun. This is why completing an early first playable of a game is so important. First playable is an industry term and defines the point at which the core loop of the game is completely playable. For a first-person shooter, that core loop is often something like this. Players and enemies can move, shoot at one another, take damage, and die. The drive for speed ended up simplifying our game design. Anything that slowed the game down got cut. Goodbye loot chests, dead guard dragging, and holding up guards. The fun of the game was in destroying screaming Nazis as fast as possible. To that, we added high production values. Our core was this: kill everything in sight. By the middle of February 1992, we had our template down. Although Mark Ryan was assisting us, I was still involved in the business strategy for id Software. I had read that Sierra was thinking about entering the kids' game market, and I thought we would be a good fit, especially since our newest game, Commander Keen and Goodbye Galaxy, was a great all-ages title. So I wrote to one of my heroes, game designer and entrepreneur Roberta Williams. She and her husband Ken built Sierra Online, a gaming empire, and scored multiple hits with a series of quest adventure games. Their company was a true industry behemoth. My letter was part fanboy, part business. As always, I was interested in making contact with such an influential game designer. More than that, though, I thought we might be able to work in a new IP for kids and publish it through them. I sent my letter off with a copy of Commander Keen and Goodbye Galaxy. Roberta liked the game and showed it to Ken. He liked it too. She wrote back and requested a meeting. I was completely stoked that my initiative had paid off. I was going to meet two of my idols and convince them to fund development and publishing of more Keen games. It certainly felt possible. We were already making $50,000 a month from Keen and Gamer's Edge. We had the team and the talent, plus we had the early levels of Wolfenstein in our back pocket. It was worth a try. In mid-February, we flew out to California and drove to Sierra's offices in Oakhurst, about 20 miles from Yosemite National Park. Mark Ryan flew from Toronto, too. It was a great getaway for all of us. We've been grinding in frozen Madison, Wisconsin for months. Now we've been transported to beautiful, warm California. Meeting Roberta and Ken was an honor. They were warm, kind people and game developers who walked the walk. Their offices were in a huge metal building with at least 200 people working there. We saw an adventure game in development, and Ken showed us how the hand-painted art was scanned in for each scene. He introduced us to Warren Schwader, an Apple II legend, and Tom and I went into Warren's office, got on our knees, and bowed, saying, "We're not worthy." He also introduced us to the AGI, Adventure Game Interpreter team. We got together in a meeting room to talk. They could tell Carmack was, let's say, a more advanced programmer. At one point, Ken wanted to talk business. "I'm curious how the shareware model is working for you," he said. By this time, Sierra Online sold full versions of their games exclusively at retail outlets. "Great," I told him. "How much are you making?" "A little over $50,000 a month in sales." He got deadly serious. "No way," he said. "That's not possible." Because we were independent and geographically isolated, we had no idea whether it was possible or not. We just knew what we had. I showed him our earnings statements. He was stunned. His reaction made us all proud. If he was impressed, we must be doing well indeed. Later, we went out to dinner at Erna's Elderberry House, the fanciest restaurant in town, where Ken and Roberta were royalty. The management gave us our own dining room with a fireplace and a long banquet table. It might have been the most posh, fancy experience I'd ever had in my 24 years on the planet. It felt like I was in a dream. The Williamses ran a great company and made great games. It was like we were commoners dining with the king and queen. That night, back in the motel, Mark wanted to talk to us in my room. He was trying to make the case for getting company stock because a major deal might be happening the next day. "Come on, man, you're not serious," I said. "We've been working incredible hours for a year." His probationary period was meant to get him a job, not ownership. The discussion of stock ended, and we returned to talk about the experience we had at dinner with the Williamses. The next day, Ken and Roberta took us to their house in the mountains, situated on a lake. The views were breathtaking. After putting them on a pedestal for so long, we couldn't believe they brought us to their house. We were in shock for the next hour. Tom got a peek at Roberta's King's Quest VI design guide, while I installed our current work in progress on Ken's home PC. We'd only been building Wolfenstein for about a month and a half, but it was already head and shoulders above any other PC game, including Keen, which had gotten us in the front door. Plus, I knew that he and Roberta were part of the generation that worshipped the original Castle Wolfenstein, so I thought this would knock his socks off. I finished the demo, eager for his response. "That's cool," he said. "Let me show you Red Baron." I was stunned. I had just demoed a groundbreaking 3D game that represented a whole new paradigm, a VGA, texture-mapped, first-person shooter with more depth and detail than any other game out there, and his response was to show me a flight simulation game in a genre that had been around since the 1970s. It felt like a replay of everyone's initial reaction to Dangerous Dave and copyright infringement, but worse. An industry giant, a guy I considered a legend, seemed to miss the revolutionary game design and concept that was right in front of him. Or did he? Ken may have been more impressed by our shareware earnings than Wolfenstein, but he was definitely interested in what we had to offer. The next day, when we sat down in his office to talk, he offered us $2.5 million stock deal to buy id Software. It was a major opportunity for us. We stood to make $500,000 each. I told him that I would get back to him once we were back in Madison and had a chance to talk about it. We left Sierra feeling good about our visit. Adrian even created an image with the question, "Part of the Sierra family?" because acquisition looked like a likely result. When we were back in the office, I wanted to talk about the Sierra offer to get everyone's pulse. "Do you know how long it'll take us to make that kind of money?" I told the team. "If we do this, we will make it all in one day." Despite my enthusiasm, I followed the script I'd used with Scott Miller. I called Ken and made a modification to the proposal by asking for $100,000 in cash up front. I had a number of reasons for doing this. First, I'd realized that we wouldn't, in fact, all make $500,000 in a single day. There are always vesting timelines for stock deals. By asking for this advance, we would get some cash immediately, but we had to wait for the rest. Second, I wanted Sierra to put some real skin in the game, and $100,000 seemed like a modest amount to me for a company like Sierra Online. Modest amounts, however, are in the eye of the beholder. Our request for a down payment was too much for Ken and Roberta Williams. He nixed the upfront cash, and we walked away. I felt a strange combination of disappointment and defiance. Doing the deal would have been gratifying, but I knew we were better coders and game developers than anyone at Sierra, so once Ken refused to add cash to the deal, my attitude was, too bad for them, we don't need them. I knew that with a few more releases, we'd be in even better financial shape, making money on new and old games and our game engine. Stacking income was a valuable lesson to learn. The more games we made, the more money we made. That could only happen if we continued owning our own company, not by selling it to someone else. We had a game to make, so we got back to work, and I forgot about doing deals and focused on finishing Wolfenstein. At this stage of development, the engine was pretty solid. We had several Nazis in the game, like the Guard, SS officer, and the German Shepherd. The AI was working well, and they would walk on paths that we set up in TED 5. We were mostly excited about a new engine feature we could use in devious ways: sound zones. Alerting guards is a bad idea in Wolfenstein, so you want to kill Nazis when the doors are closed. When you open a door, the sound zone you're in will connect to the sound zone outside the open door, making a much bigger sound zone. Our sound zones were color coordinated, and we had 34 different sound zones at our disposal. We filled a room with one color, then made sure the halls outside were a different color, but we then used that same color in another room far away, thus alerting those guards anytime a sound was made in a sound zone of that color. It was a basic idea, but it allowed for some scary surprises. Sound zones increased realism because it made sure if you shot someone in a room, someone would hear, whether in that room or in a similarly colored sound zone. We realized that there was a lot of art to make, and it would be smart to get some help for Adrian. We threw some names around for a minute, then someone mentioned Kevin Cloud. Kevin was a Shreveport native who was a calm, competent workhorse. He was Softdisk's editorial director, and had become id's primary contact while fulfilling our obligations to the company, but he had also worked as a computer artist at Softdisk doing art for the Apple II department. Everything we saw of his we liked, and moreover, we liked him. We decided to invite him up to our office for an interview a week later. It was March and still snowing, so we warned him to be careful. Madison's snow was heavy and wet and prone to send those not used to it off the road and into a ditch. Tom, Carmack, Adrian, and I stayed inside and spent our weekends playing Dungeons & Dragons instead. I always enjoyed our D&D sessions in Shreveport, but that winter in Madison, as the storyline grew darker and more gripping, I found them even more exciting. Once, when I was hiding out in a pocket dimension with a semi-powerful figure, Carmack presented me with an option to give a demon the Demonicron, the book that controlled the demon's ability to enter the prime material plane where we lived. I took the chance. I made a deal with the demon hoping to get a magical sword, the Daikatana, along with a couple other powerful artifacts. It was a disastrous decision. I got the sword, but it didn't matter because all the demons wound up teleporting onto the material plane and destroying every last thing in it, and thus the game over the next several sessions. The human race was obliterated, and it was all my fault, although a roll of the dice shares some of the blame. I was crushed when our D&D world ended. We'd spent dozens, if not hundreds of hours exploring this alternative universe, and Carmack spent years building it up. Now it was gone. I still have no idea why he allowed his world to end like that. Maybe he was tired of playing with us or was an absolute stickler for the rules. To play again, we had to start over, and that meant waiting for our dungeon master to devise another world. Sadly, we never played D&D together again, but in the obliteration of our game was hidden an odd circle of life. Not too far in the future, the storyline of our D&D saga inspired both a gaming revolution and my most troubled project. A lot of id's biggest decisions happened late at night. Our unofficial motto was, "We are the wind," meaning we could blow out of wherever we were or change direction at any time. We worked superhuman schedules. We developed games faster than anyone. To do that, we quickly absorbed information, analyzed it, and made decisions. We were also id-driven. We wanted whatever it was we wanted, to make the best, coolest, most fun games, and we wanted it now. We called our decisions bit flips, when a computer value changes from on to off, or vice versa. Our decision to move out of Madison, Wisconsin happened late one night. It was instigated in part by the impending arrival of Kevin Cloud from Softdisk. He drove 19 hours straight up to Madison with his wife, Lacey. When he arrived at the office at 8 a.m., way too early, he knocked on the door and Carmack answered in his underwear. Carmack said, "Come back later," and closed the door on them. Kevin came back later, interviewed with us, and we decided he would be a great addition to the team. He was hired. It just so happened that our leases were about to be up at the Pines, and we wanted to move to better apartments down the highway near the West Town Mall. Our apartment complex was becoming riddled with drug dealers and police visits. Kevin and Lacey came along with us to hunt for something in that area. We'd spent a full day looking at apartments, and finally settled on a complex that we could all move into. It was much nicer than where we were, not that the Pines set a high bar. We had dinner on State Street and decided to go and sign our leases in the morning. Kevin and Lacey went back to their hotel and planned to do the same. As usual, Carmack and I went back and started coding again. Tom worked on levels, and Adrian picked up where he left off. Around 1 a.m., I just blurted out, "I hate the winters here. I hate the snow and ice and shit." "Yeah, I hate it too," Adrian blasted. "I really don't want to stay here anymore," I added. "We should just leave the state. Fuck this, and fuck those new apartments." "I agree," Adrian said. I went on a brief rant about not being able to walk outside all winter long. I grew up in the desert in Northern California. I knew there were other warmer options almost everywhere. Remember how cool it was by the lake? I said to Carmack, reminding him of his waterfront house in Shreveport. I don't want to go back there, but there must be somewhere else that's warm. We started throwing around destinations like Jamaica and the Bahamas, but eventually we decided we needed to be in the U.S. I offered for Salt Lake City, where I had lived with my dad. But it has snow, so fuck that place too. I mentioned Arizona, but there was no water, and it was hotter than we wanted. New Hampshire? Snow. No. Then Adrian said, "How about Dallas?" I grabbed a map from Tom's desk. He had a bunch of maps from our earlier travels. "Look, there's a lake there," I said, and pointed to Lake Ray Hubbard. "We can just get a place on the water." Tom was silent. He loved Madison, and he didn't want to go. He started making a list of pros and cons on his computer. There weren't many pros that outweighed the snow. We started checking off the selling points for Dallas. Scott Miller was there, and so was Apogee. It was warm. Texas had no state income tax, so we would make more money. Origin Systems was headquartered in Austin, so there was already something of a development community. That was it. At 3 a.m., our fate was decided. It was 3-1. We were moving to Dallas. Then someone remembered. Oh shit, Kevin's signing a lease in the morning. We made frantic calls to his hotel room and left messages. "Don't sign the lease," and "Call us before you go anywhere." All we were trying to do was stop Kevin from putting down a deposit. We never considered how he might interpret the messages. When he received them, he immediately thought he was fired. Why else would we tell him not to sign a lease? He even told his wife something must have fallen through. When he showed up at our office at 10 a.m., we told him that id Software was moving to Texas. Though he was surprised at our overnight decision, he was also relieved. Dallas was a lot closer to his hometown of Shreveport, so he and Lacey loved the idea. The wheels were in motion. We didn't even mind when we discovered that Lake Ray Hubbard was run by the Army Corps of Engineers, so there was no lakefront property. "Maybe we'll just have to settle for a swimming pool," I said. Tom and I flew down to Dallas to scope out real estate. Scott drove us to several apartment complexes in Garland and Mesquite, walking through the model units. It took about 8 hours, and we were talking about games the entire time. We settled on La Prada Club Apartments in Mesquite, just south of Apogee's offices in Garland. It was better than all the places we looked at. 2-story black-tinted windows, amazing air conditioning, and all the luxury amenities, including a big swimming pool. We rented 4 apartments plus a 1-bedroom loft that would serve as our office. Scott loved the idea that we were closer to Apogee. He loved it so much, he increased our royalty to 50%. Hanging out with Scott Miller and his business partner, George Broussard, opened my eyes to living large in Texas. Scott was driving a Nissan 300 Turbo ZX. George had a red Acura NSX, which Honda had just unveiled a year earlier. They bought these cars with the money earned from all the Commander Keen games, plus their other titles. We just saved all of our money. Our last night in town, we went out to dinner and then headed over to Speed Zone, a local arcade and amusement park, to play video games and race go-karts. Afterward, I got to race around in George's NSX. Finally, Scott drove me and Tom back to our motel. It was during this time that we decided to part ways with Mark Ryan. I'm happy to report that, despite this, Mark has gone on to do great things at Epic Games, helping to turn it into an industry behemoth. In 2021, it was revealed that he was a billionaire, at least on paper. With Mark's departure, we were once again in need of a biz guy. Our old friend Jay Wilbur called us and said he had heard we were moving into Dallas. He was ready to leave Softdisk if we'd have him, and it was a unanimous yes on our side. We set April 1st, 1992 as his official first day on the job. Jay became id's biz guy on the same day Kevin Cloud started work. Set up in new offices, making Wolfenstein was some of the most fun we'd ever had making a game. A lot of that had to do with our liberation from Madison and our new life in Texas. It was warm, it was sunny, we had apartments at the La Prada Club Apartments, and a separate apartment that served as the id office with a swimming pool right behind it. You could open the door and take a dip and lie in the sun. We'd had fun in Shreveport too, going kneeboarding on the lake, but we were consistently working 7 days a week back then and had all been in survival mode. The truth is that we relished the enormous pressure. You know that moment in a game where you're on your last life? Sometimes that's what it felt like. We had to keep going, keep playing, or the dream would be over.
Now, in Texas, we had a financial cushion from Keen's success, and Wolfenstein was bound to make far more money. If we wanted to hang out and play games, we could. Street Fighter II and Fatal Fury were our two favorites at the time. There was pressure and a lot of work, but life felt a lot more balanced now that we were focused on delivering just one game. The hardest thing about making Wolfenstein was finishing the levels. The level design was not visually sophisticated, but that is because we made a trade-off, sacrificing visual nuance, textures, colors, angles, in favor of rapid-fire speed, which was part of the thrill of our FPS killfest. Adding those features would have slowed the game down and required more work on the engine. We felt that the slimmed-down feature set was exactly the type of gameplay we wanted. That kept the core loop clean and easy to understand, which was important since it would be the first fast 3D game that anyone had seen. Earlier in March, Tom and I noticed Wolfenstein was missing something. Something fun that we were used to, but that this engine didn't support. Secret areas. They were a staple of exploration and of our games. We lobbied Carmack to add some way of pushing a wall to reveal a hidden area, but he didn't want to violate the purity of his engine to hack in a secrets-revealing push wall. The next couple of months we pressed him on until he finally agreed in April to hack it in. It was a trying situation for Tom because, as the creative director, his design was expected to be supported by tech, and now there was pushback that affected the gameplay. The functionality of the engine should support fun gameplay, provided it was possible, not be constrained by it. Wolfenstein was filled with more artwork than any game we had made. The walls featured great-looking textures, more detail than those in previous games, while the floors and ceiling were solid colors to maximize engine speed. Room after room, level after level, the walls were a variety of brick, turquoise blue metal, and wood paneling. Yes, Adrian and Kevin did a great job adding warning signs, swastikas, iron crosses, and Hitler portraits, but from a level design perspective, this creativity was limited. Tom and I found the 3D space exciting, but the levels themselves somewhat tedious to create. Fortunately, the gameplay was fun. The blood and guts details made it the most violent game around, and the premise, blowing away Nazis to save yourself and steal their plans, was hilarious. As our new biz guy, Jay Wilbur's first order of business was trying to hunt down the owner of the Wolfenstein trademark. This was before the internet, so it was not easy. Eventually, after many phone calls, Jay discovered that a woman in Baltimore had bought all of Muse Software's intellectual property. Jay offered her $5,000 for the Wolfenstein trademark, and she accepted. No more trying out alternate names, none of which stuck. Our game would be an official Wolfenstein sequel. We decided to call it Wolfenstein 3D. It was the third in the series, and 3D. We felt like we were getting close to the end of the shareware episode's development, but we didn't have all the music and the sound effects that we needed. Jay called up Bobby Prince, with whom we collaborated before, to see if he would fly down to Texas with his equipment and do the work on site. Bobby brought what seemed like a whole studio with him. A huge sampling keyboard, professional monitor speakers with mounts, a studio microphone setup, and a rack of audio processors. Bobby was the real deal. We let Bobby use the entire bottom living room area in our La Prada office, and he made the music right there. For the voiceover, or VO, Tom wrote down all the German phrases that needed to be said by the Nazis. We had a German to English translation book, and Tom and I spent a whole afternoon yelling, Spion, Achtung, mein Leben, mein Gott in Himmel, and all other lines except Schutzstaffel. We cajoled Adrian into saying that one. The death screams were the funniest ones to voice. We got good at using Bobby's setup to record stuff. By the end of April, we knew we were in the home stretch with Wolfenstein 3D. It was getting close. Part of the final polish was making sure all the title screens, end screens, and help screens were in the game with the correct text. One of the extra screens we added just before we showed the title screen was a light blue screen that said, "This program has been voluntarily rated PC-13 Profound Carnage by id Software." We designed the screen to look like the 1970s rating screen shown at the beginning of a movie. We added it as a joke, but little did we know it was the first instance of a game being voluntarily rated. One last detail remained. We had no size limitations on Wolfenstein 3D, so we just made the game and decided to figure it out later. Well, later was now, and the game was bigger than a single disc. We had never made a game bigger than one disc, so I needed to figure out how players were going to get the game off 2 discs and onto their hard drives. There were several games that were distributed on multiple floppies by 1992, but they had their own proprietary install systems. Today, it's even a business that makes decent money. There was no market for this in 1992, however, and so I had to write it myself. My idea was to create an install system and give it away, to get rid of the proprietary nature of this tool that, to me, should be free for everyone to use. First, I needed to write a tool to take a single zip file and split it into 1.44 megabyte sized chunks that could be copied onto 3.5-inch disks. Next, I needed to write the installer program that took all the chunks, put them together, and decompressed the game to the destination folder. The program became known as ICE, the Installation Creation Editor, and took about 6 hours. Then I started writing de-ICE, which would copy files off floppies, put them together, and unzip the files at a destination the player specified. I wanted it to be foolproof, just in case a player pulled the floppy out of the drive mid-copy. I got it all working by the end of the next day. It wasn't long before I gave that system to Apogee so they could use it for all their games. Everything was ready to go on May 5th. The master disc was made, and all of us were testing the game on our PCs. No errors, no crashes, no bugs. The game was solid. After testing every kind of weird scenario we could think of, we knew it was time to upload. It was nearly 3 a.m. We called Scott and George and invited them over. At 4 a.m., we dialed into Software Creations to upload the 2 megabyte shareware version. Scott had been talking to Software Creations owner Dan Linton that day to prepare him for the game's imminent release. For Dan, it was 5 a.m., but he was ready, knowing he was getting the hottest game around. The upload finished. We high-fived and left the office to sleep until whenever. We knew everything was going to change from that day onward. We felt it. Wolfenstein 3D's shareware release was 10 times bigger than both Keen releases. The first month, we sold 4,000 pre-order copies of the Wolfenstein 3D bundle at $60 each, which included 2 discs with 3 episodes each, plus a hint book we still had to write. Some players bought just the discs and came back to order the hint book later. Wolfenstein 3D generated $240,000 in sales in May, and our first royalty check for the game was $120,000. Even Randy McLean at FormGen got behind Wolfenstein 3D when he saw the reviews of the shareware version. Seems digging up that old World War II stuff was a good idea after all. We felt it was going to be big, but not this big. We didn't change much, but we did decide it was time for raises. At this point, we'd only uploaded the shareware version and still needed to finish the other 5 episodes. Apogee was accepting orders for all 6 episodes and the hint book, so we needed to get moving. Even so, it was great to see the reaction from players and reviews in the press from our free shareware release. 4 years later, Scott replicated this marketing tactic with Duke Nukem 3D. Based on the promise of the shareware version, Wolfenstein 3D was selling like hotcakes, and it wasn't even done. We had to finish 5 more episodes, each one containing 10 levels. New episodes meant new bosses and new secret levels, and we had to write a hint book, all as fast as possible. Fortunately, we were good at this. Unfortunately, it was difficult to get the levels done quickly because they were so boring to make. Creatively, Tom and I were used to more visually interesting design spaces with Commander Keen 4 through 6's lush visuals, EGA graphics notwithstanding. Tom was easily distracted, and to get him pumped again, I would chant, NSX, 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 a promise that he could get a car like George Broussard's if only we could finish these damn maps. We buckled down and tore through them. Bobby Prince wanted to make a level 2, and so we let him. It was one fewer for us to create. After the maps were done and tested, we jumped onto the creation of the hint book. Kevin had already started on the hint guide using the Next station to create it. The Next was the perfect machine for it since, in addition to its superior tech, it also had superior graphic design programs. It was made for desktop publishing, and even used display PostScript, so what you saw on the screen was exactly what you saw printed on the paper. Compared to MS-DOS, it was significantly more advanced. Kevin also created the Commander Keen brochure on it. Tom and I started having fun again. The hint book was more fulfilling creatively because it was our job to inject it with some humor. How many ways can you describe filling a Nazi full of lead to go get a key? Get the key, after the SS find themselves more horizontal than normal, was one instruction. Others included, the key is hidden behind a wall of uniforms. Lay the uniforms on the floor and you can easily grab the key. Here we are at the fabled elevator of floor 6. I see no white-bearded magi, golden unicorns, and majestic crystalline gate. I guess the ancient description was somewhat embellished. Not your typical hint book instructions, but they made us laugh. Kevin wrote the intro text describing the characters in the game, showing Tom's sketches and hints, and then it was on to the maps themselves. At the top of each level's description, we put my fastest time through the level. The first printed instance of FPS speedrunning. Page 25 describes my fastest speed through the first episode. 5 minutes, 20 seconds. On June 15th, after testing, I made the master discs using ice and drove them to Scott at Apogee, the first time we had handed over a game in person. Previously, the discs were sent through the mail, and so we were removed from the final process. Scott had his disc duplication people ready to start copying. Soon, they were sending customers an envelope with discs and a manual in it. It would be a year before we sold the game in a retail box through GT Interactive. We were finally done. The shareware episode took us 4 months from start to ship, and the other 5 episodes of Wolfenstein 3D were done in 1.5 months. In total, just shy of 6 months for a 6-episode game. It was time for a short rest. Tom and I spent time in the pool. Carmack bought some nice leather furniture for his place, having had enough of highly optimized but minimal furniture, and Bobby bid us adieu and went back home after a job well done. Now that customers were getting their orders, we started paying attention to the reviews. None may have been more laudatory than Chris Lombardi's write-up in issue 98 of Computer Gaming World. It ended this way. Castle Wolfenstein's 3D is, with Ultima Underworld, the first game technologically capable of creating a sufficient element of disbelief, suspension to emotionally immerse the player in a threatening environment, even when viewing it on a flat screen. I can't remember a game making such effective use of perspective and sound, and thereby evoking such intense physiological responses from its players. I recommend gamers take a look at this one, if only for a cheap peek at part of interactive entertainment's potential for a sensory-immersed virtual future. Lombardi also praised the sound and music, even name-checking Bobby Prince's spy thriller soundtrack and his fantastic stylized, minimalist versions of fight song favorites, like the Marine's Hymn and Anchors Aweigh. Wolfenstein 3D also won many awards, including being inducted into the Computer Gaming World Hall of Fame. Many positive reviews cautioned readers about the graphic violence, and in Germany, where Nazi imagery and paraphernalia were illegal, the ratings board refused to give it a rating, which meant it was banned. While readers may have heard that there was an outcry over the violence in Wolfenstein 3D, it wasn't actually the case, at least not that I saw. On the contrary, most reviews sounded like this one from Peter Olofsson in Electronic Entertainment. Quote, Wolfenstein 3D is drop-dead gorgeous, outrageous to the ear, stay-up-all-night addictive, and easily the best action game available for the IBM. End quote. If they wrote about the violence, it was simply as a disclaimer. Quote, if you find blood and shooting offensive, don't get the game. End quote. I don't recall any articles bemoaning the decline of video games or how horrible Wolfenstein 3D was. That said, I am sure there were some. We were still in the height of the satanic panic, and any new media, particularly successful new media, was viewed with suspicion. The first true FPS was, in its way, the perfect shooter game. Players were escaping a Nazi dungeon as an American war hero blowing Nazis away. Who's going to complain about a game where you're killing Nazis, the universally accepted symbol of evil? The people who complained about shooting the dogs surprise me. They chose to ignore the fact that you're mostly shooting people. One of the positive messages we received came from an unlikely source, a former Vietnam POW who noted that he hesitated to play, fearing flashbacks. He and his friend dared an escape of their own, making maps and hoarding food in preparation. He made it out, but his friend did not. He said Wolfenstein 3D allowed him to face the past and cured him of endless nightmares. Another unlikely effect of Wolfenstein was finding out that Jewish kids loved playing it because they felt they were getting revenge for their ancestors' suffering at the hands of the Nazi regime. In retrospect, the id founders should probably thank Ken Williams for rejecting our counteroffer, id's $100,000 in cash demand, just 9 months earlier. We made a lot more money by remaining an independent company. Instead of thanking him, we razzed him just a few months later when we met at the 1993 Cody Awards, the black tie gala that was the game industry's equivalent of the Oscars, run by the Software Publishers Association. The four of us were decked out in tuxedos to attend the festivities, and we strutted away with the best action/arcade game of the year for Wolfenstein 3D. It was a historic victory. Wolfenstein 3D was the first shareware title to nab a Cody, and id Software was the smallest company to win the honor. If we had joined Sierra Online, the trophy would have been theirs. We saw Ken afterward, and I couldn't resist teasing him. "This could have been yours, Ken," I said, waving the trophy at him. It was good-natured ribbing. I know. I've made mistakes like that before, believe me. It wasn't the first, and it won't be the last. We laughed, although maybe Ken wasn't laughing quite as hard as we were. The success of Wolfenstein 3D provided a lot of great moments. We now had 3 best-selling shareware games, all earning money and accolades. The amount of cash pouring in was both gratifying and liberating. As a kid who grew up with his mother using food stamps and clipping coupons, it was an enormous, unfathomable shift. Financial pressures ceased to exist. So did the normal rules of work. The kid who used to wake up at 3 a.m. to deliver newspapers to earn Pac-Man money could now sleep until noon, and when he woke up, there was a Pac-Man machine in his office. Rest assured, though, if I got in at noon, it was because I had been there until 5 a.m. However, one of the sweetest moments tied to Wolfenstein 3D's release occurred during the July 1992 Kansas Fest. This was the annual computer jamboree held at Avila College in Kansas City, Missouri. It evolved out of Apple Fest, the short-lived Apple II series of conferences, the one that landed me a job with Origin Systems. Tom Carmack and I had attended previous Kansas Fests and loved them because they were filled with Apple II programmers. To us, this was the best thing ever. We'd stay up all night in the dorms just talking with members of our unofficial Apple II-loving tribe. In '92, we showed up and learned that Silas Warner, the creator of Castle Wolfenstein, was the guest of honor and was going to give a talk about his former company, Muse Software. This was a great coincidence. In preparation for the festival, we bought the world's first color laptop, a $5,000 Toshiba, and installed Wolfenstein 3D on it. Now we would get to show it to the man who inspired the game. It was a great experience. Silas's talk was about the history of Muse Software and all the different tools and games he wrote. Afterward, he was swarmed with coders who had questions. We waited until the crowd died down and showed him Wolfenstein 3D. He was impressed and happy that the game lived on, even though we left out the stealth aspects and accentuated the violence. Later that evening, a group of us were sitting on the floor in the hallway, hanging out. Silas came over and sat on the floor with me, Tom, Lane, and Carmack. It was an incredible moment. The visionary who inspired us, who we idolized, had literally lowered himself to our level, ready to just hang out and talk about anything and everything. At the end of our long talk, Silas signed the Wolfenstein 3D manual that accompanied the game. That manual is still at id Software's office. I hope someone framed it. Chapter 12. Destined to Doom. In 1991, Wolfenstein 3D assumed the #1 spot on the Usenet list of the top 100 games in the world and planted itself there for an entire year. A journalist at a local radio station called us up, and suddenly we were on the airwaves with our first radio interview. Channel 8 in Dallas drove to our office, shot a short clip of our space, and then went over to Apogee. id Software became news, not just in the gaming universe, but in the world at large. Flush with cash, we gave our annual salaries a raise to $45,000 each. I remembered that just 4 years earlier, my friend, partner, and mentor John Faccini at Origin Systems had told me that no programmer made more than $30,000, and most left the industry before they were 30 years old. That July, we also treated ourselves and our significant others to a week at Disney World on a mega package deal called the Grand Plan. We just had to flash a Grand Plan card anywhere in the park, and whatever we were buying, 4-course dinners with champagne, cotton candy, or sweatshirts, was paid for. Magic Kingdom, indeed. During our stay at the Grand Floridian Hotel, some of us were lounging in one of the hot tubs. There was a bunch of chatter about games and gaming, and a group in the next tub overheard us. As they were leaving, they asked, "Aren't you the guys who made Wolfenstein 3D?" "Yeah, that's us," we said. "Dudes, that game is awesome." We thanked them and enjoyed our first buzz of celebrity. Complete strangers knew about us as a result of our work, our games. It was a little unexpected. Being recognized and becoming almost famous wasn't something we had thought about. That was for rock stars and Hollywood celebrities. Returning from vacation, we began work on our next game, a prequel episode of Wolfenstein 3D to satisfy the forum gen contract. The original trilogy of Wolfenstein 3D resulted in the player killing Hitler, and its 3 additional episodes took place on the same timeline and sent players on missions that led up to that pivotal moment. For a prequel, Tom wanted to explore that time in history with a storyline that had Hitler searching for powerful artifacts that he believed would help him win the war. One of these was the spear that pierced the side of Christ, the Spear of Destiny. We thought it was a good idea and a great name. To make it quickly, we planned to reuse the Wolfenstein engine, add new bosses, and make it 21 levels in a row instead of dividing the levels into multiple episodes. With only a single episode, we didn't have to concern ourselves with unique bosses and the other trappings that came with those divisions. Since we were using the same engine to make Spear of Destiny, Carmack decided to work on a more advanced version of the Wolfenstein 3D engine and see where he could take it for our next big game. He was happy going back into R&D, research and development mode. Meanwhile, I thought it'd be a great idea to see if Raven Software was interested in licensing our existing Wolfenstein tech for a new game. For us, this was the beginning of what would become a familiar pattern. Carmack improved the tech, while I explored and pushed its potential from a game design and gameplay perspective. At the same time, I worked on licensing the tech. When it came to licensing or gameplay, a thorough understanding of the codebase and its strengths and weaknesses was necessary. We last talked with Raven when we were still in Madison. As I mentioned, we hoped that they would license the Keen 4 engine and build a new series of platformers. Brian Raffel sounded excited about the PC market, but in the end, Raven decided to stick with the Amiga, and so we went our separate ways. As it turned out, shortly after our call, not only had they given up on the Amiga for monetary reasons, they were already working on game concept demos for a couple of big publishers. Their company was a little bigger than before, too. I asked if they had interest in the Wolfenstein 3D tech, but they said it was a little too simple for the kind of environments they wanted in an RPG. I wasn't dissuaded. John's working on improvements to the engine to make it look better, I said to them. That got them interested. I remembered that their reluctance to leave the Amiga behind was primarily down to its graphics ability over the PC. John's new engine will deliver several graphics features beyond Wolfenstein, I continued. The new version of the engine has more sophisticated lighting and fog, improved texture mapping, so you'll get greater image detail, and the ability to vary the height of walls and ceilings. That last point was critical to making levels feel less repetitive. Hearing about the new tech, Raven was in. We signed a deal, and I let Carmack know that his R&D was going to be used for a game by Raven. With the new licensed tech, Raven crafted Shadowcaster, a shooter/role-playing game about a long-running war between shapeshifters. They decided to use a control scheme similar to Ultima Underworld, where you click to move rather than using the arrow keys. They were fine with the engine speed being a little slower due to the graphical advancements, since it wasn't a fast action game. Their successful pivot to PC development put them squarely on my radar, though. I wanted to work with them again, thinking they might develop a PC game for us. It was important to keep in touch with people in business and a useful skill to grow. It helped us make connections that led to opportunities and, sometimes, useful information. I developed a good working relationship with Sean Green, Apogee's head of tech support, and he was sharing a few stories that bothered me. The one I liked the least concerned Apogee's order-taking process, or lack thereof. Sean talked me through it. Fans of the game called Apogee's 800 number to reach sales representatives, who sat in a room completely unsupervised. Since they employed a bunch of college students, that meant that chaos sometimes reigned with rubber band wars breaking out. When they answered the phone, they wrote down the customer's credit card number, shipping address, and the game they wanted on a piece of paper. Then, the rep spiked this ragtag order form on a metal rod on their desk like a waiter in a restaurant. At the end of the day, they took their bundle of pierced papers to Scott Miller's mother, who typed the info onto a word processor, and the fulfillment process officially began. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. When I relayed the tale to Kevin Cloud, he immediately dialed the 800 number. It was the middle of the day, and the reps left him on hold for 30 minutes. There was no excuse for this, and no way to calculate the impact of a negative customer experience on lost sales and future sales. A bad experience buying an id Software game was a reflection on id Software, and that was infuriating. We worked incredibly hard on every one of our games, seeking to make each a visceral, fun, bug-proof experience. Apogee's sales team was the first real bug in our system. I told Scott he had 3 months, until November, to fix his fulfillment issues, which I'm sure he didn't appreciate. No CEO wants a lecture about how to run their company, but this was absurd. He needed a computer network, templated order forms, and a fulfillment workflow. He also needed a customer database. This wasn't just Business School 101, it was common sense, and since Apogee was making 50% on every sale, it's not like the company didn't have the money to upgrade its business. Even if they did have cash flow woes, I didn't care. Any normal business would seek out a loan and get it done. I talked to Carmack about all this and brought up distributing our next game independently. This time, he agreed with me. If Scott and Apogee didn't upgrade, we would cut the cord. As much as I was grateful to Scott, their current process left too much at risk and made us question everything. The clock was now ticking. In August, we got a surprise call from Atari. They loved Wolfenstein 3D and wanted it on the Lynx, their handheld color game system, a system we were more than familiar with. In fact, Commander Keen, in Keen's 4 through 6, has a stylized version on one of his wrists. As an additional request, they told us they needed a mascot to match Nintendo's Mario and Sega's Sonic, and wondered if we were interested in that creative conundrum. It took Tom Hall just a few minutes to design Pounce the Lynx, a cat that jumps like Mario and runs fast like Sonic. He told our contact at Atari about his design, but curiously, nothing came of it. Adrian filtered a bunch of his Wolfenstein art to the more limited color format of the Lynx system, and Carmack started writing code to get the Lynx version working. Working on a new technology, even if it was not a superior technology, was always interesting to us. For programmers, learning new tech is a thing unto itself. However, only a few weeks passed before things changed. Jay got off a call with our Atari rep and told the team to stop working on the Lynx stuff. Atari was troubled, and their issues would probably end up with them not paying us, or worse, Atari going bankrupt. So Carmack went back to work on the Shadowcaster engine, and we got back to work on Spear of Destiny. Meanwhile, Wolfenstein 3D's reach kept growing. We discovered the PC version's popularity in Japan when Imagineer, a Super Nintendo publisher, contacted us and asked if we could make a Super Nintendo version for them. Jay fielded the call. They're offering $100K up front, he told us afterward. Carmack spun around in his chair. I did too. No way. You're kidding. Are you serious? I am totally serious. We were stunned. That was a lot of money for an advance, the biggest in our history. At times, our business success and our lifestyle almost seemed unfathomable, like a dream. It was hard for me to square my early life with the amounts of money that we now discussed, not to mention the respectable salaries we made. We said yes immediately and had a meeting about what we should do next. Obviously, we had to finish Spear of Destiny and then start concepting our next game. At the same time, we had these other opportunities. We wanted to say yes to everything, but it just wasn't possible. Which direction to go? We didn't want to turn into a porting company when there were only 6 of us. I brought up the idea of asking Robin, a technically competent person we met at Kansas Fest, to do the port. They were using the Sluggo 3, an unauthorized device used to develop Super Nintendo games to avoid going through the long process of becoming a Nintendo authorized developer. Games developed on the Sluggo 3 were okay to publish on the SNES, though. We knew Robin knew far more about it than we did. Jay called Robin up and they agreed to do the port. All the source code was zipped up and sent, and all we asked for were periodic updates. id Software was growing again as we learned how to outsource our growing amount of work. I suppose that we could have just turned it down, but a $100K upfront payment is hard to say no to, particularly if we had a way to make it work. As Spear of Destiny neared completion, we looked forward to seeing a preview of its box art. After all, the last time we worked with FormGen was on Aliens Ate My Babysitter, and the final box art was great, even when compared against all the other big boxes out there at the time. For Spear of Destiny, FormGen got the same artist, Ken Rieger, and true to form, he did an amazing job. The box art is an interesting collage of BJ swinging his rifle into the glass case holding the Spear of Destiny, with the outer walls of the castle above him. The FormGen guys were clearly excited at this point, as Wolfenstein 3D's blitz of reviews hadn't stopped. Randy made sure the front of the box had Wolfenstein on it twice for that reason. Even better, the title was printed in holographic foil, which really made it more impactful, and, yes, intrinsically cool. To top it off, we got our names printed on the sides of the box. You can see them when the lid is lifted. I always smile reading Adrian's credit. Master of the Pixel. We finalized and shipped Spear of Destiny to FormGen on August 31st, 1992. We spent almost 2 months creating it, starting just after our Disney World vacation ended. While we were busy working away on Spear of Destiny, Carmack was a couple of buildings away in his apartment refining the Shadowcaster engine. For him, it was a much quieter working environment than our Spear of Destiny workday, punctuated with sound effects and jokes. In silence, he focused on solving the problems that come with implementing advanced features like slopes, fog, and diminished lighting with a limited 256 color palette. Carmack came back to the office, done with his Shadowcaster engine, and showed it to us. It was impressive. The entire view could recede into fog or darkness, the floors and ceilings had slopes and variable heights, and he added a sky for outdoor sections. Even to a non-technically trained eye, it simply looked better than Wolfenstein 3D. It was slower, sure, but we could see some features we would like in our next game. We wondered, could this engine get us there? Carmack knew he'd taken the architecture of the engine as far as it could go, but we knew it was not good enough for our next game. For that, he had to architect a new engine to render more complex scenes. He headed back into R&D mode, thinking about that. We soon found out that some rather enterprising hackers had figured out how to extract and decompress the levels from Wolfenstein 3D and modify them. This was a big surprise to us. Not only was it a lot of work, but it required a high degree of technical expertise to hack the Wolfenstein 3D executable and get the maps decompressed. Soon after, several map editors appeared on the internet, and people were busy making levels and expanding the base game. We left in the ability for the engine to load decompressed levels, so it was easy for players to load a new homebrewed level into Wolfenstein 3D. The era of modding our games had begun. On September 18th, Spear of Destiny arrived in stores. For the second time, we could walk into a store, point to our box, and say, "We wrote that." It was beyond cool. As kids, all of us spent time staring at shelves in software stores, picking up boxes, looking them over, and in most cases wishing we had the money to purchase them. To see our own games on the shelves was the equivalent of a Dallas kid saying, "The Cowboys? Sure, I play for that team." We couldn't get over it. We had t-shirts made with the Wolfenstein 3D logo on the front and BJ blasting a chain gun while stepping through a destroyed stone wall. On the back was our id Software logo. Walking around in any game store, id shirt or not, we were recognized, and I realized it was a rare occurrence to meet a game developer out in the wild. They don't normally advertise themselves. Soon after the Spear of Destiny launch, we gave ourselves a raise to $60,000. With the money he had saved, Carmack decided to buy a red Ferrari 328. To him, his Miata wasn't a real sports car. I bought the Miata from him, and soon he and his Ferrari were the talk of the apartment complex. That car had a distinctive growl to it like none other. However, it wasn't enough growl for him. He decided to get it turbocharged at Norwood Autocraft. Carmack's car progression went from MG to Miata to Ferrari. Not bad for your third car. Carmack also had some news for us. His cat Mitzi was angry that he'd come back to the office and was spending so much less time with her. She retaliated by pissing all over his new leather furniture. "I took her to a new home," he told us. "Mitzi? What? Why?" we asked. A lot of our collective history somehow involved Mitzi. She was always around, and we had memories of her sitting on top of monitors, enjoying their warmth, until she was eventually shooed away when the screen started to overheat and change color. John's answer was nearly robotic. She was having a net negative impact on my life. We missed her being around, but she was John's cat. When November rolled around, Apogee had yet to upgrade its infrastructure. Orders were still taken as if the fulfillment team were short-order cooks. They had blown our deadline, and with it, our relationship. Jay called Scott and told him we would be publishing our next game. There was one other big change that November. We had only signed a 6-month lease on our apartment/office headquarters at the La Prada apartment complex, and for the first time, we decided to get a real office. The official name of the building that housed our new space was Town East Tower. Unofficially, we called it the Black Cube, which was fitting because it wasn't actually a tower. It was a 7-story building made of black glass, and each side was as wide as it was high. A cube. We moved into the 6th floor, Office 615, the only office available at that time, and hired an office manager/secretary, Donna Jackson, a big-haired southerner whose nurturing, feed-the-boys instincts earned her a nickname, the Id Mom. We had a reception area where we showed off the awards we'd won. There was even a designated meeting room outfitted with sleek, custom-made black furniture. From the front reception area, there was a hallway to all the development offices. That area was pre-built with 2 offices and a large developer's room. Carmack and I grabbed the 2 separate offices, the artist took one room for the both of them, and Tom set up shop in the big room along with his workstation and a full-sized pool table. He marked off the area surrounding his desk with masking tape, which showed where the walls to my office would be if I had an office. Everyone had a ton of space. In the kitchen, we parked our foosball table and our Pac-Man machine. There was also a large closet that we turned into a dedicated game room with consoles and a table that we regularly kicked apart out of anger at a game, or rather our failure to progress in a game. The most important additions to the new offices were our brand new state-of-the-art Next Step workstations to join Carmack's Next Station. As far as I know, the only other game dev to use them besides us was Graham Devine for The Seventh Guest and its sequel, The 11th Hour. They were 3 times the cost of PCs. The dazzling thing about Next computers wasn't the hardware, it was the operating system. It's hard to explain the glory and, at the time, incomparable power of the Next Step operating system to non-programmers, but it was much more robust and useful than a PC running MS-DOS. Next Step's operating system had the power and flexibility to let us code more complex apps faster, and those apps were better looking. In the age of the internet and the rise of application programming interfaces, more commonly known as APIs, it is normal for computers to be able to communicate with each other in a more standardized way. APIs essentially provide the interface to talk to an app, but in 1992, when MS-DOS only ran code written for Intel's chips, and Apple's Macintosh only ran code written for Motorola's chips, the Next Step operating system was the only OS that took care of compatibility on the fly, supporting 4 different types of chips: PowerPC, Intel, Motorola, and PA-RISC. Next Step included the code for all these CPUs in one app. It was nothing short of amazing. You just copied your file from one machine to the other, and it automatically ran the correct code for that hardware. So we had new offices, new technology, and new levels of financial freedom. Now we needed to decide what our next project would be. We gathered in the meeting room to discuss game ideas. Everyone liked the direction we were going with our last few games, and we believed that 3D was the future. So we decided we were going to make another first-person shooter. Although at this point the term and its popular acronym FPS didn't yet exist. We didn't know what to call our games other than 3D. We knew we were making technical and design progress with each iteration though, and this new game was to be our 5th. Hover Tank 1, Catacomb 3D, Wolfenstein 3D, and Spear of Destiny were the previous 4. Carmack began talking about borrowing the narrative he crafted for our epic D&D game. Instead of battling Nazis, what if it was a portal to hell? Or what if a portal to hell was accidentally opened, and demons poured out into the base and killed everyone? That sounded great. Then Tom suggested plots and explained how demons arose from the underworld, and a story began evolving that offered an alternative from the typical sci-fi narrative of space travel and aliens drama that fueled nearly a century of fantastic stories. A demonic invasion was cool, but we decided to base it in the future, where we could have some really powerful weapons. 4 characters in the game, all stationed on the planet Tai Tenga Darkside, would journey to Hell to do battle. We ended the meeting stoked about the Hellscape concept. Unlike so many of our other games, however, there was no plan to rush ahead. Instead, we had a series of meetings. This was an unheard of, never before contemplated luxury. For 3 years, we'd rushed from one game to the next, rarely stopping to reflect on high concepts beyond vertical and side-scrolling, and the evolution of 3D. Hover Tank 1 and Catacomb 3D got 2 months each and introduced the world to EGA texture-mapped walls at a decent speed. Wolfenstein 3D got 4 months and featured VGA textured map walls at high speed. Spear of Destiny was another 2-month effort. I don't want to shortchange these games or their contributions. They revolutionized the industry, but our breakthroughs in game design and tech had been executed on the fly, with tight deadlines looming over us, in the middle of death schedules, fueled by our passion and smarts and a few tons of Diet Coke, Dr. Pepper, and pizza. Now, we had time and resources to breathe, think, and dream. At one of the first meetings, someone asked about a possible title for the game. Carmack said he had the perfect name. I was watching the movie The Color of Money, he told us. We were all familiar with it. It's the one starring Tom Cruise as a pool hustler. There's a scene where Cruise walks into a pool hall with his cue case and hands over some money to challenge another guy. So the guy looks at Cruise and says, "What have you got in there?" The camera then pans up to Cruise, who has a confident ear-to-ear smile. Carmack had the same smile on his face. And Cruise looks at him, smiles, and says, "In here? Doom." We cracked up. It was the perfect name for the ominous hellscape game we wanted to make. With a title and concept, Tom Hall set about writing the Doom Bible. He worked at a feverish pace, first writing up 30 pages of handwritten notes, and then producing a 78-page document by the end of November. In Tom's vision, Doom opened at a military base where scientific experiments backfired and opened a portal to hell, paving the way for an onslaught of demons. The Doom Bible was filled with details. Character sketches, complete with backstories, list of weapons, list of sounds that would need to be created, list of graphics. But it was too much detail. Or maybe I should say too much narrative and character detail from my perspective. I wanted to extend the horror, tension, gore, and violence of Wolfenstein 3D to make a faster, more brutal, kill or be killed game. This was the essence of all my favorite arcade games: survival. Tom wrote characters and tried to create and convey drama in more sophisticated ways, but that missed the point. At a basic level, the fun of a shooter game is the visceral thrill of blasting your enemies at high speed. Other details in Tom's document were fueled by our meeting room discussions, which served as a sort of programming fantasy land. We talked about doing the impossible, creating gaming innovations that no one had ever done before. In the land of id, John Carmack's brilliant engines dictated the look and feel of the games we made. That isn't to denigrate anyone's contributions. As I hope I've made clear, Keen benefited enormously from Tom's sense of humor, just as Wolfenstein 3D showcased Adrian's entertainingly savage visual sensibilities. I shared both Tom and Adrian's interests, loving laughs and gore in almost equal measure, and was passionate about game design and playability, making sure our work was fun and fast, but now we actually had the time to influence Carmack's engine work, which was now, in a perfect world, every game should be built. Or how every game should be built. Technology should enable, serve, and inspire design, and vice versa. So ideally, when a game designer talks about their vision, the technical architecture should begin to formulate in the brain of the engine architect. Technical specs must be mapped not only to optimize the look, speed, and efficiency of the engine, but to deliver the best gameplay too. When there is planning, discussion, and dialogue, engine architecture evolves with the demands of a game, but development can work the other way too, as Commander Keen did, because an engine creates new gameplay opportunities. My point here is that while the Doom engine was unquestionably a phenomenal achievement, Carmack didn't just say, "Here, use this." Doom was a collaborative effort. As the possibility space for gameplay began to take shape after the first few meetings, I wanted to make sure everyone realized the opportunity we had. We had all seen Carmack do the undoable multiple times, so it was time to think big. Really big. I wanted each one of us to do the undoable. I delivered an impromptu mission statement for the project. We need to make this game the best thing we can imagine playing. We have to think of all the amazing things we've never been able to do and put them in this game. At that point, the floodgates opened. We talked about our frustration with the level of graphic detail and variation in Wolfenstein 3D. We wanted more textures and lighting. As a horror movie fan, I knew that shadows and light were tools to increase tension, to boost the fear factor, and to introduce elements of surprise. I wanted these tools in our games. We had also discussed gameplay. What if Tom and I could play against each other, head-to-head in real time, with each of us trying to kill the other the most times? Is 2 the right number of competitors? What about 3 or 4? And would it be fun for multiple players to team up to defeat the enemies together? Nothing like that existed, but faster modem speeds and local network connections in an office or university made interactivity in real time seem possible. Other push-the-envelope concepts we kicked around included abandoning the traditional level-based gameplay and devising a streaming game that never stopped. Instead of reaching the end of a stage and loading in a new level, the program just streamed new content continually. Adding cinematics, an element where the gameplay is a short movie, was another enhancement on our wish list. The idea was that the game perspectives would shift so that the camera pulled away, changing from the dominant FPS view to a long shot that includes the player. This cinematic feature would briefly create a whole new point of view that might reveal unknown vistas, hidden demons, and new weapons before returning to the standard perspective. Needless to say, we were enthusiastic about these ideas. In the original Dangerous Dave and copyright infringement side-scrolling demo, John had inserted the ability to capture every keystroke made during a game. Now we discussed sharing that ability with gamers so they could watch the game they just played and save it as a file that could be shared with others. We liked this idea, although we had no idea how important it would be to the development of gaming and speedrunning in particular. It went on the list. Above all, I wanted Doom to be visceral and scary, and for everything in the tech to support that. Diminished lighting was an important engine feature that made normally lit areas eerie and darker areas terrifying. I wanted to hear the demons moving around before you saw them, because suspense is a huge driver of fear. I wanted the ability to put in as many secret areas as I desired, and a wide variety of ways to implement that. Since the demons were going to be coming in through portals, I thought it'd be amazing to look at a portal and see hell through it, and possibly go there, even if it was just a small area. I wanted far better weapons than Wolfenstein 3D, and more of them. I wanted the violence to feel more visceral and to keep the player moving fast, so fast that movement control became a necessary skill like it was in driving games. Wolfenstein 3D was full of mostly gun-based enemies, and I wanted the more interesting mix of gun and projectile-throwing enemies. On November 28, 1992, Tom finished his draft of the Doom Bible, and in our meetings we fleshed out all the goals for the game. It was going to be the fastest, most violent, most immersive computer game in history. Our initial planning mission accomplished, we took 2 weeks off for Christmas vacation, and then, on January 1st, Tom banged out a press release. It was informative, it was funny, and it was brazen. Given the state of game technology, it also must have seemed implausible to everyone but us. From a quality control perspective, it was exceedingly risky. We were declaring we would do the impossible before we had actually done it. We were setting ourselves up to overpromise and underdeliver. Here's the entire thing. For immediate release, id Software to unleash Doom on the PC. Revolutionary programming and advanced design make for great gameplay. Dallas, Texas, January 1st, 1993. Heralding another technical revolution in PC programming, id Software's Doom promises to push back the boundaries of what was thought possible on a 386SX or better computer. The company plans to release Doom in the third quarter of 1993 with versions for the PC in DOS, Windows, Windows NT, and a version for the Next. In Doom, you play one of 4 off-duty soldiers suddenly thrown into the middle of an interdimensional war. Stationed at a scientific research facility, your days are filled with tedium and paperwork. Today is a bit different. Wave after wave of demonic creatures are spreading through the base, killing or possessing everyone in sight. As you stand knee-deep in the dead, your duty seems clear. You must eradicate the enemy and find out where they're coming from. When you find out the truth, your sense of reality may be shattered. The first episode of Doom will be shareware. When you register, you'll receive the next 2 episodes, which feature a journey into another dimension, filled to its hellish horizon with fire and flesh. Wage war against the infernal onslaught with machine guns, missile launchers, and mysterious supernatural weapons. Decide the fate of 2 universes as you battle to survive. Succeed, and you'll be humanity's heroes. Fail, and you will spell its doom. The game takes up to 4 players through a futuristic world where they may cooperate or compete to beat the invading creatures. It boasts a much more active environment than its previous effort, Wolfenstein 3D, while retaining the pulse-pounding action and excitement. Doom features a fantastic, fully texture-mapped environment, a host of technical tour de forces to surprise the eyes, multiple player option, and smooth gameplay on any 386 or better. John Carmack, its technical director, is very excited about Doom. Quote, Wolfenstein is primitive compared to Doom. We're doing Doom the right way this time. I've had some very good insights and optimizations that will make Doom Engine perform at a great frame rate. The game runs fine on a 386SX and on a 486-33. We're talking 35 frames per second, fully texture mapped at normal detail for a large area of the screen. That's the fastest texture mapping around. Period. End quote. Texture mapping, for those not following the game magazines, is a technique that allows the program to place fully drawn art on the walls of a 3D maze. Combined with other techniques, texture mapping looked realistic enough in Wolfenstein 3D that people wrote id Software complaining of motion sickness. In Doom, the environment is going to look even more realistic. Please make the necessary preparations. The release went on to detail all the key features of the game, providing a paragraph on each feature. A texture-mapped environment, non-orthogonal walls, light diminishing and light sourcing, variable height floors and ceilings, environmental animation and morphing, palette translation, multiple players, smooth seamless gameplay, and an open game. What looks like a long list of never-before-seen technical enhancements also telegraphed a new form of gameplay and a new way of designing game environments. The thing is, implausible as it was, we knew we could do it. We felt like we commanded computers in game design and not the other way around. We were not limited by any constraints. And now, thanks to the success of Wolfenstein 3D, even time and money couldn't hold us back. Our imagination was our only limitation. Doom's features also introduced a new means of interacting with our community. Of all these, an open game was the most important. Wolfenstein 3D taught us a lesson. People will mod our games to share them with each other. With Doom, we wanted to make that easy. Doom's development started in January of 1993. This was to be our first game developed fully on next-step machines. Carmack began work on its engine in earnest while I started on Doomed, the level editor. Doomed defined the visual presentation of the game and essentially allowed us to construct a map of the physical layout of each level and all the objects that appeared there. Walls, windows, buildings, enemies, ammo, weapons, candelabras, whatever. The objects themselves were defined, and their functionality was designed and codified. For instance, let's take Doom's keycard. First, we needed to have the concept of keycards that open doors. Then, we came up with the specifics of how they work, the design, and then we coded them into the game. So to open a colored locked door, the player needed the matching color keycard in their inventory. Red keycards open red doors. I am oversimplifying things here because at its core, Doomed was doing something sophisticated data management for a tool in 1993. Doomed also allowed for fast design iteration. I could create and quickly test any object in the game within minutes. This capability was essential to my design process. Every time I added any functionality to a level, or extended or altered its architecture, no matter how small these changes were, I played the level to see how it worked and felt. To this day, every level that I design is the result of thousands of playthroughs. Doing the same thing on a PC instead of a next step would have taken far longer, and would have been less elegant. By the end of January, I had the basics of Doomed in place, and Carmack had the beginnings of the Doom engine running. Tom was following along, getting new builds of the MS-DOS game, next step updates of Doomed, and working on building the opening level. As the author of the Doom Bible, Tom was understandably focused on the vision he'd laid out, a vision that nobody else had critiqued or edited. The problem was that Tom had some serious designer block happening. He just couldn't come up with interesting looking places for gameplay. Maybe take a look at some military buildings and that style of construction, Carmack offered. It seemed like a good idea. Tom followed Carmack's suggestion and got some books on military bases and buildings. The military installations he built looked clean and realistic, with straightforward antiseptic lighting. However, when we reviewed his first level, Hangar, we were less than inspired. The level started with you and 3 other Marines playing cards and standing around a crate emblazoned with UAC logos for Union Aerospace Corporation. Though it had not yet been implemented, the Doom Bible revealed what Tom envisioned and what happened next. There is a flash of horrible light and energy, and 2 gates open at equidistant points on the moon's surface, the larger of the 2 at the light side. Everyone awake is quickly killed. One reaching for the alarm button has his hand chopped off. Briefly, your friend is grabbed, his hat falling off in the lab. Then, they spread out through the air ducts and possessing sleeping people with magic. It was enough to deal with enemy AI. We didn't want to deal with non-player characters and magic as well. The look of the level also didn't fit with what we were hoping to achieve. Except for the computers in the background, it looked like a conference room in a Marriott hotel with plush blue carpet, fluorescent lights, and gray drapes. It didn't have the dark, suspenseful feeling that both Carmack and I imagined. We wanted a shadowy, grim, foreboding ambiance, a look and feel to foment Stephen King-level horror suspense. We wanted nothing but blood, fear, and fast action. We wanted aliens. We wanted Evil Dead. The design laid out in Tom's game Bible was intent on fostering relationships with the character and injecting humor and nuance into the narrative. It was on-brand Tom Hall, but it was also the opposite of the blood and guts, murky shadows, and endless tension that Carmack and I were looking for. We told this to Tom, who was understandably frustrated. He liked characters and humor much more than horror. He had poured himself into the project, but it seemed like he had hit a wall. Or maybe he had just run smack into a competing vision that Carmack and I shared. By February, while Tom wrestled with level and game vision issues, I started to design levels of my own, splitting my time between designing levels and programming Doomed. Adrian and Kevin were working on monster and weapon designs. After sketching out characters, Adrian went out and bought a ton of modeling clay. His plan was to sculpt his characters, which we scanned into the game using a video camera connected to the next station. The camera was pointed at a Lazy Susan that rotated, allowing Adrian to take photos of a model at 8 different angles. Instead of creating characters pixel by pixel the way he had been doing for years, this process saved him a lot of time. Rotoscoping, as the process was called, was used for Prince of Persia in 1989, and in films before that. We thought that might improve our process, and so we decided to try it. Adrian created the Marine main character, the Cyber Demon, and the Baron of Hell in clay. As soon as he was done with the first set of rotations and started animating the walk cycle, however, the clay began tearing. This was a problem Adrian hadn't foreseen. After animating and repairing the model for each frame of animation, Adrian knew he needed to figure out a better way of creating physical models of these characters. Better yet, having someone else make them would save him even more time. Jay contacted Hollywood monster maker Gregor Punchatz, who had made models for RoboCop and other movies, and contracted him to build the Spider Mastermind, a gross, menacing creation with 4 metal legs, bug eyes, and spindly arms on a brain. It even sported a chain gun in front. Gregor made the model out of a steel frame skeleton covered in foam latex. We also thought about how we would deal with the game's weapons. These needed to be modeled and scanned too. We were all fans of Sam Raimi's Evil Dead movie franchise, and we wanted to use a shotgun and chainsaw as demon destroyers. Rather than go to a gun shop and look for the real thing, we hit up the local Toys R Us and purchased an American West Dakota shotgun rifle cap gun, a single-shot weapon from the charmingly named Tootsie Toy Company. As for a chainsaw, Tom Hall borrowed one from his girlfriend. It had an amusing name, too. Eager Beaver. Less entertaining was the oil leak it had. The engine end of the chainsaw sat in a big plastic popcorn bowl in our office until we were done with it. By March of 1993, just as we were entering our 3rd month of development, something rather surprising happened. Executives from 20th Century Fox contacted us. Jay walked into the main area and said, "Hey guys, I got some interesting news." The tone of his voice told us he was serious, and whatever it was something big. 20th Century Fox is offering us the license to Aliens. Our jaws dropped. The James Cameron sci-fi classic was one of our favorites. It was one of the inspirations for Doom. "That's awesome," I said. And I meant it. In fact, it was better than awesome. It felt like winning the geek lottery. Doom wasn't going to be inspired by aliens. It was going to be aliens. It was a tempting offer and fitting aesthetically. We wanted gamers playing Doom to feel as desperate and on edge as Sigourney Weaver's heroic character Ripley does during her life-or-death encounters with the lurking, almost invisible killer. We also love the alien xenomorph, one of the most amazing creatures in film history. Who wouldn't want to make an Aliens game? We discussed it, but after a 30-minute deep dive into the concept, we couldn't think our way around one major stumbling block. There weren't any demons in Aliens, just alien monsters, and that wouldn't be a new idea. Aliens in space had been done to death. Plus, we would lose full creative control and we'd be making someone else's franchise more valuable instead of creating our own new intellectual property. After a breathless roller coaster of a half hour, we scrapped the concept of using the license. We didn't have long to dwell on it because a sudden unexpected curveball upended our development schedule. A long-forgotten and still outstanding contract. As I mentioned, 7 months earlier, we signed a deal with Imagineer, a Japanese Nintendo game publisher, to port a Wolfenstein 3D to the Super Nintendo. Within a matter of days, we'd also hired Robin, a pseudonym, a contractor we met at a retro game computer conference, to start working on the Super Nintendo version. We cashed Imagineer's check, paid our contractor, and promptly forgot about it, until Imagineer called up and asked us where their game was. Good question. The answer, we quickly discovered, was not good. Our esteemed contractor completely flaked on the job, so we needed the entire team to stop working on Doom to get the SNES version made as soon as possible. We had never programmed a Super Nintendo, so we needed to consult all the hardware notes we could find. The cartridge startup process was particularly complex and hard to find documentation for. We turned to some early 65816 assembly language code that the contractor had shared with us early on in the project. It wasn't much, but it did show how to set up the hardware switches to the right graphics mode. It was enough to get us going in the right direction. Not only did we need to figure out the memory layout of the graphic mode, we also had to translate all the graphics to this new type of hardware, get the music in a format that could play on the SNES, and lots of other technical details. Imagineer also had more requests. They wanted us to change the dogs into rats, the red blood to green, and remove all Third Reich imagery. Of course, in addition to those requirements, they wanted it to be done as fast as possible. Before starting development, we needed to ask Robin a question. However, we couldn't reach them. We knew their boss, Brian Fargo, the CEO of Interplay, so Jay asked Brian where the contractor was. Brian wanted to know why. In spite of Brian's question, Jay knew it was all on the up and up. After all, we were told by the contractor that doing work on the SNES version was cleared in their contract. There was no harm telling Brian that Robin was porting Wolfenstein 3D on SNES for us. As it turns out, Brian didn't see it that way. Oh, really? Because that is not allowed. They work here and everything they do is owned by Interplay. Did you use any of their code? Brian asked. Yes, we used a small bit of startup code, but that's all, Jay said. To Brian, that was a problem. He mentioned to Jay that he certainly wanted to avoid any kind of lawsuit and suggested a deal. We pay them $10,000, they get the rights to publish Wolfenstein 3D on the Mac, and we port it. Seeing no other option and hoping to head off a lawsuit, Jay agreed. We were furious. Instead of making easy money, we were saddled with a giant headache, one that could have been sorted out months earlier with a simple "I screwed up" phone call from the contractor. But the thing that really made me mad was that we suspended work on Doom while we worked on the Super Nintendo port of Wolfenstein 3D. We spent 3 weeks hammering out our frustration and anger in code. We wanted this thing behind us and worked constantly to get it done so we could get back to making Doom. From having never worked on an SNES before to finishing the port in 3 weeks was an impressive effort. Although we were clearly irritated for having been put in this situation, we took a moment to recognize our achievement. This was id Software at peak performance. Having cleared the decks, I went back to working on levels in earnest and finalizing Doomed, while the others picked up where they left off. By the end of March, we got a shot of adrenaline when legendary illustrator Don Ivan Punchatz, the father of our model maker, finished creating the Doom logo. Over decades, he had provided book covers for some of the most important sci-fi writers in history: Harlan Ellison, Isaac Asimov, and Ray Bradbury. Kevin Cloud was familiar with his work and thought he would be a perfect choice as an artist for Doom's logo design, so we called him in and discussed the game. "It's a 3D game called Doom," I told Don. I wasn't sure that this particularly mattered to him. What he needed most was the setting and the overall aesthetic of the game. The storyline is a futuristic sci-fi space marine who meets hell and all of its demons. It's an ancient, timeless thing, good versus evil, but good is a space marine with guns. With that description, Don was good to go. Fittingly, his Doom logo was a multi-dimensional masterpiece, geometrically complex, visually striking, symbolically appropriate, and most importantly, instantly readable. I loved that Don combined hell and technology together with a two-tone treatment. The top half of the logo incorporates the circuit boards we use as textures in the game, colored blue to indicate the coldness of technology. The bottom half, colored yellow through orange, implying fire and heat, used textures that were made of metal. So you had cutting-edge motifs set against complex materials. I also admired the logo's layered dimensions, not just because they looked cool, but because the execution echoed so much about the 3D world of the game, one in which new dimensions would surface as the game progressed. With the logo done, Don moved on to illustrate Doom's box cover. He came to Suite 615 with an expensive-looking camera and a male body model. The model's job was to strike various poses for the Marine who would be on the cover of the box. We set up Don and the model in the same room where Adrian and Kevin spent their days creating new textures and modeling clay characters and digitizing them with the Next Station workstation. Adrian, who worked at a hospital prior to joining Softdisk, had a collection of hospital photo slides that he was in the process of scanning for Doom's bloody walls. Adding to the ambience were the periodic sounds of a drill and patient screams through the walls from the dentist's office next door. The model took his shirt off and started posing with our plasma gun toy. Don asked us for suggestions, so I started telling him that the Marine was going to be attacked by an infinite number of demons. It would be cool if he was on a hill and firing down into them. The model was holding the gun in various positions while Don snapped photographs. I watched, but none of the stances were interesting to me. I couldn't see them conveying the hero under siege aesthetic. I kept trying to tell the model the scene I wanted to capture. He just wasn't getting it. Frustrated, I took off my shirt and told him to give me the gun. "Now kneel on the floor and pose as a demon grabbing my arm," I said. I aimed the gun in a slightly different direction and told Don, "This is what I'm talking about." Don took several pictures. I moved the gun to a different angle, the model/demon grabbed my other leg, then we switched to him grabbing arms. At the end of the session, we decided the arm-grabbing pose was going to be the most dramatic. I had inadvertently become Doom Guy. On April 2nd, 1993, we were ready to give a select group of people a small taste of what we created. The title screen featured Don's Doom logo, along with Fuchsia Alpha below it, and a readme.txt file told them what to expect. "Dear id beta tester," it began. "Yes, it's the Doom Alpha. Actually, we're just trying to release these every 2 weeks or so. This was going to be a pre-beta, but a certain person let us down Super Nintendo cart programming-wise, so it's just an alpha. Nonetheless, here 'tis." We also included what sounded like a personal diary in list form. Among the items we listed, the id crew taking partners to see the Phantom of the Opera, Carmack going to Kansas City, the birth of Jay's son Nicholas, and Kevin's softball game scheduled for that very night. After 3 months of development, Doom featured animating floors, functional doors, flickering lights, and strobe lights, all features I coded into Doomed and the game itself. Items were visible, and Kevin and Adrian had added a lot of new art. At that point, 13 distinct levels existed in various stages of completion. We had two guys periodically playing builds for us, Charlie Davis and Doug Howell, both of whom have been beta testers with us since 1991 on Keen 4 through 6, Wolfenstein 3D, and Spear of Destiny. They both loved the game and couldn't believe how great it looked, even at this early stage. Having outside eyes validate our early direction was reassuring. In May, I finished Doomed and decided to turn my attention to the levels themselves. Tom's clean, lean, military bunker style just wasn't cutting it, and Tom knew it too. He was still struggling with a creative block. I ran through a bunch of his levels, and the lighting, ceiling height, and overall shape of the spaces looked like they came from Wolfenstein, but with nicer textures. They weren't dark areas. Walls were at 90 degrees to each other, and there wasn't much variation in room size. This engine could do so much more. We could even have windows and outdoor areas. I took a stab at a solution, creating an abstract 3D level design style, something new that could not have existed in any of our previous engines. My first attempt was an empty room with a lofty ceiling, dark lighting, and a couple of brightly lit inset areas up high where imps could be placed to shoot fireballs down at the player. The corners of the room became angles, so the place had 8 sides. A switch in the far wall, when flipped, raised 2 doors simultaneously, revealing even darker hallways. Nothing was realistic, abstraction was the point, but it all looked cool. I called Tom and the artist into my office and said, "This is what I'm talking about." The space felt decidedly new and innovative, unlike anything in our previous games. Everyone, including Tom, agreed this was the direction we needed. No doubt this increased Tom's frustration. Because he had designer's block, he had listened to Carmack and made these military block-style mazes, but it led to something neither he nor anyone else found interesting. Hearing our feedback about the state of the game was difficult for Tom, and I'm sure my rejection hurt the most. We were best friends, and as I've said, Tom is the most creative talent I've ever worked with. His range is staggering. Visual, linguistic, comic, narrative, and his work ethic up until the end was always faultless. He was a veteran game developer, though, and a consummate professional. As much as it stung, he saw the same things we did. Doom doomed him. The team opted to steer towards my design, abandoning the 4 Marines playing cards scenario from Tom's Bible and the Bible itself, and opting for a more simplified, visceral shooter. As we moved deeper into development, Tom lost interest and focus. At one point, examining the levels and characters, we realized we had too many bipedal monsters in the game and needed more flying ones. It was an oversight and another indicator of how out of sync he'd become with the whole Doom project. Since the abstract level design style breakthrough, I continued designing Episode 1's maps. I started with E1M2, Episode 1 Map 2, the level where I'd had the breakthrough, but halfway through I left it to start working on E1M6. I had an idea for an interesting starting area that had several choices, so I finished that one first. Then I moved to E1M7, crafting more ways to hide secret areas. In E1M7, I also started to explore the concept of backtracking, making the player backtrack through the map to finish it. I hadn't played levels in a 3D game that required the player to return the places they'd conquered, and so it felt fresh and new. This also meant I needed to make their return more interesting, so when the player came back to get the blue keycard, for instance, I opened up new monster closets, secret areas with enemies in them that open up and release the enemies into the path of the player, so they'd be surprised when they turned around and went back to use the keycard. I also hid a huge secret area inside one of these monster closets, so you couldn't reach it until the player got to the blue keycard. Around the start of June, we decided to answer a press inquiry about doing a preview. We figured it was time to show off some of our work. Chris Lombardi of Computer Gaming World, the biggest publication for games at the time, came to the Black Cube for a sneak peek. He had written about Wolfenstein 3D before and really liked it. To say he was impressed is an understatement. His preview of Doom ran under the headline, quote, "They're going to hell for this one," end quote, and he was effusive in his praise. Doom is not a typical next-generation jump. It's a high-altitude, wind-aided Carl Lewis of a leap ahead. Lombardi's reaction was gratifying. Having seen the potential of some of our previous work go over people's heads, it was nice to see a savvy critic instantly understand we were breaking new ground. As it turned out, Chris's preview would be the only preview of Doom. In July, the biggest breakthrough for me was personal. Throughout the development of Wolfenstein 3D and Doom, Beth and I had been on again, off again. Fortunately, things had really turned around with Beth, and our relationship was going so well that we decided to get married. She was always understanding about my relationship with my sons, which was important to me. We honeymooned in Aruba in the middle of July. When I returned, Carmack approached me. He wanted to fire Tom. He had a talk with Kevin and Adrian, and they agreed that he wasn't aligned or bringing the creative superpowers we knew he had to Doom. They both asked to have lunch with me, where they laid out all their concerns and said that they wanted him out of the company. My inclination was to protect my friend. He'd been a key member of id. It didn't feel right to me. One of the things that influenced my thinking was id Software's termination policy. When we formed the company, we decided that founders could only be fired by unanimous decision, and that departing founders would sell their shares back to the company. If we fired Tom, he would never see another penny from Keen, Wolfenstein 3D, or Doom, but he'd be paid for the value of his shares as the company took them back. Since we were not a public company, we determined the value of our shares by the last 365 days as profits multiplied by the shareholders' ownership percentage. I stalled for a short time, but eventually I had to give in. It was a torturous decision. Tom was struggling with the subject matter. We were starting to get further into development. He was making uninspired levels and spending more time out of the office. Eventually, I felt like I couldn't protect him, and the friction was jeopardizing the company as well as what we'd hoped would be the greatest computer game in history. So, the one truly negative chapter of Doom unfolded. I was hoping I could soften the impact of the upcoming meeting. The night before, I had Tom over for dinner and planned to give him the bad news, or at least a heads up that there was serious trouble coming, but I froze. Maybe it was my respect and admiration for his ability. Maybe it was our close friendship. Maybe it was a reaction to growing up in families that believed in nothing but tough love and knowing the incredible hurt that comes with rejection. Whatever it was, I just couldn't do it. Part of me feels like I let Tom down, but as it turned out, I think it might have been the best decision for him. He was struggling at id and unhappy. The next day, we called Tom into the conference room for a meeting with Carmack, Adrian, Jay, Kevin, and myself, but it was really a funeral, and that is exactly what the mood was like. Nobody was talking or even looking at each other. Finally, Carmack delivered the news. "Tom," he said, "this isn't working out. We're asking for your resignation." It was a horrible moment. "I tried to tell you last night, Tom," I said, but as soon as the words were out of my mouth, I realized they did nobody any good. Tom had just been somewhat blindsided by the people, friends, he'd spent years collaborating with. There were multiple points along the Doom development timeline where Tom realized his work wasn't what the game needed. He even apologized for some suboptimal decisions and for not being inspired. Though he was trying on a daily basis to get into some kind of groove, ultimately, Doom was just not Tom's aesthetic. He started talking about his value to the company, defending his work, but when no one responded, he knew it was a done deal. The meeting was an inevitable and painful endpoint, and he realized it. We talked about how we had noticed that Tom was not having a good time working on Doom, that we felt it didn't match his style, and it was at odds with his personality. Tom agreed and talked about how the transition to Wolfenstein 3D from Keen was a major blow. He had found himself in a creative abyss while making levels for Wolfenstein 3D and fighting over push walls. To him, Doom was even darker than Wolfenstein 3D, and it didn't match his spirit. In the end, Tom agreed to resign. Carmack asked him to leave the room so we could figure out the next steps, which included going over the company policy of buying back Tom's shares. Tom departed, but within 5 minutes he was back with the look of a changed man. The shock and horror that filled his face moments earlier was gone. "Guys," he said, "I think this is really the right thing to do." He spent the rest of the day packing his stuff and saying goodbye. It was a major blow losing someone so talented and a friend with whom I enjoyed working. Anyone who knows Tom knows what an incredibly funny, light, and positive person he is. Doom was not for him. Still, it hurt, and I miss working with him. Now, with deadlines looming, the id team was concentrated on Doom. With Tom's departure, there was work to be done and shoes to fill. In mid-August, we hired a new programmer to join the team. Dave Taylor was a young electrical engineer from the University of Texas. We assigned him the task of creating several systems: the intermission screen, all the menus, and the auto map. The auto map was a navigation tool that let players quickly see all the areas they had traversed from a top-down view and then get back into gameplay. Our other potential hire was a game designer named Sandy Peterson. Kevin found out about him and wanted to bring him over for an interview. I must admit that I was apprehensive about hiring Sandy. His design background seemed great. The problem, as I saw it, was that except for our id mom, Donna Jackson, we were sometimes a foul-mouthed, dark-humored bunch. In contrast, Sandy listed his Mormon religion on his resume, something I'd never seen done before. Given my experiences with my ex-wife Kelly's family and with friends in Utah, I didn't think our gruesome demonic games or our curse-filled culture would be a good fit for a Latter-day Saint, but Sandy told me I was wrong. He didn't care about the carnage of our cartoon world, or the obscenities that filled the air at the id Software office. We decided to give him a shot. When he came in for his interview, I sat him at Tom's old desk, fired up Doomed, and told him what I had wanted. This is a level editor. I want to see what you can do with it to build levels. Sandy seemed excited and eager to get going. Sure, this sounds like fun. I showed him the way Doomed worked, how to compile a level, and how to run it. After a few hours, he had done some good work. Sure, it was slightly Wolfenstein-like with same-height ceilings, but he had slime he had to get through, and he used lighting in ways to heighten tension and change the mood of the space. I felt he was going to work out well. We hired him, and his task was to make as many levels as possible using Tom's levels as a starting point. Change whatever is needed, we told him, but get levels done. By that point, my own level design style had become codified. What started as an experiment in April was now a philosophy, and one I shared with Sandy. I believed in these design rules. Design rule number 1. The start of the level should present interesting choices or look impressive. Design rule number 2. The start of the level should fit its purpose. Do I want to teach the player or make them feel scared? If the former, there are no enemies. If the later, watch out. Design rule number 3. Reuse areas in the level as much as possible, as it reinforces the understanding of the space every time the player goes through an area again. For example, if players come back to a central hub before going out to a spoke, they will remember the hub the most. Design rule number 4. Provide contrast in every element of the design, light, sound, and action. This keeps the level fun and interesting and prevents it from falling into a monotonous loop of gameplay. We want the player to feel like they are on an exciting roller coaster ride. Design rule number 5. Changes in wall or floor texture should be accompanied by a height change or border texture. Design rule number 6. Include at least 4 secrets in your level. Design rule number 7. When the player solves a piece of the puzzle, they should already know where to go next. An example would be that you have already tried to open the red door before you found the red keycard. A bad design would be to flip a switch, then see and hear nothing that shows you what you just did. Design rule number 8. If an area in your level looks like it could be made in an earlier tech, you have failed. Make the area more interesting and use more of the engine's features to ensure that. In September, we had to solve our sound issues. The Doom engine had been in development all year, and so the sound code took a back seat. Our new engine wasn't compatible with the previous sound code written for Wolfenstein 3D. We needed the solution. We learned about a digital sign library, DMX, digital sound library, DMX, owned by Illinois-based software engineer Paul Radek, and Jay promptly called him up to license it. At the end of the month, there was a minor shift in the gaming cosmos. An adventure game titled Myst unseated Wolfenstein 3D on the top 100 games list. We immediately went out and purchased a copy of the game. When I looked at its static images, I was stunned. Why the hell is this game popular? I wondered aloud. I couldn't figure it out. The images were beautiful, certainly, but so were some photographs. The future of games was not static images. The future of games, I thought, was dynamic and real-time. That's where we were headed. This game is prehistoric, I mused. It just looks nice because it's using high-resolution SVGA graphics, and it's an excuse to buy a new CD-ROM drive, but it's a boring, static, old-school adventure game. Everyone agreed. Obviously, it looked good, but technically, we couldn't believe people were falling for it. To us, what mattered was the player's story, the narrative arc they created ripping and tearing their way through game worlds, whatever those worlds were, D&D or Wolfenstein 3D. The public, obviously, didn't agree with my analysis because Myst sold millions of copies. I came to realize the importance of game narrative to players. It was for the masses. It looked great on a computer monitor, there was no pressure for players to rush and make a move, and it provided challenges that players could solve at their own pace. At id, we were so focused on innovating in real-time fast 3D that any game that wasn't that was a joke to us. In early October, we were getting close to wrapping up the game, so progress quickened. On October 4th, 1993, we issued the Doom beta press release version, a build of the game we distributed externally to journalists and video game reviewers to allow them to try the game before its release. Concerned about security and leaks, we coded the beta to stop running on DOS systems after October 31st, 1993. We still had useless pickups in the game, like the demonic daggers, demon chests, and other unholy items. I decided to get rid of those things because they made no sense to the core of the game, and they rewarded the player with a score, which was a holdover from Wolfenstein 3D. I removed the concept of having lives for the same reason. It was enough to have to start the level over after dying. There was still one missing piece from the game, and it was a substantial one. We hadn't done anything about the multiplayer aspect. In modern game development, multiplayer would be a feature factored in from day one, and architected accordingly in an integrated fashion. Not with Doom. It was November, and we were releasing in a month. I brought it up to Carmack. So when are we going to make multiplayer mode? The short answer was that Carmack was ready to take it on. Looking from the outside in, I suspect some might wonder if I wasn't just more than a bit concerned since we were hoping to ship in 1993. After all, John had never programmed a multiplayer game before. The truth is that I never had a doubt, not for a second. Back in March, Carmack had already done some innovative network programming in Doomed. He wanted to play around with the distributed object system in Next Step, so he added the ability to allow multiple people who were running Doomed to edit the same level. I could see him drawing lines and placing objects on my screen from his computer. Then I'd add to his room by making a hallway, and so on. For multiplayer, Carmack's plan was to explore peer-to-peer networking. It was the quick and dirty solution instead of a client-server model. Instead of one central computer controlling and monitoring all the action between 2 to 4 players, each computer would run the game and sync up with the others. Basically, the computers sent each other updates at high speed over the local network. The speed of Carmack's network programming progress was remarkable. He had some excellent books on networking, and fortunately, those books were clearly written and explained the process of using IPX well. IPX is an acronym for Inter-Network Packet Exchange. In sum, it is a way in which computers can talk to one another. In a few hours, he was communicating between 2 computers, getting the IPX protocol running so he could send information packets to each computer. I'd worked with him for 3 years and was used to seeing incredible things on his screen, but this was awe-inspiring, even for him. In a matter of hours, he got 2 PCs talking to each other through a command line-based tool, which proved he could send information across the network. It was the foundation needed to make the game network-capable. It was great for 2 players, and good for 4, so we capped it at that. We were still on track to deliver on our promise of the most revolutionary game in history before the end of the year. Carmack called me into his office to tell me he had it working. Both PCs in his office had the game open, and they were syncing up with 2 characters facing one another. On one PC, Carmack veered his character to the right. On the other monitor, that same character, appearing in third person, moved to the left. It was working. "Oh my god!" I yelled, throwing in some other choice words to convey my amazement. "That is fucking incredible!" When I first truly visualized the multiplayer experience, I was building E1M7. I was playing the game and imagined seeing 2 other players firing rockets at each other. At the time, I thought, this is going to be astonishing. There is nothing like this. This is going to be the most amazing game planet Earth has ever seen. Now, that moment had finally arrived. I rushed to my computer and opened the game, connecting to Carmack's computer. When his character appeared on screen, I blasted him out of existence, screaming with delight as I knocked John out of the game with a loud, booming, bloody rocket blast. It was beyond anything I'd ever experienced before, and even better than I imagined it could be. It was the future, and it was on my screen. "This is fucking awesome!" I yelled. "This is the greatest thing ever!" I wasn't kidding. This was the realization of everything we put into the design months earlier. I knew Doom would be the most revolutionary game in history, but now it was also the most fun, all-consuming game in history. Now that all the key elements of our original design were in place, it was obvious. Doom blew away every other game I'd ever played. From that moment on, if I wasn't playing Doom or working on Doom, I was thinking about Doom. Kevin, Adrian, and Jay began running the game in multiplayer mode too, competing to blow away monsters and each other. They were yelling just as much as I did, cheering every execution, groaning when they were killed and had to respawn. I watched them play. I saw the tension in their bodies as they navigated the dark, detailed world we'd created. They were hunters and targets, engaged in a kill or be killed battle, not just with monsters, but with other real people. Players were competing in real time with other people in a battle to survive. I thought of boxing or an extreme wrestling match, where you go into a cage to fight. This was much more violent, more deadly. It was all simulated, of course, but in the moment it felt immediate. It was a new gaming experience, and I searched for a way to describe it. "This is Deathmatch," I said. The team latched onto the name. It instantly articulated the sinister survival vibe at the heart of Doom. In mid-November, we buckled down, getting in the closing zone, where you begin finalizing all areas of the game one by one. Now that Carmack had multiplayer networking figured out, we needed to fine-tune the gameplay and functionality, delivering 2 multiplayer modes. One in which the players work together to kill monsters and demons, and the other where players try to kill each other, usually without monsters around. The first mode was called Co-op, short for cooperative. The second, of course, was Deathmatch. Another important word needed to be coined. Deathmatch was all about getting the highest kill count in a game to be judged the winner. What would we call each kill? Well, we could call it a kill, but that felt like a less creative solution to me. Why don't we have our own word? I went to the art room to discuss this with Kevin and Adrian. "Hey guys, for each kill in a deathmatch, we need a word for it that is not kill," I said. Kevin said, "Well, maybe we could use the word frag." "That sounds like a cool word, but what does it mean?" I asked. "In the Vietnam War," Kevin explained, "if a sergeant told his fire team to do something horrifically dangerous, instead of agreeing to do it, they would throw a fragmentation grenade at the sergeant and call it friendly fire. The explanation was, 'Someone fragged the Sarge.' So in a deathmatch, we're all fragging each other," I said. "Exactly. And that is how frag entered the Doom lexicon." The introduction of deathmatch and co-op play profoundly affected the possibility space of gameplay in the levels. Crafting an enjoyable level for single-player mode with lots of tricks and traps was complex enough, but with the addition of multiplayer, we had to be aware of other players in the level at the same time, and we had to make sure the single-player design level was fun to play in these new modes. Our levels were doing triple duty, and we had little time to test every possible situation, so we needed some simple rules to ensure quality. Since multiplayer gameplay was coming in quickly near the end of development, I had to define all the gameplay rules for co-op and deathmatch. We then had to modify every game map so that all modes worked in all difficulty levels. These are the rules I came up with quickly to help guide level quality. Multiplayer rule number 1. A player should not be able to get stuck in an area without the possibility of respawning. Multiplayer rule number 2. Multiple players, deathmatch or co-op mode, require more items. Place extra health, ammo, and power-ups. Multiplayer rule number 3. Try to evenly balance weapon locations in deathmatch. Multiplayer rule number 4. In deathmatch mode, try to place all the weapons in the level regardless of which level you're in. Additionally, we had to make all the final elements for the game. The intermissions and various menus had to be designed, drawn, and coded. The installation files needed to be created along with the text instruction files too. We also had to write code to allow gamers to play these multiplayer modes over their modems, since that was the hardware many people had in 1993. Compared to our previous games, the development pace on Doom had been relatively relaxed, but in November our to-do list was crowded. Fortunately, everything fell into place. The last job for everyone was to stress test Doom. Preparing for release, we knew we needed someone to handle our customer support, so earlier in the year, we'd hired Sean Green, who quit his job at Apogee, to support us. Throughout development, at every new twist and turn, we kept Sean up to date. He had to know the game inside out to assist gamers should any issues arise. Sean also helped us by testing the game as it went through production. I noted earlier that id Software never had a quality assurance or QA team to test our releases. For 3 years, John, Tom, and I doubled as the id QA team. We played our games on our PCs, pounding multiple keys, literally banging on keyboards to see if our assaults could affect the game. On the verge of release, and with more people than ever before in the office, we spent 30 hours playing Doom in every way we could think of. Switching modes, hitting commands, running the game on every level and every game mode we had, using every option we added to the game to see if there were any glitches. Things were looking good. We decided to run one last burn-in test. A classic test for games where the developers turn the game on and let it run overnight. We ran Doom on every machine in the office. The plan was to let it run for hours to see if anything bad happened. After about 2 hours of being idle, the game froze on a couple screens. The computers seemed to be okay. If you hit escape, the menu came up, but the game stopped running. We hadn't seen a bug like this during development, but Carmack was on the case. He was thinking and not saying a word, evidently poring over the invisible engine map in his head. 10 minutes passed before he figured it out. He concluded that we were using the timing chip in the PC to track the refresh of the screen and process sound, but we weren't clearing the timing chip counter when the game started, which was causing the glitch. Ironically, this logic had been part of the engine from day one, so it was surprising we hadn't noticed it before. He sat down at his computer, fixed the bug, and made a new build of the game. We put the update on all the machines and held our breath for the next 2 hours. Problem solved. That was the last hurdle. We were ready to launch. That day, December 10th, would be Doom Day. Our timing was ironic. The day before, December 9th, 1993, Senator Joe Lieberman, an advocate of writing federal laws to censor game content, was co-chairing a Senate hearing on video games. He opened the session describing and decrying scenes in Mortal Kombat when, quote, blood splatters from contestants' heads, end quote, and for offering a choice of murder methods ranging from ripping the heart out to pulling a head off an opponent. He also misdescribed the object of Night Trap, a game set in a sorority house, as keeping, quote, hooded men from hanging the young women from a hook or drilling their necks with a tool designed to drain their blood, end quote. Players were actually meant to save the women. The hearings were a big deal. Howard Lincoln, then Vice President of Nintendo of America, was there, as was Bill White, Vice President of Sega of America. For the members of the state committee, video games had hit bottom in terms of depicting graphic violence. They hadn't seen anything yet. The timing could not have been better. Or worse, depending on your viewpoint. As news of the hearings broke across the United States, we were too busy finalizing Doom to even notice. Chapter 13. The World is Doomed. On December 10th, 1993, Doom was on the verge of release, and everything in the world of games was about to change. It had been an intense 11 months, and we had achieved everything we set out to accomplish in our initial press release. We were completely exhausted, and Sandy was sleeping under his desk. We had been up and working for 30 straight hours to get Doom to this point. We planned to upload the shareware version of Doom in the afternoon to the University of Wisconsin-Madison's FTP site. We wanted it out on the internet first, and then on smaller BBSs second. Unfortunately, there was a glitch. We probably should have thought about it ahead of time, but this was all new territory for us. Interest in Doom had been building, but none of us grokked that Doom was set to become a pop culture phenomenon. One hint was that fans found our unlisted number and called the office to ask questions. When are you going to upload the game? Where's Doom? Release it already, man. Another indicator was that we started seeing posts on bulletin boards talking about Doom in anticipation of its release. On Usenet, someone created the alt.games.doom newsgroup. It was the birth of the Doom community, a community that is still going strong to this day. In the upload directory at University of Wisconsin-Madison, people even created joke files to send us a message with file names like when.is.doom.coming.out and we.want.doom.now. Back in our office, Jay Wilbur had the shareware doom1_0.zip file ready to go. Around 2 p.m., he signed on to the University of Wisconsin-Madison FTP, issued the FTP upload command, and waited for the file to upload. Cheers came from Jay's office. We were done. Doom was unleashed. And then, nothing happened. The expectant fans had created a logjam on the university's site, which had a capacity of 250 people. He only thought he uploaded the file, but the server was locked up. Imagine a massive snarled traffic jam around a concert venue that is so congested it keeps the headline band from reaching the arena. That was what was happening online. id Software's Doom was the headliner, but its file couldn't get through. Jay called his contact at the university, the perfectly named computer whiz David Data, and explained the issue. David said he would increase the capacity of users and told Jay to stay on the phone so that he could start his upload at the precise moment the new user spots opened up. David did what he needed to do behind the scenes. Now, he told Jay. But that didn't work either. Eager fans filled the queue in the literal second between David yelling now and Jay issuing the upload command. We had just added to the logjam. People waiting for the download were preventing the upload. Eventually, Jay went on the site's chat channel and posted to the fans who were hanging out. He explained that unless everyone left the FTP site, Doom couldn't be uploaded. Either I kick you off and I get this done, or it doesn't get done at all. The fans took the hint, and Jay initiated the upload. Once the Doom file was successfully uploaded, there was still trouble. The site crashed twice from all the traffic as thousands swarmed to download Doom. But the launch was on. And then, for real, everything changed. We felt Doom was the best game we had ever played. We put everything we had into it, and we hoped fans would feel the same way. Even with those expectations, the success of Doom surprised us. Doom was an unqualified smash. Critics and reviewers loved it, and so did gamers. Our new distribution arm received $50,000 in orders every single day. That was an inconceivable amount of cash. We unseated Myst, the game that had ended Wolfenstein 3D's year-long run, on the Usenet list of top 100 games in the world. id Software ruled the gaming world. I was on cloud 9. A few days after the release, I came back to Earth. Jay had hired a Dallas fulfillment company called Digital Magnetics to ship our game to customers with the clear understanding they would do so in time for Christmas. With the surge of orders, we figured it wise to check on this new business wing. When Jay, Sean, and I arrived at their offices around 5 p.m. on Friday, December 14th, most everyone was gone, but all three of us noticed there were stacks of newly duplicated Doom discs and paper inserts waiting to be placed inside stacks of Doom boxes. We expected to see those boxes finished and shrink-wrapped, or at least in that process, which was the whole point of hiring Digital Magnetics in the first place. "Where is everybody?" I said to the manager who let us in. He could sense the concern in my voice. We had counted on them to handle the surge and to get the extra help if necessary. They worked their shift and went home. "This stuff needs to be shipped tomorrow so people can have them in time for Christmas. That's why we hired you." The manager shrugged. "We need to get this shit done right now," I said to Jay. We started packing the boxes at a furious pace for their staff to mail the next morning. I was pissed, but what choice did I have? I was one who'd been banging the drum for distributing the games ourselves. I got my wish and then some. Not that moving inventory was new to me. I'd spent months of my life unpacking boxes and shelving groceries at the commissary in Alconbury, England, during my last 2 years of high school, and of course, anything was easier than working in Maria's sweatshop. That evening, after having packed hundreds of boxes, Jay, Sean, and I left for our holiday break along with the rest of the id crew. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of people downloaded Doom's shareware version, and the registered Doom boxes made their way around the world. Players started to post on alt.games.doom and share copies of the first episode with their friends. Game distributors, free to copy the shareware episode at will, did so and sold those copies with our blessing at software stores big and small for $5 or $10 a pop. Since they got to keep all the money, hundreds of distributors and resellers got in on the act. It was big business, too. Even though players could get it for free online, in 1993, people were used to purchasing their games at software stores. Modems with good connections were not the norm. With the distributors' help, Doom was getting around in a big way. Due to Doom, massive changes were in store for the industry and games as a whole. I've been asked 1,000 times if we anticipated its profound effect. The answer is no. Unquestionably no. We couldn't have. Not the full reach of it. The multiplayer aspect of Doom transformed games, opening a path that has led to competitive gaming as we know it today. That's why id is often credited with spawning competitive gaming. However, competitive gaming had been around for a while. The 1980s were incredibly active with arcade tournaments all over the nation. Even I competed in a tournament in 1981 at a local arcade, Video Bob's, and it was packed full of kids and excitement. That said, our games did drastically change gameplay and unquestionably influence competitive gaming. Doom was used for the first modern computer-based tournaments, giving rise to a fledgling esports community. With arcade games, the object was always to make your quarter last as long as possible. With Wolfenstein 3D, I created par times, the amount of time we thought it would take players to complete a level. We added the same feature to Doom, but as I mentioned in the previous chapter, we combined par times with functionality for players to capture keystrokes, which would let them see the game they just played. I thought it would be a cool feature. Gamers could relive great moments like blowing away a rival in a deathmatch, or it might help them learn from previous mistakes. But it never occurred to me that the combination of part times and the ability to save keystrokes and replay gameplay demos would radically reshape gaming by leading to the invention of speedrunning. Speedrunning, completing a game or level in the fastest amount of time possible, is now a fundamental tenet of gameplay. We take it for granted, but before par times and Doom's replay functionality, there was no way to prove that you completed a speedrun in record time. Our replay functionality allowed players that proof by capturing not only the time, but replaying the exact means by which they did it. It was a critical tool for speedrunning in competitive gaming. Within 2 months of Doom's launch, a gamer created a speedrunning site for players to upload their demos. As I write in 2022, a Google search result on the query speedrun YouTube reveals more than 10 million results. And Twitch, the live streaming site for games, averaged 2.93 million concurrent viewers throughout the first quarter of the year, according to Statista. Live streaming a video game is, in a sense, the opposite of speedrun demos, but I believe there's a connection. The Doom speedrun demos were an evolutionary forerunner of Twitch. Both allowed players to share their gameplay with others for the purposes of showing off, challenging them, or demonstrating how something challenging might be done, whether live or in replay mode. The idea of gaming as a spectator sport still strikes some as bizarre, but as someone who grew up watching other kids play games for hours in arcades, I have the opposite reaction. I see Twitch as a modern-day arcade, a digital recreation of the experience of watching someone play at a bar, pizzeria, or game room. Like arcades, people gather online for that purpose, whether to play or to watch, and to find new games. Modding, the ability to edit existing levels or create new ones, transform players' ability to interact with and extend their favorite games. 1 year earlier, our press release had declared Doom an open game, and noted our intent to share information about how modders could take advantage of that. Within 2 weeks of releasing Doom, we put the data structure used to build the game's levels on the internet. Sharing that data made good on our promise. The decision to open our game up to the public was something that John Carmack and I felt strongly about. It was part of our core as programmers. We believed in sharing technology so that players could build their own creations and, ideally, lead to new improvements. We wanted and expected people to build editors, create new levels, make new sound effects, add new wall textures, and design new monsters. In fact, we looked forward to it. Remember though, we built the game using Next Step computers, so sharing our Objective-C based level editor was useless to 99.9% of gamers who played on PCs running DOS. By sharing the data structure, on the other hand, programmers could figure out how to make their own tools to edit the levels, and that is just what happened. Within 2 months, utilities and level editors were being traded in the Doom community. The first level editor to be released was called DEU, Doom Editing Utilities. It wasn't just a level editor though. DEU also integrated a WAD editor, which allowed players to add custom graphics to their levels. New community-created BSP, binary space partition, programs were next. They compiled maps for Doom so it could run them. More utilities to edit WAD files were released, and one, Dehacked, allowed players to modify the hard-coded values in the engine for everything from bullet damage to rocket firing rate to cyberdemon health points. Players had the tools in their hands to create their own versions of Doom. With the release of so many editors, a flood of player-created levels soon appeared. One of the most impressive early efforts was Star Doom, a Star Wars-style level with stormtroopers and laser sounds. It was impressive and showed everyone what could be done with WADs. Another impressive level was UAC Dead, which featured some tricky use of the sector format and line segment data to create invisible stairs with candles on them. The level was eerie and darkly atmospheric. These levels surprised and delighted us, and also showed off the potential and extensibility of Doom. Our decision to encourage modding created an entirely new paradigm. Fans were able to create Doom mashups, like inserting famous images and sounds into our game. I thought it was hilarious. We had set the stage for fans to make Doom in copyright infringement. Although some of the id team objected to our sharing of our information, there was another selling point to the move. It was a marketing tool on several levels. First, players shared their work, which built awareness. Nobody said viral back then. Also, no other game did this, so the move showed us as we really were, hardcore gamers and technologists who cared about game creation and the sharing of technology more than we cared about nickel and diming gamers to death. Today, lots of major games allow modding. It's a cheap way to provide added value to fans, extends the life of the game, and it's a viral marketing tool for any game brand. What really set Doom apart, however, was Deathmatch. I imagined players all over the world reacting as I had initially reacted. That incredible moment, that first jaw-dropping second where I witnessed someone else controlling a character on a screen and I blew them away, has never left me. It was such a monumental leap forward. Playing a game against a computer is challenging, provided the AI is good. Playing a game against another human is the apex. And the world was seeing it for the first time. It was an addictive, visceral thrill. No wonder sales were through the roof. Deathmatch added an X factor that made competition spellbinding in a way that no other game could rival. Deathmatch was also the ingredient that created the perfect storm that the media couldn't resist. A revolutionary game was making millions and turning the entire industry upside down, and the tiny company behind the game was filled with long-haired guys obsessed with D&D, heavy metal, and fast cars. What could be better? When the media came calling, and they called every day, we weren't exactly prepared for it. We had no PR or marketing agency, so I became the talking head of id Software by process of elimination. It wasn't a role I jumped into. Carmack had no interest in talking to the media and wasn't comfortable with that role. Adrian and Kevin were art guys, so they couldn't really speak about the engine or the game design, both of which required a degree of expertise. Jay was comfortable with the media and could talk about business and numbers, but not the engine and game design. So many of the interviews fell to me, the only person on the team who could discuss all of it. That said, thanks to programmer nuance deficit disorder, when an interviewer asked me if I expected Doom to be a smash, I answered directly, yes, of course. I never stopped to think about how that might sound or how a writer might hear my words. I was just stating facts. I mean, it was true. We intended to create the greatest game we had ever played and released a press release 11 months before stating exactly that. We expected Doom to be huge because our previous games were popular, and we knew this was a much more awesome game. It never occurred to me to say something more measured like, well, we hope this would be the case, and we're glad it has resonated with gamers. All of this, plus my long black hair, my unabashed passion for gaming, and my well-known love of metal and fast cars rolled into one, and resulted in some magazines calling me gaming's first rock star. I still laugh when I think about this. The notion of a programmer being called a rock star. I unintentionally fueled this image by playing Doom deathmatches with an unreserved intensity. Prior to launch, we played a lot because, as any game designer will tell you, play is essential. We refer to it as eating our own dog food. Deathmatch was one of the last things we added before launching the game. We didn't have much time to refine play and explore multiplayer, so we played by necessity, and that play resulted in better levels, better co-op, better deathmatch, and ultimately, the game players held in their hands. The quality of that experience didn't happen by accident. It happened because we put a lot of hours into making sure it felt great. This process isn't just true of Doom, it's true of all great games. After release, I played for the same reasons the rest of the world did. It was thrilling, challenging, and addictive. Far from being mindless self-indulgence, though. All that play factored into the design of our future games. There were plenty of other firsts and breakthroughs for Doom. Its use of 3D set a new standard for games that everyone had to match. Most games became 3D post-Doom. It spearheaded a tidal wave of similar games, which the industry referred to as simply Doom clones. At that point, the genre didn't even have a name. Within a short amount of time, however, the first-person shooter, or FPS, became the dominant genre in the industry. 30 years later, the biggest-selling, most highly regarded games are still FPSs, including the Call of Duty series, Halo, Half-Life, Battlefield, Titanfall, Borderlands, Destiny, and Far Cry, as well as titles like Overwatch, Valorant, and PUBG, or PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Of course, the Wolfenstein, Doom, and Quake, more on that later, series continue as well. Surprisingly, first-person shooters still use most of the original keyboard control scheme that I designed for Wolfenstein 3D. Carmack's implementation of Bruce Naylor's BSP algorithm to speed up culling and rendering affected the programming of 3D games for decades. It was such an elegant solution to the problem of determining what should be drawn on the screen that it was the best choice for most games for many years. The use of diminished lighting gave the Doom engine an automatic spookiness, turning light into darkness as it recedes into the distance. As a level designer, it made my job easier, made the game look more realistic, and made the player nervous. Doom's distribution model, free-to-play or F2P, has become the most popular video game business and marketing model of our times. We can't claim to have invented F2P, which evolved out of shareware, but Doom showed just how powerful a tool it was for video games, particularly when integrated with our innovative physical distribution approach. The predominant distribution model was rooted in selling completed boxed games in stores. The id Software model relied on making an ass-kicking fun game and providing two ways for players to get it, online or at a software store. Remember, in 1993, most people did not have the internet, and even if they did, it was often slow and costly. They were used to going to the local computer store for software. By giving any software distributor the ability to sell the physical shareware version of the game, physical copies were distributed worldwide at no cost to us. If they were willing to pay for the packaging and the discs, they got to keep all the profit. The upside for us was free physical distribution for our shareware, and of course, some percentage of those people ended up ordering the full registered version from us. Because Doom was one of the best games around, and the shareware version was free and legal to copy, all retail-only game publishers felt the pressure. They now needed to create demo versions of their games to entice players too. Even game magazines got in on the act, distributing cover discs in the mid-1990s. Doom has also become the de facto litmus test for all new tech. Does it run Doom? Does It Own Doom has its own website, and as of this writing, Doom does indeed run on everything, from a pregnancy test to a piano. Of course, Doom was also a target for others immediately after its release. We found out that when a lawyer from Data East in Japan contacted us and told us that we were infringing on their trademark, as any dutiful company would, they filed trademarks for every game they created, and during the time Gamer's Edge was starting up, they released an arcade game named Gate of Doom. They claimed that Doom infringed on their trademark. Jay immediately flew to Japan to try to work out a deal. He said the negotiations took about 5 minutes. They all sat down around the Data East conference table, and their lawyer demanded $1 million. Jay countered with $250,000. They countered with $500,000, and Jay said, "It's a deal." Case closed. Jay flew back, happy we didn't have to pay more. We felt like he might have been able to lower the price a little more, but the game was making so much money that we didn't press the issue. We avoided the risks and costs associated with a protracted trademark battle. As much as Doom changed the industry, it changed our fortunes too. Jay told us that it was on track to easily make $1 million in Doom sales in the first month, so we immediately met and gave ourselves another raise, boosting our salaries to $100,000 a year. We also began discussing awarding ourselves bonuses. A collective car buying binge ensued. Adrian scored a Dodge Viper, Kevin got a Corvette, and Carmack told me he was eyeing a new purchase too. "You should come with me to the Ferrari dealership. There's a red Testarossa I'm thinking of buying." I didn't need to be asked twice. "Oh my god," I said, arriving at the lot. My eyes were fixed on the Ferrari, a red, low-slung masterpiece barely 3.5 feet high, with side strakes and embedded headlights that literally rose out of the car. It was stunning. "That is beautiful." "I'm going to get it." "I want one too, but in yellow." Unfortunately, the dealership didn't have a yellow Ferrari in stock, so we left with John's used $100,000 purchase and took it straight to Bob Norwood's automotive shop. Bob had become a trusted associate, souping up John's previous wheels, and John wanted him to outfit the new engine with twin turbos. I asked Bob to keep an eye out for a yellow version of the car. Within 2 weeks, he had one, a 1991 with 5,000 miles on it. It was in perfect shape, and the owner, who was asking for $107,500, had installed stealth radar and laser detectors to help make it speeding ticket proof. I needed to buy this car. There was, however, one slight hitch. I might have been making $100,000 a year, but I couldn't get a loan if my life depended on it. I declared bankruptcy after cluelessly rolling up debts during my first marriage. Renting furniture, maxing out my credit card, leaving a car in storage, you name it. Young, eternal optimist and credit risk John Romero did it. In 1989, with collection agencies tying up the soft disk office phone trying to shake me down for money I didn't have, I decided to surrender and declare bankruptcy. At the time, there was no way for me to dig my way out of that debt, and I certainly didn't foresee my fortunes changing to the degree that they later did. All of which meant I needed a big cash infusion to buy my dream Ferrari. I went back to the office where everyone knew about my credit woes and said, "That's it. I want this car. Let's give ourselves a $110,000 bonus. That motion carried immediately. id Software was making more than $50,000 a day. When it came time to drive the Testarossa away, I was terrified. I had spent my entire life driving used cars with 75,000 miles on them. I sat in the Ferrari, closed the door, and the seatbelt whirled into action, traveling on a rail and encircling my body, so all I had to do was snap the buckle into place. It was as if I had stepped into the future. Putting the key in the ignition and driving off the lot was scary. I was absolutely petrified that I would wreck my new machine. Of course, I got over it, and years later, on an empty Texas highway, I decided to see how fast the car could go. It reached 175 miles per hour on the speedometer. That was scary too, but in a different way. At that speed, I was worried about ruining me, not the car. If the car hit anything, it would be destroyed, and I'd be dead. The Testarossa didn't change me. At least, I don't think it did, but it changed how the id team rewarded itself. Beth and I moved into a rental house in a suburban neighborhood in Plano. I felt proud to park a $100,000 car in my driveway. As the revenue from Doom poured in, not to mention Wolfenstein 3D and Keen, more bonuses followed, and for me, so did more cars. I got Beth a Chevy Tahoe and told her she could get whatever else she wanted. Looking back, there were smarter ways to spend cash than on fast cars, but I only knew what I knew. The concept of investing money for the future wasn't something I'd encountered before. In my family, having enough money to get to the next payday was the measure of success. I was having fun. We all were. As far as my family was concerned, my constantly improving financial situation allowed me to do things that once seemed impossible. I bought houses for Kelly, the mother of my boys, and got rehab help and a house for my dad and paid off all his many debts. I got my mother a new car and whatever else she wanted. Various relatives needed help covering college tuition, and I wrote frequent checks. I funded business startups for my brother Ralph and my Aunt Faye. I gave away cars or got them for friends in need. It felt great to provide for the people I loved. That is one of the most wonderful benefits of financial success. My family was thrilled for me. Interestingly, neither my mom, my stepdad, nor my father had any interest in playing my games. As far as I know, they never played a single one. I give them points for consistency. Some generational divides are impossible to bridge. Many years later, though, my mother traveled to Ireland and attended Dublin Comic Con with me and Brenda. There was a Doom exhibition deathmatch area set up, and I finally got my mom playing Doom. Against me. "Stand still so I can shoot you," she yelled. And I did. I walked around and let her shoot me until I died. She was delighted. And truth be told, so was I. Chapter 14. The Icon of Sin. Returning from vacation in January 1994, many things about our world changed, but one thing remained the same. We were ready to make another game, and there was no doubt what game it would be. Doom 2. Since the days of Keen, we alternated shareware games with full retail versions, and it was obviously working well. But id was now more than just a game development company. We were growing. Not just in terms of who worked at the company, but also in terms of new ownership, partnerships, and licensing. Recognizing their significant contributions, we offered Jay and Kevin part ownership of the company, which would be finalized in March of 1994. A fledgling community grew too, and I say fledgling only because the Doom community is easily 100 times that size today, but even back then, it required and deserved attention, and this was in the days before the concept of community management or esports even existed. Game developers and gamers lived in different bubbles mediated only by industry press and occasional fan mail. Doom, the advent of LAN parties, and our consistent presence on the internet blew that all open. I was wearing multiple hats, and it was exciting. I was not only the de facto communications officer / PR talking head and community / esports guy, I was a quality control officer for all our licensing deals, and offers flooded in. People wanted to write Doom novels and Doom hint books. Companies wanted to license the Doom logo to put on their shareware retail versions. Other companies hoped to partner with us to develop their IP, and still others wanted to use our engine. Even though Jay negotiated these business deals, he couldn't vet some of the opportunities or final products. He didn't know everything about Doom's development, technical possibilities, or level design. Besides, he was now biz guy of a small developer that was rocketing upward at an incredible rate. He had a million things keeping him busy, too. For an entire year following Doom's release, I spent a non-trivial portion of my time vetting all these side projects, giving Jay my opinions, and then monitoring the deals that we made. It's not like we could take on all these opportunities. We were too few people, so we had to pick and choose. If I have one regret from this time, it is not jumping into the deep end of merch. A couple decades later, games like Minecraft and Angry Birds were all over merch in a big way, and their efforts not only gave their fans what they were asking for, but provided additional revenue that allowed the company to grow. On top of the licensing opportunities, I worked on a new business venture. As Doom was locking down in November, I had an idea. Commissioning Raven Software, the Madison-based company that licensed our tech for Shadowcaster, to use our engine and quickly develop a new title to publish ourselves. I envisioned it as a Doom-like knockoff, but instead of basing the game in a futuristic world, I wanted to go back in time and make a medieval game with a different aesthetic. I saw it as id optimizing our engine, retaining control, and expanding our business and bottom line. We already knew that Raven was great at making medieval art. Presenting the idea to the team, I noted that it was a significant investment for us and assured them I would manage it and take the role of executive producer. We'd have to buy Raven several next step workstations so their crew could use our engine and pay for the team to make the game, but I thought it was worth it. Everyone agreed. Raven signed on the dotted line, the next step computers were ordered, and I started to lay out the development plan for Heretic. In January, I visited Raven to discuss the game, install the workstations, and show everyone how to use our tools. With the deal signed and the machines installed, I flew back to Dallas, eager for Raven to get to work. As it turns out, they didn't get too far. Raven delayed the start of development because of a new co-owner they brought on, their old Shadowcaster producer from EA, and he wanted to renegotiate our agreement. We had a fair 50-50 deal and would not budge. It was about to terminate the agreement, but instead we had them fly down to Dallas to negotiate with us and fix this issue. We ironed out the problems, and they finally got to work. Even though Heretic was a new game, I needed Raven to keep the same amount of weapons and weapon balance as Doom. It was a formula we knew worked. They could make the weapons look different, but messing with the formula was off the table. A change to game balance was a change to the core of the game. It was difficult enough learning the next step development process. We didn't want them making risky gameplay changes too. The Raven team and I worked out a great workflow. They sent builds of the game on regular milestones. I played them and gave them feedback. It was most important to us that it felt like an id Software game. It was a year of back and forth and took up a significant amount of my time, but we all felt Heretic was worth it in the end. Outside of id, however, no one knew or cared about the licensing or external projects. Our fans and the press only cared about one thing: Doom 2. The calls, emails, and letters started in January, when Doom was less than a month old. Since Doom hadn't received much attention prior to its launch, our phone rang off the hook with requests for interviews, and of those we granted, "What's next?" was the obvious question on everyone's lips. I certainly didn't care much about the publicity. If anything, it ate away at my already limited time, but it was a necessary evil to get the word out there about our upcoming game. We wanted to keep the momentum going. Even with Doom's success, the work on Doom 2 was going to be a challenge. We had everything going in our favor, but one beast of a question kept raising its head. How do you follow up and even top something like Doom? We were determined to try. During an early design meeting, we agreed that the formula for Doom was perfect, and that the new game should just build on what we started without breaking the underlying game feel players loved. We analyzed the experience, system by system and bit by bit. New levels were a given. Because we'd sell Doom 2 in stores, we didn't have to worry about making multiple shareware episodes, with one to give away and two others to sell. But the player experience in those levels, that needed to set Doom 2 apart from its predecessor. We got to work on considering our options. As our early design meetings got underway in January 1994, Ron Heimowitz came to visit us at the Black Cube. Ron was an aggressive, super smart, multi-millionaire hustler. He discovered and managed Gloria Estefan. He turned Spanish pop idol Julio Iglesias into a household name in the US. His company, Good Times Home Video, orchestrated Jane Fonda's mega-selling workout videotapes. Most importantly for us, he became Walmart's go-to provider and gatekeeper for any software sold in their stores. He wanted to sign us over to their new game division, GT Interactive, to sell retail versions of our games in Walmart. For game developers in the 90s, getting into Walmart was a huge windfall. They placed orders for tens of thousands of units instead of the tens or hundreds of units like other big box stores. Because they had such a massive footprint, whatever they purchased always sold through. Few people had dial-up in 1994, and it would be another 9 years before Steam and regular digital distribution of games was the norm. At the time, though, we didn't fully understand the selling power of Walmart. We listened to his pitch. "How can I prove myself?" he asked us. Jay replied, "Sell 30,000 copies of Commander Keen." We expected him to roll his eyes. "Done," said Ron. Sure enough, he cut a purchase order. The 30,000 copies of Commander Keen were gone in the space of a month. We were all blown away. Our attitude was, "Whoa, these guys can do anything. Let's sign a deal." Negotiations with Ron were easy. We got creative control, kept our copyrights, and GT Interactive committed to a $2 million marketing budget for Doom 2, an almost inconceivable amount of money for a company that previously promoted its games by posting them on the internet for free. Behind the scenes, and unbeknownst to us, GT Interactive was quietly trying to acquire the rights to and subsequently publish every single game that we'd made for Gamer's Edge, and I'd go so far as to wager that they made far more money from those games than we ever did. They were the biggest distributors of Doom shareware. They also contacted Softdisk, got the rights to publish Catacomb 3D, and named it Catacomb 3. They published Keen Dreams in a retail box. Through us, at least, they got the rights to publish Wolfenstein 3D in a retail box. Meanwhile, and buoyed by our new GT Interactive deal, our design plans for Doom 2 continued. As before, I took on the role of game director, level designer, and handled game audio while Carmack handled engine improvements and code for the new enemies. Adrian and Kevin created the look and feel of the world and its enemies. Among our biggest challenges was the weapon balance, the same balance I insisted Raven stick with for Heretic. It was the soul of the player experience. We needed to make sure that we didn't ruin anything that made the original Doom great. Every implement of destruction was useful in the game. Could we add anything? There was a problem. In Doom, each weapon was assigned a number key, 1 through 7, in order of its lethal power. We didn't want to tie a new weapon to 8 because the 7 key already controlled our most brutal weapon, the BFG, which of course was short for Big Fucking Gun, and we knew players would rebel at remapping their brains to a new number order. "What about a double-barrel shotgun?" I asked. After all, we loved the shotgun. It did great damage even at a distance. It was straight out of Evil Dead. "A double-barrel shotgun would be fucking amazing," I continued. "We're already switching between your fists and the chainsaw on 1, so we could switch between the shotgun and the double-barrel shotgun on 3. We hadn't even put it into the game, and I was already figuring out the audio for it in my head. I heard a bassy, bigger sound. The reload ended up being a little crisper. Damage-wise, it was double the shotgun, but had a widespread shot. All these years later, it remains my favorite weapon. Level-wise, we decided on 30 levels plus 2 secret levels, with a few intermission breaks. It was a lot of work, and with everything else I had going on, between evaluating external licensing partners and dealing with a never-ending barrage of incoming Doom-related stuff, I knew that Sandy and I needed some help. I considered where we might get a level designer. The specialization was still relatively new at the time, and recalled a conversation I had with a new recruit to our tech support department, American McGee. Months before, Carmack met and hired American, then a cool young auto mechanic and computer geek, to work in tech support with Sean Green. A few months into Doom 2 development, American said he wanted to become a level designer, so we promoted him from tech support to level design. He knew my levels and design patterns well, and needed little mentoring. Among the three of us, I knew we could create a cohesive feel across the game's level design. I put American to work, and we hired a tech support replacement. I knew that what players encountered in these levels needed to be different, new, and a step up from Doom. To surprise and challenge players, we focused on lots of new interactive level effects like super fast doors, super fast stairs, and other gameplay additions. I also wanted more outdoor maps and more verticality. New textures were important to make the new levels look like they belonged on Earth rather than in Hell, too. The real differentiators, however, were new monsters with new abilities. Adrian and Kevin outdid themselves when it came to horrific bad guys from the underworld, like the grotesque humanoid Archvile or the Mancubus, a horrific ogre with flamethrowers instead of hands. Gregor Punchats brought them to life with another round of modeling, and our audio designer Bobby Prince outfitted them with macabre monster sounds. During its design, I remember talking with Kevin about one of Doom 2's new enemies, the Revenant. He was a tall, menacing skeleton who had one rocket launcher on each shoulder with heat-seeking capabilities. The design problem was this: what happened if the player got too close to it? It would be dumb if he shot rockets and suffered collateral damage, I said, and then it hit me. I want him to punch you straight down on the head. That would make a hilarious sound. I was laughing as I considered the possibilities. All these changes, the new level effects, new enemies, and new items, also required new code and data for Doomed, which I added as we went along. Sandy and American got busy on the first 10 levels, and their design and playstyles kept the player experience fresh as they moved from level to level. As it turned out, American was an exceptional and natural level designer. From playing my levels in Doom, he totally understood the abstract level design style. He picked up how the player should flow through a level, how the designer gates the player and makes it easy for them to find the key to the next door. He also had a command of throwing in special events like crushing ceilings and surprise reveals of enemies. As the game director, I felt his levels, even from the first iteration, were always really fun to play and fit the id aesthetic. It was apparent that American developed his own style too. Map 14 is an excellent example of a sprawling level with a lot of surprises that also works well in Deathmatch, while Map 4 is ideal for a small, tightly designed map that is both challenging and aesthetically pleasing. It has its own feel with a dark hallway in which the player flips a switch and sees shadows and lights. Interestingly, American decided to teach the player how to jump the right way in Map 2. The player has to run from a walkway into a building over a gap. If they couldn't do that, they were stuck. My first hands-on level as a designer was Map 11. I felt like a kid in a candy shop. It's amazing how the possibility space of a game expands with just a few new tools, effects, and enemies, not to mention the double-barrel shotgun. In addition to the new toys, the year of making Doom and establishing the abstract level design style taught me many things. My understanding of what one could do within an abstract space to guide and surprise a player had grown exponentially. When I established the style, I was learning as I was creating, and I'm fortunate in that it came to me naturally. In brief, I don't see a level as a path or a process, but as an entity in itself, the biggest character in the game. The level has a beginning and an end, sure, but many ways through, and it's not so much a linear experience as a continuous one, where players come to know the space as they might know a person, and decide to explore and challenge it as it reveals itself to them. Sometimes, my level surprised me with possibilities I hadn't considered. Players can always go forward or back, and so what is a beginning and an end becomes murky, when the end might just be a new way to approach a beginning. This understanding of space built Doom, and I was building onto that to create Doom 2. In particular, Map 11 was so different from my Doom levels, and it became one of my favorite maps to play Deathmatch on. Map 11, the Circle of Death, with the alternate name O of Destruction, was built around a central circle that connected to 4 main areas. In single-player mode, you travel from one area to the next in order until you finish the level, but in Deathmatch mode, all areas are open, and each contains a significant power-up or weapon that all players want to get, so much so that it becomes a hectic battle royale, and the player with the best knowledge of the level has the advantage. While the tools and tricks have evolved, my actual process for designing levels has changed little from Doom's E1M1. It begins with a conceptual exercise. First, I determine a unique playstyle for the level. Outdoors, indoors, where does the player start, where does the level end, what are the different ways one might move through the space, what is the character of this level. Lots of questions to answer, and I find that if you ask questions of a space, the space answers. What's the unique thing I'm trying to do on this level? How can I lock access to the next area and unlock it in a fun way? I start by making a room that looks interesting. The more choices, the better. The path forward is clear before long, and then I start to plan each room and what happens there. I figure out where to put locked doors, where the keys should go, and then determine the secrets. When I have a level built, I consider how it might play as players come back through the spaces, so that it's never a purely linear experience. Using Doomed, I place enemies quickly, then weapons, ammo, and health. If I have to add new elements, I need to edit Doom's code and the game's code before using Doomed again. With every change, no matter how small, I play through the level again. I balance play for ultraviolet, UV, first, so that while I'm playing, I feel pressure. I keep designing room after room, connecting them, changing the shape of the level, releasing enemies to surprise the player, and trying to make every new section unique. As I go, the character of the level changes, and this sometimes causes me to revisit earlier areas. Every level has to have a unique feel and identity. I go over the level constantly, searching for a way to reveal its character and make it more interesting. By the time a level is finished, I've played it 1,000 times. What the player sees in a completed level of mine isn't so much a perfectly planned design as an artifact of my play experience. To this day, I design levels the same way. I play the level as a player as opposed to its designer, trying to break the rules. As a designer, I use rules in ways the player isn't expecting. As an example, when I got to map 20, I trapped the player in a massive room with the Cyber Demon and Spider Mastermind, and both were alerted the second the player was in their sights. The only way out was a door switch right next to the Cyber Demon. The trick is to make the Cyber Demon shoot rockets into the Spider Mastermind so they start killing each other and ignore the player. Then the player can run up to the switch, but they are terrified because they are right next to the Cyber Demon, a place no one wants to be. If they get that far, they flip the switch and run out before either the Spider Mastermind or the Cyber Demon dies. I personally called the map Clash of the Titans, but its official name is Gotcha. Of all my favorite levels in Doom 2, it's difficult for me to choose my favorite. Of all my levels in Doom 2, it's difficult for me to choose my favorite. I feel like it's a tie between Map 29, The Living End, and Map 26, The Abandoned Mines. Map 29 feels like an epically long adventure with the end in plain sight the entire time. If only you could figure out how to get there. Map 26 is where I really played around with the concept of verticality in Doom 2 maps. There's quite a bit of switch flipping to move elevator floors up and down a long way. It's a smaller map and so perfect for 2 players. More players turn it into a Map 1 style bloodfest. While working on my own maps, I played and reviewed Sandy's and American's maps too. Our collective designs felt like they fit into a cohesive whole, and working with Bobby on the audio direction, I believe the audio design of Doom 2 supported the spaces and creatures we were building. When something didn't fit, each of us felt comfortable addressing it. Have you played Map 7? American asked me. Map 7, Dead Simple, was Sandy's map, a level he had just finished. It was the first mini-boss level, and it needed to show that, telegraphing that something dreaded was ahead while giving the mini-boss and the player time and space to confront one another. The Mancubus, the mini-boss, was a flesh tank with flamethrowers for arms. He dealt a shocking amount of damage, and with his high hit points, he was able to withstand many attacks. I got the map from the server and started to play. I don't think it fits, American said. It's not up to the quality of the other levels, particularly for the Mancubus. I finished playing the level and agreed with him. You want to make a new one? I asked him. It can't be huge, though, otherwise you'll get off track. American nodded and walked back to his desk, eager to take on the task. As a testament to his ability, he did the level in a day, and that's what you see in the final game. It was a mini-boss map, and so it needed to be compact to force a quick encounter with the Mancubus. The player started in a small room with a double-barreled shotgun, flipped a switch, and caused the walls to come down. 4 Mancubi were revealed on top of 4 pedestals, all firing at the player from within an inner square area. Around that, there is an outer square path. Although it wasn't made specifically for deathmatch, Map 7 has ended up as one of the most popular deathmatch levels. Sandy had no problem with American redoing his level. As a team, we all wanted the game to be as good as possible. In the end, I created 6 levels, Sean made 1, American made 8, and Sandy made 17. Every one of those early maps ended up playing well in deathmatch, as we found out over and over during development. At work, things were going great. In my personal life, things were challenging. It's fair to say that I was consumed by my job. We all were. I didn't feel stuck or pressured to work. Quite the contrary, it's what I wanted to do more than I wanted to do anything else. I think that's why Carmack and I were so perfectly paired. If given an infinite choice of possibilities, he wanted to solve complex problems with code, and I wanted to code and create something with that code. So when I left work, I went home to code, create, or research games. It never occurred to me that this was abnormal because it was normal for me. Games are my work, my hobby, and my passion. Beth didn't seem to mind too much. Though we met at Softdisk, she had no interest in computers or games, and what started out as a love affair turned into a pseudo-roommate situation. She did her thing, and I did mine. My Aunt Faye, having lost her home, moved in with us, and she and Beth became fast friends. During this time, my father was struggling too. He had moved from alcohol to hard drugs, and his behavior and demeanor were unpredictable. By now, we were midway through development and started to consider the cover art for Doom 2. Kevin wanted to see if Boris Vallejo, an incredible artist whose work was well known in the fantasy and sci-fi community, might be interested. As it turns out, Boris was out of our price range. Sure, we were making a lot of money, but we tried to set reasonable budgets. Julie Bell, likewise a real well-regarded artist, offered to do the job for less. She got to work and created a box cover with a cyber demon attacking the player. When we got the finished painting, it was great. Julie's artwork was moody and well rendered, but the cyber demon looked more like a massive bull, particularly its horns, instead of a demon with enmeshed machine parts. We paid her, but decided to try again with someone else. This time, Kevin contacted Gerald Brom, a fantasy illustrator whose work we knew from Dungeons & Dragons. He created the iconic cover art you see on the shipped box. Brom did such an incredible job, we immediately commissioned him to create the box cover for Heretic, which we planned on releasing in a few months. Keeping Don Punchotz's original Doom logo was a given. We couldn't imagine changing it, however we needed to add a 2 underneath. Kevin had an idea to make it nicely lit, high-resolution piece of art using a tool that was starting to make some waves in the game industry. Over at Cygnus Studios, Steve Maines was learning this program, 3D Studio R4, the predecessor of 3D Studio Max. After talking with Kevin, Steve used it to create the 2 with detailed texturing and lighting. It looked great, and so Kevin incorporated it into the box art. Doom 2 was getting close to being finished and coming together like a tornado, all the bits and pieces flying in. The end of a game velocity is an incredible thing to experience. Remaining tech issues are solved, gameplay feels good, level to level, art and audio assets are all in place, and, if everything is going as planned, it's just polished from there on out. We did a lot of single-player and deathmatch testing and altered the levels as necessary. Sean and his helper learned every level to answer any customer questions. Adrian and Kevin created the remaining screens we needed. Jay gathered all the files that were needed on the disk for legal reasons. We played the hell out of the game and wanted to make sure it was bulletproof. It had to be a worthy follow-up to Doom, and we knew it. One of my last remaining tasks for Doom 2 was to program the sound effects for the final boss, the Icon of Sin, a massive, frightening Baphomet-style horned head that launched demon-spawning cubes out of its partially visible brain. Let me just mute this real fast. What the player shot at, however, was actually a blue ball sprite floating in the air behind its head, and that's where I needed to place the sound effect. So I opened the final level of the game and no-clipped behind the wall that the icon was attached to and saw something strange. For a brief second, I thought I glimpsed my own face flash on the screen. What the hell? I did a double take. There was always a Hall of Mirrors effect when the player no-clips outside of a level, causing him to see a bunch of images overlapping one another on the screen. Instead of seeing the blue ball like I expected, however, I saw my head repeating again and again. Was that a bug? Have I been staring at the screen too long? Am I losing my shit? I decided the answer was no. What the fuck is going on? I kept no-clipping, heading to the blue circle sprite that stood in for the Icon of Sin. When I arrived, I saw it. In a hidden room behind the wall, my head was speared on a stick, oozing blood. Holy shit, I said, laughing out loud as reality set in. The artists, Adrian and Kevin, had planted a hilarious Easter egg. They didn't think I'd discover it while programming the audio. I was the Icon of Sin. This was too cool. I shot my head. My shotgun blast smashed into my head on a stick and sent me to my final agonizing death. I couldn't let Kevin and Adrian have the last word. I needed to add an Easter egg of my own. It was 11 p.m. and Bobby was still in the office making music. I ran into the conference room where he set up his audio. "Dude, you won't believe what I just found," I told him. "What's that?" "You know the Icon of Sin, the final boss? Well, either Adrian or Kevin changed that blue sprite into my head on a stake. They thought the game was going to ship and I wouldn't find out in time. I need to make an Easter egg that shows them I found what they did." "What are you going to do?" Bobby asked. "Well, I figured you could record me saying, 'To win the game, you must kill me, John Romero.' You can pitch shift it down low and reverse it so it sounds demonic. It'll make the Icon of Sin play it when it sees you for the first time." Bobby nodded and smiled. We were in business. After about 15 minutes of recording and adjusting the sound, it was perfect. I programmed it into the game and made a new build available. The next morning, American noticed the new build of the level and grabbed it to test the Icon of Sin. As soon as he picked up all the weapons and went through the teleporter, the Icon of Sin saw him and played the eerie audio Bobby and I had put in just hours before. He was stunned, but also realized it was awesome and was a manipulated sound effect. "Ooh, scary backward message," American called out, laughing. American reversed the sound and played it, then promptly told everyone in the office. The Easter egg had stayed a secret for all of 5 minutes. We all got a big laugh out of it, and there was no question the 2 Easter eggs were staying in the game. Doom 2 launched and was available for sale on September 30th, 1994. GT Interactive's initial shipment of Doom 2 was a staggering 600,000 copies. It was such a fast-selling item, the biggest game retailers like CompUSA and Walmart didn't bother putting the game on their shelves because it was a waste of their time. When a giant pallet of games was delivered by truck, they just brought it into the front of the store, took the wrapping off, and let customers take a copy as they entered. Our new partners were elated. They had planned a Doomsday press event following the launch on October 10th at the Limelight, a converted church that was one of New York City's trendiest nightclubs. They flew us from Dallas for the event, and I walked around like a complete nerd wearing a Doom t-shirt that said "Wrote It" on the back. GT pulled out all the stops, hiring a big PR firm to generate mainstream buzz. A machine projected holographic images of Doom 2 monsters, and the game's soundtrack sounded awesome, pumping through the club's first-class sound system. At the back of the club, a bunch of computers were networked together and connected to the giant video screen so viewers could watch top players deathmatch. It was spectacular and more than a little surreal. Making games is such a solitary activity, and so being in a nightclub in a party atmosphere with loads of people to celebrate the release of our game was a massive change of pace for us. Game launch parties are common now, especially for big-name games. Back in 1994, though, they were largely unheard of. The press event was a wild circus of activity. Access to any of us was both limited and quite controlled. There were dozens of reporters in attendance, and they had lots of questions about Doom 2 and Doom. Did it turn out like you hoped it would? Yes, otherwise we would not have released it. What are you most proud of? The overall direction of the game. It feels like a worthy successor to Doom. What were the sales of Doom? A lot. In the middle of the group of reporters, one man began ranting over our answers, condemning Doom and Doom 2 for their violence. It's true that the games were violent, comically violent, with pretend digital guns shooting pretend digital rockets at pretend digital demons. The games were not intended for kids, of course, and we felt that games had the same ability and right to create an experience for adults as other forms of media. We heard what he had to say, but not content with being heard, the man continued to interrupt and was escorted out. We were answering questions from many people and being pulled in multiple directions with sit-down interviews on camera, quick quotes for an article with someone else, or photos to use alongside the articles. In this swirling mass of people was Bob Huntley, a businessman from Houston who had flown all the way to New York just to meet us and try to sell us on his new product. Jay introduced us. Looking toward Bob, he said, "You have 2 minutes." Bob and Key Kimbrell, his lead engineer, gave me a quick spiel about Dwango, which stood for Dial-Up Wide Area Network Games Operation. "It's early," Bob told me, "but it lets you use our program to connect to our server and launch Doom deathmatches with other people that are on our server." I nodded. Bob kept talking, cramming everything he could say into those 2 minutes. Finally, he gave me a disc and said, "Please, just run this. You won't be sorry." I was pulled away to a meeting. When I got back home, I ran the Dwango.exe program on the disk. The UI was rough, sandpaper rough, but it connected to their Houston server as promised. Once online, I saw all the activity just stream by. Key, Bob's partner, was in the server lobby, so I messaged him. How do I start a game? In its early state, I had to type out each of the commands manually as opposed to selecting them in a menu, but it worked. I was surprised that the gameplay felt good, almost as if we were connected to a LAN. The best part, of course, was that I no longer had to wait for a friend or a coworker to play deathmatch. I logged on, chatted with a stranger, and started playing. This is the future, I thought. There was always someone who wanted to play. Mind you, this was before everyone had the internet and games were connected by default. I thought about my time in Utah living in my dad's basement, not knowing a soul. I wouldn't have been able to deathmatch. There were thousands of computer and gamer geeks out there, eager to connect and play. The next day when I got to work, I went to Jay's office. "So, did you check out that Dwango program?" He looked at me in a knowing way. "Yeah, I checked it out," he said, smiling. "What did you think?" "It was awesome. I loved it. I mean, it's really early, but I want this thing to happen. It means that people always have someone to deathmatch with, no matter where they are or who they know." Jay nodded. He got it. "I'm going to contact Bob and get the ball rolling," I told him. I'll need to rewrite their client, and Key will need to do a lot of work on the server, but I think we can get this working well by the launch of Heretic. I thought about when this work might slot into my schedule. Even though Doom 2 was launched, there wasn't time to work on Dwango. Post-launch is always a busy time, and I was still getting Heretic out the door. I'll do it at home after work. You can figure out the biz details with Bob, I said. I believe Dwango would be nothing but a win-win for Doom and Doom 2, and by extension, id Software. Jay cut a deal for 20% of Dwango's profits. They charge $8.95 for a monthly dial-up service, and it was an instant hit. Bob and Key started offering franchises for $35,000. Even providing the equipment, a computer, modems, and cables, they must have cleared $30,000 on every deal. Better than that, gamers were connected and playing with people all over the world. From my perspective, meeting Bob and Key was the best thing about Doomsday. I've always wondered why they didn't just drive the 4 hours from Houston to Mesquite instead of flying all the way to New York City, but I'm glad he and Key did. Within a month, the initial 600,000 copy run of Doom 2 sold out. It was the top-selling computer game of 1994, moving well over 1 million copies and generating more than $30 million in retail sales. The critical reception was overwhelmingly positive, with a consensus that we had refined a great game. By this time, the remaining id founders were fortunate to be millionaires, but success hadn't really changed any of us at the core. I still woke up every day and thought about games and the possibilities before us. I wanted to keep up our momentum, capitalize on our success, and expand on our technological and gameplay lead. With both Doom 2 out the door and Heretic soon to follow, it was time to talk about what was next. Chapter 15. Fault Lines. Back in the early days of id Software, in December 1990, Tom, Carmack, Adrian, and I hatched a plan for the ultimate RPG. We were inspired by our D&D adventures. All of us gathered around John Carmack's expansive gaming table with snacks, Coke, Dr. Pepper, and plenty of pizza. In our campaign, there was a powerful group known as the ominous Silver Shadow Band. Its members rode on the back of a giant silver dragon, and if anyone saw its shadow, they knew the band was either high above or nearby. Each character in the Silver Shadow Band was the ultimate expression of one of D&D's stats, from the most intelligent character to one capable of nearly splitting our universe in half with his strength. That strongest character was Quake. To us, Quake was legendary, and he may as well have been only that. As a bunch of low-level peons, we rarely saw him or other high-level characters. However, we were lucky to go on an awesome adventure with him once or twice. The Silver Shadow Band did contract work for Justice, an even more powerful group. To us, Quake became more than just a character, and our adventures with him were the highlights of hundreds of hours of dungeon crawling. He was the embodiment of a superhero in a world of our own making. We thought it would be incredible to play as Quake in a computer game, to wield that kind of superhuman strength, to fly on the back of a dragon, and who wouldn't want to use his two extraordinary superpowers? First was his hammer, capable of destroying most everything in his path, which we imagined players using as Quake used it, to flatten enemies into paste. Second was the omnipotent Hellgate Cube, which floated above Quake and delivered devilish damage to enemies that dared challenge him. Sizzling Quake's foes with lightning bolts seemed to be the Hellgate Cube's favorite action. As we were finishing up our first Keen trilogy in December of 1990, we were enthusiastic about making Quake our next game and introducing him to our growing fanbase. Quake was going to be our next game. We even inserted this promo text into the first official id Software release, Commander Keen in Invasion of the Vorticons. Coming soon from id Software. As our follow-up to the Commander Keen trilogy, id Software is working on The Fight for Justice, a completely new approach to fantasy gaming. You start not as a weakling with no food. You start as Quake, the strongest, most dangerous person on the continent. You start off with a hammer of thunderbolts, a ring of regeneration, and a trans-dimensional artifact. Here, the fun begins. You fight for justice, a secret organization devoted to vanquishing evil from the land. This is role-playing excitement. Hyped by that premise, when Commander Keen shipped on December 14, 1990, we headed off for our Christmas vacations, but our imaginations exploded with ideas. We imagined Quake as a proto-God of War-like character battling huge enemies. Our D&D adventures made real.
However, we had just shipped our first 2D side-scroller, which in itself was a huge innovation. The distance between what we just shipped and what we envisioned? Light years. We wanted to put more on the screen and to give the player substantial agency in their gameplay, but CPUs were still slow and the technology available couldn't match the game in our heads. Moments like this one, what I call the possibility bridge, are common in game development. As game developers, we have to see beyond the current horizon to imagine the possibilities that others either didn't see or saw but overlooked. Thinking what if and coming up with functional answers to that question leads to innovation. However, it's not always possible to bridge the gap between imagination and what one can actually do with the available technology or resources. With Dangerous Dave in copyright infringement, Carmack believed he could cross the smooth-scrolling bridge, and he did. With Doom, I believed I could create new dimensions in gameplay and game space by inventing the abstract level design style, and I did. There was no way we were crossing this Quake bridge in early 1991, though, and on that we were unanimous. We didn't want to deliver a version of Quake that was anything less than what we envisioned Quake to be, supremely powerful, badass, and without parallel. We decided to put it on ice, but the dream of Quake never went away. And so, in late 1994, with Doom 2 out the door, Heretic about to launch, and the continued avalanche of Doom-themed product opportunities, our development team had a meeting to discuss our next original game. Everyone who shipped Doom 2 was there. Carmack, Adrian, Kevin, Dave, Sandy, American, and me. We knew what we were there for, and the sense of excitement was palpable. While it seems like a no-brainer that another FPS was in the cards, that wasn't a given. When we entered the room, all we knew was that we were making something new. Once everyone was seated, Carmack kicked things off. He'd been doing research into a new engine for quite some time while we were cranking out Doom 2's levels. Okay, we're here to talk about our next big game, Carmack began. I've been thinking about the next technological improvements we can make, going beyond Doom 2. That's what I like to hear, I said. Carmack and I agreed that the Doom 2 engine was only going to take us so far, especially since the modding community had embraced it and was producing a continuous stream of content. We had to do something new. That, and we liked chasing new tech. Since Commander Keen, we had become tech authoritative, because technology was what enabled our game design to have such a leading edge. American chimed in to agree. This'll be great, he said, smiling. Our next game engine is going to be fully 3D with better gradient lighting, and play over the internet using a client-server model, Carmack continued. He was eager and excited, and listening to him talk, so was I. Awesome, we can finally make Quake, I exclaimed. Hearing him say fully 3D was all it took. The possibilities for enhanced play and game design were obvious to me. Any design ideas I had were possible, because in full 3D, anything is possible. It gave players a full 6 degrees of freedom, right and left, forward and back, and critically, up and down. We were reaching a technological tipping point, where constraints of the past were disappearing. With Doom and Doom 2, most players believed that they were playing in a true 3D world, but it was a carefully crafted illusion. The levels were rendered in 3D, but everything else, enemies, walls, floors, stairs, you name it, happened on a 2D plane. Textures were projected onto X and Y coordinates in such a way that it created the illusion of perspective. Enemies were made smaller if they were farther away, and enemy or environment textures were stretched accordingly. With the exception of programmers and artists, many people probably didn't notice the illusion, and we took that illusion as far as we could with elevators and elevation changes. It wasn't 3D, though. We called it 2.5D, and while it was genuinely amazing, it limited the design potential. With a 3D engine, that was no longer the case. With true 3D, we could have one area directly over another, truly vary elevation, and allow all game entities and objects to exist in 3D space. This innovation dramatically changed the potential of level design, strategy of movement, and gameplay. As a game designer, with each iteration of Carmack's tech, I pushed the hell out of it, suggesting things I suspected the engine could do and creating the best gameplay from each iteration of the engine provided. Being a programmer myself allowed me to connect with Carmack and understand his intent in a way I suspect few others could. It also gave me a window into the possibility and potential of his engine because I understood it and respected it from a technical perspective. We were a great match and enjoyed working together. While this was a significant technical challenge, I felt confident he could do it.
With Carmack, when he says he's going to do something, it's not a wish or a possibility. It's done. When I said we could make Quake, though, most people in the room had no idea what I was talking about. Quake? American asked. Yes, Quake, I said again. Sandy echoed American. What's that? Quake is a game idea we had in 1990 that we abandoned because we didn't have the tech to make it. I mean, nobody had the tech. This new engine, a fully 3D engine, could do it, I said. Sandy was curious. What's it about? So, back 4 years ago or so, we wanted to make this game about a badass named Quake, I said. I filled them in on the adventures of the Silver Shadow Band, Justice, Quake's Hammer, and the Hellgate Cube. As D&D players themselves, they got it, and like I said before, who wouldn't want to play as a superpowered character like Quake? It was going to be an RPG, but we can make it into anything, I said. At one time, we imagined being kings of every genre. Adrian remembered Quake and our 1991 hopes for the game. Sounds good to me, he said. I knew that Adrian's imagination was already considering new ways to scare the hell out of players in full 3D, with the better lighting possibilities offering even more options to him. Then it's settled. Quake it is, Carmack declared. This was usually how our big game decisions went. Some quick thinking, some agreement, and our destiny was set for the next year or so. Of course, there were many more meetings to be had, but the big picture, the where are we going part of the journey, was decided. Carmack was just beginning his tech R&D, so it would be a while before the rest of the team could jump in, and as much as Quake tried to overtake my conscious thought, I decided to wait until January to dig into the possibilities for Quake's design. For me, December was going to be a busy month. For starters, I was writing the Dwango client in preparation for shipping it on the Heretic disk. There was a lot of activity between me and Key to get the Dwango.exe program working as intended. Downloading Dwango server phone numbers from their master list, allowing connection to any Dwango server over the modem, authenticating the player logging in, handling a busy lobby full of players talking to one another, and sending messages from the lobby into active games too, launching death matches, and handling credit cards. It was nothing short of revolutionary to have a pre-internet service where players dialed in and just started chatting and playing with other people. Players used to have to call one another on a landline and agree to connect modems to play. Dwango was the bridge between the dark ages of modems and the shiny new internet. Dwango supported Doom, Doom 2, and Heretic at release. Heretic was also in the closing stages, and I flew to Wisconsin near the middle of December to oversee the final state of the game and to make sure all the features were in. The excitement and energy of the Raven team was unmistakable. Examining the build, I was so impressed. Their skills expanded with their exposure to Next Step and the DOS cross-development environment. Design-wise, creating abstract level designs was an altogether new thing for anyone outside of id, but they had embraced the style and delivered. Beyond that, there are so many things big and small that go into shipping a game. That they did it in just 1 year showed how skilled and in sync the Heretic team was. I felt good about the time I spent pursuing this deal, directing the game, and helping to get it across the line. It was well worth it and satisfied my goal of expanding id Software's business. While there, I had to adapt our LAN and modem connection programs for Heretic since they were made for Doom and Doom 2. I also updated my dm.exe program to support Heretic. Testing my code and the game, Heretic really felt like an id Software game. It played great. I approved the Gold Master as final, and the team and I celebrated with dinner before I flew back to Dallas. At 11 p.m. on December 23, 1994, I uploaded the shareware version of Heretic as ht1cv1_0.zip from home. Like Doom, Heretic shipped as shareware with a registered box version available directly from us. Heretic sold 500,000 copies in its first year and generated a hefty return on id's investment of $500,000. Raven did an excellent job. At long last, it was time for a holiday. They were never intentional, these January to Christmas development periods, but over the previous few years, it just seemed to be the way it worked. The success of our games gave us the ability to give gifts like we were Santa Claus, and I loaded everyone up with presents, especially Michael and Steven, who love Lego. I got Kelly and the boys a new house, too. They were still in California, but we traveled back and forth as often as we could. Meanwhile, at home, Beth was doing well and was busy getting our house ready. Her love of cooking filled the air with smells of the holidays. Cookies, cakes, and dinner roasts, and visions of starting work on Quake in the new year danced in my head. As 1995 began, anticipation greeted us on our return to the office. I wondered if Carmack had done anything over the holidays. He and I both had the same tendency to work over breaks. Since he'd announced his desire to create a fully 3D engine, I had not been able to shut my brain off and had been doing a lot of research. I woke up, fell asleep, and dreamt thinking about Quake's design and 3D gameplay. What possibilities would the new engine offer? Nowadays, when game programmers start assembling the technology for a new game, the first question is often, which engine should we use? It's a question as important as what game should we make. In 1995, we didn't ask this question because there were no off-the-shelf engines to use. We crafted our own engines for our designs from the ground up, and that took a lot of expertise and time. If we wanted an engine that was high-speed, full 3D, texture-mapped, internet-aware, server-based, and capable of making Quake, we had to invent it. There was no engine that could do what we wanted it to do, and these were all the things we wanted Quake's tech to be. Our first task as a team was to explore the design and tech possibilities for Quake. Carmack and I sat down in his office to discuss it. These two primary pillars of id Software, engine and design, were inherently linked to one another in a Mobius strip. The gameplay design dictated the needs of the engine, while the engine gave potential to the game's design. Carmack and I were always pushing on those edges from the inside. From Carmack, what if the engine did this? How might that affect gameplay? From me, if the engine could support this, I could get this gameplay. It worked in the other direction too. The engine could constrain the design, or the design could slow down the engine, but avoiding those issues was an unstated goal of ours. These conversations were always engaging negotiations and never edicts. I had spent a lot of time thinking about the design of Quake, beginning with its birth as a character in our D&D campaign to its abandoned 1991 post-Keen incarnation, right up through to today. What, if any, gameplay features did we want to keep? What did I want to add? There were so many things we could do in 3D, and the trick was to focus on only those things that gave us the best gameplay and game design for the engine in question. Heading into the meeting and knowing the engine would be 3D, I envisioned bringing these features forward from our 1991 RPG attempt. A main character, Quake, who was an all-powerful badass. A medieval world reflective of our D&D adventures, which took place mostly outdoors in rich settings. Quake's powerful hammer, which, when thrown, returned to him. A small, extra-dimensional ability, the Hellgate Cube, that orbited Quake and attacked enemies. It also had the potential to go off exploring. Integration of a silver dragon, if only aesthetically. Additionally, I wanted to focus on these new features to take advantage of and show off what Carmack had shared about his engine plans thus far. An action RPG with a fantasy aesthetic, where stats and stat management were not at the forefront and potentially not included at all. Continuation of design rule number 8. If a level could be made in Doom 2, then it's not good enough for Quake. Design needed to be as cutting edge as our engine. Looking up and looking down needed to be key pillars of our level design. Multiplayer gameplay that emphasized single, co-op, or deathmatch play between 2 or more players. The client-server model allowed us to have more than 4 players in the game, and I wanted to explore what we could do with this. Beyond these features, there were too many dependencies between code and design to dig in deeper. As the design director, it was necessary to have a clear understanding of Carmack's key engine features, so I was eager to have our discussion. For game design well into the 1990s, this negotiation between design and code was a quintessential chicken or egg problem. When the engine is already done, as it is with today's Unreal Engine, much of the gameplay, or at least suggested optimum gameplay, is built into the engine itself, and the team chooses the best engine for a predetermined design job. The Unreal Engine, for instance, is used for many FPS games because it was originally built as an FPS engine. When there is no engine, though, it's a question of which comes first, the design or the engine. In our case, only the core of the engine came first, a 3D engine with a client-server model, and then grew by design from there. Carmack and I had a collaborative process so that one idea played off the other. It's a challenge to get across the complexity of this situation for people who were not developing games at the time, but this might help. Look at the features in the latest Unreal Engine. Now, get rid of all of them except the online and 3D bits. That's where we started with no idea where we were going. Every idea Carmack and I discussed was balanced on every other idea to consider whether they might work together. The engine was still just an idea of a 3D space.
Even fundamental stuff like movement, physics, weapons, and enemies didn't exist. The features that design scoped out affected code and vice versa. In essence, we were designing the world and what you could do in that world simultaneously, accepting benefits and trade-offs. It's a collaborative partnership where we want code to be just as excited about what it's building as design is about what it can create. Sitting in Carmack's office, we were both looking forward to exploring Quake's possibilities. We were still using Next Step workstations to develop Quake, and we were sticking with the C language, not C++, for speed. Objective-C was used only for the tools that I wrote. On the art side, we had a new workstation added to the mix, the Silicon Graphics Indigo, which we planned to use for 3D modeling. As always, game development is fluid, and I recognize that nothing we were here to discuss was promised or written in stone. However, I hope to come away from this meeting with an understanding of the baseline design of the engine. Knowing how Carmack planned to architect it allowed us designers to make a more advanced game. Carmack began with, okay, well, I'm going to base the engine on a new networking model where game clients connect to a game server. Multiple Quake clients will connect to a Quake server for single, deathmatch, or co-op play. If you're playing single player, you will have the server and client running on the same PC. You could also host a multiplayer game on your PC and other PCs can connect to it. The great thing about the client-server model is that players wouldn't be limited by the network speed of other Quake players that were connected to the same server. With Doom, everyone who was in a multiplayer game ran at the speed of the slowest player's connection because they all had to be in perfect sync with each other. With Quake, that limitation was gone. Players were going to love it. The client-server technology was new at the time. Our only experience with game network models was Doom's peer-to-peer model. The client-server model had not been used in an action game yet. It had only been used on mainframe computers for slow, primarily text-based games. Even better, there's no way to cheat because the server is authoritative, he continued. The server is what runs the game code, and the clients are merely displaying the state of the game. They can only send commands to the server. I was curious, though. You're going to need to write that code first, then? The order in which he wrote the code dictated what the design team was able to do. Yes, I need to get the networking architecture working so it's passing information between the client and server and simulating a game. Then I can start working on the client architecture and the renderer. I nodded. The success of the client-server code affected everything else he planned to write. We discussed the technical details of the architecture and imagined how it might affect gameplay, particularly deathmatch gameplay. Even though we were here to discuss Quake, new technology excited both of us, and we enjoyed these conversations. We were also eager to talk about the 3D engine because of the opportunities it afforded for gameplay. I've been thinking of a scene on a hilltop where the player is looking down at some enemy he wants to take out, I said. Another player comes up behind him and slam! Smashes him in the back of the head with their hammer, and the first player is falling forward down the hill, and their entire view is rotating on that axis as it would in real life. I was standing, waving my hands like a conductor. Or imagine a central hub area where you can see into these other paths. One of the paths has some crazy huge monster patrolling in it, and the others are either empty or have some minor enemies milling around. Imagine feeling like Quake, all-powerful, and you could just jump right into that shit, take on the boss and experience sheer terror right away. I want players to know that the game is hardcore dangerous, and that we're not trying to hold their hand. We could see it and feel the potential experience. Everything else that was out there wasn't even close. Doom, Heretic, and Rise of the Triad were 2.5D. Even games in development that we knew about, like Duke Nukem 3D, weren't close. Ultima Underworld was true 3D with 6 degrees of freedom, but it also had 6 degrees of slowness, and didn't fit with the fast-paced action RPG we were leaning towards. Myst, which continued to top the charts along with Doom and Doom 2, continued to baffle us. We didn't understand the lore of an empty, slow-paced world. We knew players liked the story, but we were interested in creating games that let players make their own stories about amazing battles or deathmatch victories. Seeing the potential for Quake was an incredible place for us to be. Carmack shared more about the research and work he'd been doing thus far. Everything Carmack had said about his code translated into a potential player experience in my mind. I'm really happy we're going to true 3D, I said. No more sprites. Well, we will be limiting the use of sprites to UI elements only, I hope. The world will be textured, and we will have twice the light levels as Doom. The lighting will depend on where you place lights in the world and how bright you make them. Calculating the light in the level was a huge step forward for level design. Instead of meticulously specifying the light level of every area in the game, We were now able to put lights wherever we liked, with a brightness level for each light. In turn, the engine knew how to cast that light into the world and created wall textures that transitioned from bright to dark smoothly. In Doom, the entire wall texture was always the same light level. In Quake, walls could now have complex lighting patterns depending on where the lights shone. In a nutshell, it allowed artists and level designers to create far more realistic and immersive environments. Can you imagine a Baron of Hell coming out of that darkness? We didn't have enemies for Quake yet, so I substituted one of Doom's instead. I had never been so excited about the potential of a game. So, okay, thinking of those enemies, what are you planning to do for the video buffer? Are we still using 8-bit or are we going 16-bit color? I asked. The bit depth of the video buffer, either 8-bit or 16-bit, determined the amount of colors I'd have to work with. With 16-bit color, I had 65,536 colors at my disposal. With 8-bit, it was just 256. Carmack's answer determined whether I would be designing colorful creatures or mud monsters. In addition, 16-bit color mode would allow for smooth gradient shadows. Carmack was writing the renderer, so he had a feeling 16-bit was too much data for current video cards. We're going with VGA to start because the data size is 1 byte per pixel versus 2 bytes per pixel, he said, and I want to be above 30 frames per second, and closer to 60 frames per second. That made perfect sense. Drawing twice as much data takes twice as long and slows down the frame rate. Getting close to 60 FPS was critical for movement to feel good. Future 3D video cards would be able to handle 16-bit color at a high frame rate, but we weren't there yet. I wasn't at all disappointed. I just needed to know what I had to work with. With shadows, that means we will have fewer colors to use. How many levels of brightness will the colors have? I needed to know the levels of brightness to determine how many distinct colors were on my palette. If each color had 4 levels of brightness, for instance, that meant I had 64 distinct colors to work with, since each of those 4 would be coming out of 256 colors total, 64 colors times 4 levels of gradient each. However, I knew there would need to be more levels of gradient than that to get the effect we wanted. Well, yes, we will have fewer colors, he said. I plan on having 16 levels of brightness per color, so that'd be a minimum of 16 colors in the 256 color VGA palette, he said. Well, if Quake is a medieval game, the limited color palette will probably work. Lots of mud and rock colors, I laughed. Plus red, of course. Medieval would work perfectly with that palette, he agreed. Since we're making Quake and he has this huge hammer, this game could be about hand-to-hand combat. Like, imagine completely obliterating something, smashing it and hammering it to gibs, I mused. And don't forget the Hellgate Cube. It has a mind of its own. Carmack laughed. Yeah, maybe it needs you to pulverize enemies to feed it. If you don't feed it often enough, it could get upset and leave for a while. I was into it. But if it's happy, it can suck the souls out of your enemies. Also, you could have a devastating area attack where if you slam the hammer into the ground, like if you get surrounded. Will we be able to have camera shakes for that? Definitely. That'll be easy with the way I plan setting up the gameplay code. I'm going to write a simple C-like programming language so designers and coders can add whatever they like and see it work immediately. The server will just load the files and parse them quickly, Carmack said. This was exciting. What Carmack was doing was separating the engine from the gameplay. The division between engine and gameplay can be tricky for those not in the industry to understand, so I'll explain it this way. Imagine the engine is an actual car engine. It has the basic rules by which it functions to turn gas into power. The gameplay is what happens when the player presses on the gas or the brake, changes gears, or installs a nitrous switch to supercharge the fuel intake. All of these things affect the engine, but the engine needs to be specifically programmed to respond to these inputs. So, a game designer programs press the gas, and Carmack programs the engine to respond to that gameplay. That's the basic idea, anyway. An engine might allow for the player to walk in the game world. The gameplay is what happens when a player steps on a trigger, thus opening up a monster closet, and takes a bunch of fireballs to the back of their head. For designers, separating the gameplay from the engine meant we could make quick gameplay changes without needing to compile the whole engine. What was minutes now took seconds. Even better, modders could just write code to make changes to the game. They would not need the Objective-C tools we use to build the game or access to Quake's source. With our previous games, each build process compiled the entire engine. The process was a minute or two, which may not seem like much, but it adds up quickly when you're making dozens and dozens of iterations a day. It also breaks design flow. Such a great idea, I said. We could really increase our development speed.
I thought for a moment to explore an example of how this might work. Here's a test, I said. Since combat will be mostly up close, how about Quake throws his hammer for distance attacks? He did that in the D&D campaign, and it was awesome. Sure, that can be done in the new language, Carmack answered. I'll just call the language Quake C. Quake C can do camera shakes, the hammer attacks, enemy AI, and anything else we need for gameplay. To the layperson, it may seem that separating the gameplay code from the engine would allow us to develop both of them quickly and independently. However, the gameplay Quake C code could only do what the engine allowed it to do, so with the engine unfinished, there was less functionality in Quake C. I'm getting ahead of myself here, but as an example, when Quake C was first made, we could not put enemies in the game because the engine code didn't handle moving AI characters around or drawing 3D models yet. Later, when the engine supported AI pathing and the drawing of 3D models, Quake C was changed to allow the drawing and moving of 3D enemy models. This is how, over time, the functionality of Quake C increased, and we could eventually control all aspects of what the engine could do from Quake C. In a nutshell, it meant that real gameplay code couldn't be written until the engine was done, or stable anyway. We could write parts of it incrementally, but not get a feel for how it all worked together, which is essential to game design and gameplay. Doom's engine took 2.5 months, and while Quake was certainly more complicated, we didn't think it was light years away. Waiting for an engine to be developed was a necessity at id. We were also busy with plenty of other things. In the meantime, we level designers could experiment with Quake C, but whatever we wrote was likely going to be tossed out with any big engine update or optimization. Next, we needed to pick a target CPU to benchmark the game's performance throughout development. Getting the game running smoothly on the target CPU would help ensure the game played well on release. With a lot of assembly language programming, the latest 75 MHz Pentium CPUs in 1995 were fast enough to deliver the game we dreamed of, and they were only getting faster. At least, we felt certain it was within the range of possibility. In addition, we were now able to use 2 times more memory than Doom, so we could spend some of that memory on speed optimizations to reach our 60 FPS target frame rate, and some more of it on the complex 3D levels we were going to make. Having this extra memory meant not having the super tight constraints of the past. For example, PC games before Doom used only 640K of memory, which is why they were so limited in scope. Before that, in the 80s, 8-bit computers typically had a maximum memory size of 64K, a tenth that of PCs in 1991. We still had constraints with Quake, of course, such as an upper memory size of 8 megabytes, but on the whole, the extra memory allowed us to make a bigger, better-looking game. I knew that with a move to a 3D engine, Doomed, my long-serving level editor, was getting its walking papers. Quaked, like Doomed, would be a tool that allowed designers to create levels and connect objects we placed in the levels to Quake C code for functionality such as enemy placement, torches, doors, item pickups, teleporters, and anything else we need. I'd need to code it from scratch to account for the new engine and our switch to 3D. I can't write Quake until you get to the client and start defining the world data, I said. Correct. In the meantime, I'll set up a skeleton project for it so I can add code for a 3D renderer when I have time. After I figure out the basics of world construction, I'll define the data, and you can take it from there. Once Carmack had those bits defined, I could move forward with programming Quaked. Everything we had discussed from 3D to Quake C sounded great to me. We had a preliminary idea of what we wanted, and as we began the new year, we had to create all the tools and tech necessary to make an engine capable of building a full 3D world. Even nowadays, FPSs push engines and computers to their limit. And creating an engine, the tools to support it, and a design to show it off is a Herculean task. We'd done it 3 times before, but this engine was the most complex one yet. We guess it to be about 10 times more difficult than Doom's engine. This metric allowed us to estimate the time it might take, but in the end, it was only a guess. We were charting new territory. It was as good a time as any to sync up about business, and so I jumped into it. While you're working on the engine, we're going to get started on the retail version of Registered Doom, I said. Releasing a retail version of Doom was long overdue. We had to deal with GT Interactive to put Doom on store shelves, and I wanted to add a new episode, By Flesh Consumed, to create value and entice players who already had the shareware or mail-order versions. I'm sure it'll reach way more people by being at retail, I told him. American and Sean are going to pitch in along with some mappers. I'm calling it Doom SE for now, Special Edition.
I'll update the codebase to v1.9 for it, and we can release a patch that upgrades our Doom registered customers to it for free." Carmack nodded. I knew he was ready to get back to coding. "Oh, one more thing. Since Heretic is shipped, I'm getting Raven started on the sequel. I'm calling it Heretic 2, but we'll come up with a cool name later." With that, we both had our plans for the next little while, and based on our conversation, the design of Quake expanded to include new elements. If we had written a press release for Quake as we did for Doom, it may have listed these additional features. Number 1. Explore a dark and foreboding 3D medieval setting full of devilish and diabolical enemies. Number 2. Engage in hand-to-hand and hammer-to-head combat with your foes using Quake's devastating hammer. Number 3. Rip enemies' heads off and take them to a sacrificial altar to power yourself up. Number 4. New damage reactions. Hits to the back of the head can result in you falling face forward and tumbling into a cavern. Number 5. Collect an array of thrown weapons to target enemies before they get too close. Number 6. Use your hammer for new area of effect attacks. Number 7. Slay enemies to power up your Hellgate cube, which feeds on their souls. Number 8. Watch where you look. If enemies catch you looking in their direction, they might just come after you. I couldn't wait to get going on Quake once Carmack determined the data structures and, eventually, to get working on the game itself. Carmack returned to his work on the foundations of Quake's 3D engine, and the rest of us got busy with Doom SE, and I worked with Raven Software on the beginning of Heretic 2. Carmack was facing a massive programming challenge, building an engine from the ground up to do something neither he nor anyone else had done before, and I knew there was no place he'd rather be. Chapter 16. Tremors. As Quake entered its R&D phase in earnest, we started to hold more meetings. Some were tech sync-ups where Carmack just wanted to excitedly share some discovery he made, or let me know where he was with the data structures. Others were check-ins with American, Sean, and Sandy to discuss our levels for Doom SE and checking with the additional external level designers to see how they were progressing with their levels. I also got to work on my own map, E4M6, Against Thee Wickedly, which starts in the mountains and winds down to the entrance into a green subterranean castle. There were lots of business update meetings that Jay Wilbur held to keep us apprised of the avalanche of opportunities as a result of our games' successes. Potential movie deals, book deals, strategy guides, tech licensing opportunities, collaboration with Logitech on a new controller, quarterly income, and so on. I handled some of these business initiatives either because they required a degree of tech or design expertise, or because we had no additional staff to help Jay. As owners, we decided things by unanimous democratic vote, and Carmack didn't want to bring extra people on to handle things that weren't directly related to the development of Quake. As Chris Lombardi put it in the July 1994 issue of Computer Gaming World, quote, "When I stepped into the modest offices of id Software and saw how democratically and often anarchistically these 10 people ran their operation, and when I heard just how successful their games and their shareware marketing approach had been, I couldn't help but think I had stepped back into the wilder and woolier days of the computer gaming gold rush." End quote. Well, it wasn't broken, so we weren't going to fix it. It's easy to see an argument being made to push past that limitation to allow the company to grow, to take advantage of our success and the IP we created, and to remove some of the pressure on our team. However, we had operated conservatively, and everyone who was at id Software, except for Donna and Jay, worked directly on the development of the games. I had tech, design, and business knowledge to assist, and so I did. We were moving at the speed of light trying to stay at the forefront, and at this point, we didn't need money or need to grow. Deals that were software-related, like Heretic or Doom SE, had a great one-to-many return and broadened the imprint of our two pillars, design and tech, and we voted them a worthy investment of my time. Deals like branded t-shirts and books or integrating someone else's tech or hardware into our pipeline? Less so. Inspired by my work with Raven, Carmack initiated a similar deal with Cygnus Studios, a team of game developers in Illinois who made Galactics in 1992. Carmack had been emailing their programmer, Scott Host, and was impressed enough by him that he suggested we bring their team down to create a game with the Doom engine. Since Raven was working out well, we voted to go ahead and do a deal with them and install them in an office on our floor.
Since it was his deal, we assumed Carmack would oversee their production and manage them the way I managed Raven. Cygnus was still finishing up a game for Apogee at the time, and given our proximity to Apogee, moving to Mesquite made sense. Jay arranged for a moving service and had an empty office prepared with new desks, lamps, and all the other things needed to start work when they arrived. A week later, they saw their new space and were suitably impressed and happy to get to work. In early January, outside of id, and unbeknownst to us at the time, something big was happening inside Microsoft in Redmond, Washington. All hands were on deck to deal with a technical issue that had happened over the Christmas holidays. The Windows 3.1 version of the Lion King multimedia CD-ROM, based on the WinG programming interface, the G was for graphics, had launched in December 1994 and was crashing on new holiday-launched compact PCs. The Lion King was one of Disney's biggest films, and an entire marketing campaign had been built around the game, and specifically Windows, as an operating system that was game-friendly. Companies like Sega and Nintendo claimed the lion's share of the video game industry business, and Microsoft wanted in on that action. So when the Lion King was pre-installed on compact PCs and crashed on every last one of them, it raised a lot of eyebrows, especially since it was supposed to herald the power of WinG over MS-DOS. The event was so bad that PC World magazine listed it at number 6 in its list of the 25 worst tech products of all time, stating that, quote, "Few products get accused of killing Christmas for thousands of kids, but that fate befell Disney's first CD-ROM for Windows," end quote. It turned out that Compaq had unilaterally changed their hardware without alerting WinG. In the industry, game developers started to raise concerns about plans to embrace Windows as the future for PC games, and considered going back to developing for MS-DOS instead. They didn't want their games to be accused of killing Christmas too. After all, the MS-DOS-based Doom 2 played great without crashing, displaying the most advanced graphics and speed seen in any PC game, and proved the PC could compete with console platforms. Jason Robar, a Microsoft game technology evangelist, showed Doom 2 to Alex St. John, the group manager of Microsoft's multimedia strategy. Alex saw Doom 2's performance and knew that it was accessing the PC hardware at a high rate of speed, faster than the still-in-development Windows 95 allowed programs to access the hardware. This event was a significant catalyst for a direction change. Alex and Jason needed to get game developers on board to support the launch of Windows 95 and to prove the PC could compete with game consoles from Nintendo, Sony, and Sega in the game market. They knew getting Doom 2 running on Windows 95 would be the key to wooing developers back. Doom 2 used real-time hardware access in MS-DOS to run smoothly. Alex, Craig Eisler, and Eric Engstrom decided Microsoft needed to develop a software development kit, or SDK, that allowed Windows 95 this kind of fast access for games. Alex was working with Chris Hecker on the WinG SDK, which allowed fast graphics access, but Doom 2 used all the PC's hardware, not just the video card. WinG was too limited in its scope. The new APIs would need to solve all the problems developers faced in making games for Windows 95, like sound effects, music, multiplayer connections, and input devices like joysticks. Alex, Craig, and Eric ditched the WinG approach and built a small Skunkworks team to develop an SDK that allowed direct, real-time hardware access for several components. The result of this project would go on to change the PC game industry forever, and Doom 2 was the impetus for starting it. This project would eventually be known as DirectX, a permanent extension to Windows that enables all Windows programmers to make games as hardware-intensive as Doom 2. By mid-January, Carmack's work on the new engine had advanced to the point where he could render a test level, but the definition of level was still embryonic and displayed nothing more than a box. Still, it was an impressive box, a 3D box, and this representation allowed him to create Quake's data structures and to experiment with how this 3D space might be stored in the computer's memory. Since there was no editor yet, American took time from Doom SE and was assigned to work with Carmack as needed to input the levels manually in text files. It was tedious, but these early test levels were necessary for Carmack to explore the engine's architecture. This got Carmack to the point where he could create the rudimentary framework for Quake that integrated the basic building block of level creation, a textured 3D rectangle that Carmack named a brush. Once he got the brush in, he handed Quake over to me. I started designing and programming UI elements to improve the user experience of Quake.
Even if it wasn't a product we were going to release to the public, we believed that the quality and usability of the tools affected the quality of the output. If somebody is struggling with a miserable tool, particularly when learning to design in 3D, they are not going to be inclined to create a masterpiece. We always worked directly with the tools and in the game. At id Software, we didn't use design documents on any of our 24 games, with the exception of Doom, whose design document we didn't actually use. The game was the living document, and this worked well for us. Remembering details of the game's design wasn't an issue for me. Quake was critical for the level designers to start exploring 3D level design, and especially so for American to create more R&D levels for Carmack as he continued to develop the engine's architecture. Normally, I would be the one working hand in hand with Carmack on these prototype level designs, but American was assigned the job while I handled the programming of Quake, the direction of the Ultimate Doom, which was the new name for Doom SE, Heretic 2, and the post-launch press and marketing antics of Heretic and Doom 2. We Are the Wind may have been id Software's unofficial motto, but it felt like it described my day-to-day activity as well, as I ping-ponged from one project to the next to keep them all moving along, sometimes working on one game in the morning, another in the afternoon, and still another at night. It's impossible to describe how fast everything was happening, and on top of that, not a day passed when we weren't in the news, receiving dozens of calls from the media and potential partners, or inadvertently greeting fans in the parking lot, the lobby, at the grocery store, everywhere. After getting Quaked up to date with the latest work from Carmack, I jumped in on the Ultimate Doom with the goal of finishing Episode 4, Thy Flesh Consumed, at the end of March. American Sean and I were creating 2 levels each. Kevin threw together a new orange sky texture, a new world map screen, shown before starting to play a level, and a new credits screen. As the 4th episode in the series, it was designed to be tougher than the first 3 episodes. I finished up E4M6 Against Thee Wickedly, which I had been working on whenever I had the time. It felt good and challenging to play from a pistol start, and it was a big level too. For my second level in the episode, I decided to make E4M2. I wanted it to be tough as well, but smaller in size, in keeping with where it fit in the episode. It came after American's E4M1, which was a perfectly small first level for the episode. Carried along by the intense current, perhaps, I wanted to see just how fast I could create something with a high level of production quality. So, on a Friday night, I got ready. I didn't know how long it was going to take me, but what mattered most was that it was professional quality, fun, and difficult. My home Next Step workstation was all set, as was my PC. At the time, I was really into the just-released Mad Season album Above, so I had that looping. The level began as all levels do, with me leaning back in my chair, thinking and trying to see the space in my mind. The first thing I needed to do was visualize the player's path through the entire level. Usually I don't know more than the first few rooms, but since this level was going to be small and I was trying to go fast, I decided that I should be able to see most of the playable space from the player's starting position. With that decision made, I determined that the level's exit would also be visible from the starting point. In addition to the predominantly visible play area, I decided I'd have 2 side areas that were critical to the flow through the level, as well as some blocking pillars that the player needed keys to raise up. I placed those keys in the side areas. At this point, I imagined the feel and play of this space, thinking my way through the movement of the level, and it felt good, at least to start. I grabbed my mouse and quickly created the bounds of the level, like roughing out a sketch, and made it playable so I could jump in, get a feel for it, and start creating. I decided that the player would be on a raised platform inside of a lava cavern, with enemies and items hidden in the lava below. I made the end area much higher up with a sort of stairway they had to jump over to continue climbing towards the exit, except that a pillar blocked their progress. I locked the pillar until the player found the key to raise it and reveal the way forward and up the stairway. One of the most important decisions I made was how I wanted the level to start. With an open playable space, many of the level's enemies will be able to see the player at the beginning. I decided to place 2 shotgun sergeants in front of the player, but facing away from them. Distant enemies would see the player and throw fireballs, and the player could move sideways and let those fireballs hit the shotgun guys and start some infighting right at the start. It worked beautifully and rewarded players who used this strategy. My planned route through the level would have the player unlock the section on the left side, go through it, then teleport back to the start area to unlock the entrance to the right side, go through that, teleport back again, then unlock the pillar blocking the path to the exit. After reaching the top, I made the decision to greet the player with a cyber demon.
Getting this level made on a condensed schedule came down to imagining the path through the level and then creating the level geometry as quickly as possible. When the geometry was there, I could start placing enemies and items, then tweak them until it felt good for a player using Ultraviolence difficulty, the second hardest difficulty setting, with a pistol start. I always balance my levels for that difficulty first, then scale it back for the easier difficulty levels and increase it for Nightmare. I even added 3 secrets to the level so it felt complete. A third of my time making the level was playing it so I could get a good feel for it. Then I tweaked balance constantly until the entire level felt good. I checked for texture alignment and any other possible technical glitches. It was done at 6 a.m. E4M2 was finished, shippable, and made in 6 hours. That's a speed mapping record for any officially published level in any Doom game. As the levels were finished, I did playthroughs to make sure that they felt balanced against one another and represented progressively more challenging play. When all were finished, we gave them their launch names. Sometimes these names happened during development, but this was not the case with Thy Flesh Consumed, probably because so much was going on at the time. Instead, Kevin compiled a list of Bible quotes, and we selected the names we liked. E4M2 became Perfect Hatred, named after Psalm 139:22. I hate them all with perfect hatred. I count them as my enemies. The Ultimate Doom was finished at the end of March, and GT Interactive got it on retail shelves by April. I did all the programming, updated the engine to version 1.9, and handled project management to Gold Master. By now, royalties were starting to come in from Doom 2, our first Doom game sold at retail. Not everyone had access to a modem, so having a box on the shelves was a huge bonus. We knew from GT that Doom 2 was selling really well, but until we opened our first royalty check, it was hard to quantify what that meant. The day we got the check, Kevin, Adrian, and I drove to the bank where we had our company account. I put the check in the drive-thru vacuum tube, and the teller's face looked puzzled when she saw the number of zeros on the check. Who were these 3 guys in their 20s pulling up in a bright yellow 77 Chevy Blazer and depositing a check for $3 million? She vacuum delivered the receipt to me, and we all laughed as we drove off. I don't know that moments like this ever felt normal. Most of us grew up without a lot, so even seeing a check like that was gratifying and rewarding, but also incredibly weird. You don't know quite what to do with it because you're used to being cautious and conservative. In my case, I had even been homeless as a kid and bankrupt as an adult. We did what we usually did. We kept it in the bank. Meanwhile, the team at Raven was making good progress on the sequel to Heretic. The original was selling well, and we knew we would sell even more copies when we went into retail with GT Interactive too. We had no doubts that the investment would pay off. I had a couple major design goals for Heretic's sequel, the first of which was to increase the player's choice of character types from 1 to 3, a spiritual cleric, a burly fighter, and a spellcasting mage. This pushed the game a little further into the RPG direction. Each persona had its own abilities and ultimate weapon to assemble throughout the game. My other goal was to devise a hub level system. I imagined a central level that connected to multiple levels to have adventures and solve puzzles. Finishing the challenges in a level allowed the player to come back to the hub and discover new gates opening and new areas to explore. The programmers for Heretic 2, Ben Goki and Chris Reinhardt, were so good at using the Doom and Heretic engine that they extended its design capabilities, figuring out a way for the doors to rotate open, like they do in real life, as opposed to Doom's doors which went straight up. It was some tricky work, and they surprised me. They really understood the engine and made it do things we hadn't designed it to do. I hoped that they would be able to deliver the game before the end of the year. In March 1995, Carmack and I held another meeting to advance Quake. Things were still tech-heavy, as you might expect. At this stage in Doom's development cycle, its engine was finished, but Quake was proving a good deal more challenging than that. The discussion revolved around a problem. Carmack needed to find a way to light the world, and then, for all the textures touched by those lights, he needed to find a way to draw those textures quickly with the right lighting on them. Remember, depending on where the lights were, thanks to gradient lighting, a single texture could grow lighter or darker depending on how the lighting hit it, kind of like how light in the corner of a room casts light on the walls. Technically speaking, he needed to devise a fast method to display textures so that each polygon, the shapes that are part of every brush, character, weapon, and detail on the screen, looked perfect at every angle. This is called perspective-correct texture mapping and would require programming like floating point unit for these calculations. Mastering perfect polygons was only half the challenge. The other half was ensuring the dots that fill a computer screen did so at a rate of 60 FPS so the game would move smoothly. Nowadays, a 3D accelerator card would handle this. However, in 1995, no consumer-level GPUs, or graphics processing units, existed. We were drawing every single pixel on the screen manually with our own calculations to determine what should be drawn at each pixel location based on what the player was looking at. Our screen was 320 by 200, or 64,000 pixels. At 60 FPS, we needed to draw 64,000 pixels 60 times per second for a total of 3.84 million pixels per second without any assistance from graphics hardware. We also needed to have enough CPU speed left over to compute which polygons to display, process player input, move the player in the world, handle all moving objects including enemy AI, play sound and music, and move the network data in and out of the computer. It was a tremendous undertaking. We discussed what it would take to program perspective-correct textures in assembly language. Writing code in assembly allowed us to use the CPU at optimal efficiency beyond what a C compiler could do. Then we would optimize the resulting code for speed. It's highly complex programming. With 3D accelerator cards, it's possible to take 3D animation and graphics for granted, but we shouldn't. It is a breathtakingly complicated feat to define and render a realistic-looking object on a flat screen, and that achievement becomes more complex when equally realistic characters can move around that object, impact and interact with the thing itself, moving it even, with each movement casting shadows, changing the quality of light and the surrounding textures. And to do all that with no visible latency on the screen, even when you introduce multiplayer characters that arrive over a network with their own data delivery issues, it's remarkable when you think about it. At id Software, we were used to taking on such tech and design challenges, as well as the risks that came with them. We had to, if we were going to stay ahead of the industry. During one of our meetings, Carmack mentioned bringing in Michael Abrash, who he'd been exchanging emails with for a few months, to work with him on the engine. I was all for that. Abrash was the author of the book that helped Carmack achieve his side-scrolling breakthrough and wrote programming columns in Dr. Dobbs' journal for years. Given the complexity of 3D, it made perfect sense to get another Jedi-level coder to join the team, and up to this point, Carmack was working on the engine alone. So Carmack flew to Redmond, Washington, where Abrash was working at Microsoft. He had dinner with Abrash to convince him that joining the team to create Quake would be taking the first steps toward the metaverse as described in Neil Stephenson's 1992 award-winning cyberpunk novel, Snow Crash. Quake, Carmack argued, would have a representation of independently controlled characters walking around in a 3D space, and it could be interpreted as one of the steps necessary to reach a metaverse or virtual world. Abrash was intrigued and said he was on board. He negotiated with Jay and came into id as a minority owner a couple of months later. American continued to work with Carmack as his R&D level designer. There still weren't any actual levels to design or real gameplay to be had, but as Carmack was working out the engine tech, he needed someone to put together test locations. For the most part, it was building one box after another, but each of these boxes advanced or tested the engine he was trying to build. Things were progressing. Carmack succeeded in getting a 2D sprite, a golden ball, in the world to represent the player, and it was incredible. Our first look at something moving in our own 3D world. American purchased a house next to Carmack, and Carmack, who was by now possessed by the problem in front of him and working constantly, took to visiting American at all hours to bounce things off him, all of which would have been well over American's head as a non-programmer, but American was a good listener and provided a sounding board at least. Adrian and I used to joke that there was a tunnel between their houses. Based on our past experience, I think we all expected that we'd be able to dig into building rudimentary Quake gameplay in a month or two. With Wolfenstein 3D and Doom, Carmack had gotten us working engines within weeks, but this time, the months passed. This engine was a massive technology jump. Not only were we raising the bar for 3D, we also wanted to connect players to one another through the internet. The internet is always on, so people could have Quake servers running constantly and connected them to play anytime they liked. We imagined players forming teams and playing deathmatch against other teams, like soccer. We were on the verge of seeing something new happen to games because of the internet, and Quake would be one of the first internet-aware games available. To ensure we would have a proper focus on the highly important network code, we found a great network programmer that worked at Novell, a company specializing in file server software that handled many users at once over a local network. His name was John Cash. Before Cash joined, Carmack needed to program the engine to use the network data stream, a term used to describe how the network and the engine sent information back and forth. To set it up, Carmack wrote code that looked like the network drivers were working and delivering data, but it was simulated and just the engine talking to itself. John Cash's job would be to replace it with actual networking code. Cash would handle the network plumbing, all the programming that connects the game engine to the network device drivers and delivers data packets to and from Quake. Cash planned on joining in April, around the same time as Abrash. Bringing in these two expert-level programmers would, we hoped, take the pressure off Carmack and deliver the engine sooner. Due to the significant technical challenge of creating a 3D engine, these hurdles meant the rest of us had to wait before we could start working in earnest on Quake. At this point, we had 2 full-time programmers on the game. Dave Taylor was working on audio, and Abrash and Cash planned for April, but none of them were assigned to gameplay. We understood that the engine had to come first. Still, there was no shortage of work to do. We had grown a business that had gone nuclear as a result of releasing the most important games in recent memory, and that had benefits for sure, but it also had trade-offs. When Doom 2 launched, we set a lot of different things in motion to take advantage of our tech, and to satisfy the overwhelming demand of our fans. GT Interactive sold through all we gave them, and the fans never tired of it. They only wanted more. It seemed there was a new money-making idea around every corner. Heretic 2 was in production, and the Ultimate Doom was close to launch. I was busy producing and directing both, and programming Quake and the Ultimate Doom's installation program. Kevin jumped in to create the packaging art for the Ultimate Doom, and worked with GT Interactive's marketing group on a campaign that would appeal to players. Jay, meanwhile, was the ringleader of 1,000 Beasts, and there was simply no way he could do it all. If anyone wanted to contact id for a business venture, Jay was the first stop. The emails and phone calls never stopped. It was near overwhelming, but we were used to working hard by this point. While Carmack's skill set was growing, the rest of us were also rapidly learning, going from the Middle Ages into the early modern era of art and game design. Since the start of id Software, every element of our games was 2D. Even in Doom 2, the enemies were still 2D. Breaking the 3D barrier was complex, and much of 1995 was dedicated to R&D. There was so much to learn, from new software tools to new dimensions, literally, of player interaction, none of which we had done before. Kevin was learning new technology to create the 3D models we would eventually get into the engine. He cut out the model-making middleman we used for Doom, Gregor Punchatz, by creating models digitally on our new Silicon Graphics Indigo workstation and using its 3D modeling program, Alias Wavefront. Many people go to college for 4 years to grasp what Kevin was about to teach himself. His goal? To design 3D models in Wavefront, then use Deluxe Paint 2 to create the textures to cover his models. Putting textures on the 3D models was the new frontier. Because they would be attached to 3D objects, the textures needed to fit the models like a shirt fits a human. This process is known as skinning. With a 3D character, you can rotate it and see all possible angles smoothly. The character animations in 3D were so much easier to create because it wasn't a matter of redrawing an entire character to make it look like it's running. We just changed the values of where the legs were at a certain time, and the game smoothly moved the leg from point A to point B, and the character looked like it was running. It was so much more fluid than our previous process of drawing a set of individual sprites to account for movement. The work on these didn't stop with Kevin, though. Dave Taylor was writing a tool that would take Kevin's model and create a new graphics file that Kevin could then draw the model's texture on. Carmack's model drawing code would use that graphic file to put the texture on every surface of the 3D model. Kevin's first character model had only 200 polygons. It seemed like a low number at the time, but the texture drawn on the model had enough detail that it made the model look really good. We were surprised he didn't need more polygons to hit the detail level we wanted. Adrian was busy designing textures for our first levels that would fit the medieval setting and its architecture, but he also had another important task: defining Quake's color palette. From an entire array of colors, Adrian had to choose just 16 colors. From these, each would have 16 distinct gradients, because each color would go from fully dark to fully lit. It was a non-trivial undertaking that required a lot of trial and error. As Carmack progressed on the engine, I updated Quake so that everyone could both see and test their progress in-engine. I worked on the UI of the editor to enable us level designers to browse through all the textures Adrian was creating textures like stone, dirt, and grass for the ground, as well as ceiling textures, decorative wall textures, rock, wood, etc. I then needed to be able to put those textures on brush surfaces so that when someone placed a brush, it looked like rock and not like a gray rectangle. To create a mood and test the lighting, I added the ability to put objects in the levels, such as a torch that would light up an area. With Quake getting more use, I improved the UI to simplify the process of compiling maps for use in the game. Our first R&D levels were made with these rudimentary rectangular brushes, which we could move around, resize, and put textures on. At the time, however, we couldn't create diagonals or perform other adjustments on them, so the earliest R&D maps were exceedingly rectangular, but we'd achieved full 3D. I continued to expand the editor over the next several months. Sandy and American started using a rudimentary Quake and Adrian's early textures to get acquainted with creating levels in 3D via a level editor. It was a huge creative conceptual jump and greatly increased the complexity and time to author. Making a simple room in Doom could take about 15 seconds if you were fluent with the editor. With Quake's new method of using brushes to create space and lights to brighten up an area, it took several minutes to replicate the same room. Multiply that effort over the course of developing an entire level, and you can see how time-intensive each of Quake's levels was. During this R&D phase, the complexity was even higher because they were learning not only by the tool, but how to design in 3D. We were feeling good about our progress, even if it was a lot of learning. It felt like the usual beginning of our games. Lots of foundational work happening, tools being created, new technology being investigated, and everyone operating with a shared vision of what the game we were trying to make. We knew we had to get the foundation right so the gameplay code, the meat of the game, could take advantage of this new tech. My intent in reiterating that this was new and this was challenging is not simply to contextualize that we were on the cutting edge, but to emphasize that the edge we were cutting, so to speak, was revealing its complexity to us as we moved forward. The challenge was new again and again for code, art, and design. However, challenging as it was, we were having a great time. Learning new things and making new things, being ahead of everyone else, was exactly where we wanted to be, and we had enough financial security to allow it, particularly with our spin-off products bringing in revenue. Days in the office were shaped by conversations of discovery. This is so fucking cool. Come look at this. Holy shit, no one is going to believe this when they see it. I don't care that it's a sprite. It's a sprite moving in a 3D world. Every night we left excited. Every morning we came in fired up and ready to do more. A Doom 2 strategy guide was in the works by Ed Dill. To help sell more copies, we thought including an interview with me about Quake might spark people's interest. We touched on our development process, which was, quote, JR, totally loose. We don't ever have a design spec for a game. We all get together and say, so what kind of game do we want to make? We already have the technology and vision for the next game, so we know what the technology is doing, or is going to be, that will blow away the game we just did. Then we need to think of a setting and decide what kind of graphics we'll use. We try to get the graphics to go with the technology. What would be the best type of graphics and setting to go with this kind of technology so everything is as good as it can get? Then we think, we have this kind of theme, so artists start drawing what they think would look good. Then they start creating some monsters and we start creating some levels. And of course I have to start writing the utilities. The utility to create the world and that stuff. So we create some things and we get better with using that technology. We rework our tech from the ground up every time. End quote. By now, we were far enough along in our R&D phase that I felt comfortable telling people that it was going to take a long time to do. We weren't beholden to what was written down in some design doc or milestone report, particularly if that might turn out to be the wrong thing to do or even impossible. There would be a lot of trial, error, doing, and redoing. It was a familiar road of experimentation ahead. JR. We'll have learned so much about the technology and the way the engine works, so we'll do a lot of development for the game, then probably throw it out about halfway through. That's how we learn and make cool games. We don't ever have a design spec where in month 3 we have to have the first 3 levels done, like milestones, and by the time the product's done a year later, the first levels you did really suck, but you have to keep them because they're in the milestone. We never do that. We will not release a game unless it's cool. The first level of Doom was redone 2 weeks before it was released because the old one sucked. That's just the way we design stuff. We don't stick to a design spec. There isn't any. It's just what is cool.
And then we talked about design. In the first third of 1995, the design was taking tentative shape, subject to tech development, as was our design process. In particular, I wanted to highlight Carmack's engine and explain that the world would be true 3D. I wanted the game world to be as amazing to explore as it was to fight enemies in, something later achieved by great games such as World of Warcraft and Elden Ring. I wanted to substitute a canned soundtrack for ambient sounds. I talked about how we would have a dark, creepy forest area, evocative of our early D&D campaigns, and introduced fans to a new mechanic we had discussed, a view trigger. Say you're walking into a forest. It's dark, and to the right you see this dark cave or something. As soon as you look at that cave, something is going to happen. You'll hear some kind of low, evil kind of sound, and something will trigger, even just from your looking at this area. Regarding combat in Quake, I discussed the differences between Doom 2 and Quake, noting that I had hoped for much more tactical and up-close combat between the player and fewer enemies, featuring, of course, Quake's hammer. With those enemies, I expected players would have to work on it to dispatch their foes. In a sign of my zeal for the game, I added, "In the games you've played before, you're still kind of distanced from the death. You're pointing the shotgun at something, you're pulling the trigger, and it shoots, and the thing is dead. In Quake, you'll have to really kill things. You won't just press the trigger and hit it, you'll have to really beat the living shit out of the thing until it's dead." This early look at Quake's initial design got players excited about what we were envisioning. You played as a badass named Quake, and you had a hammer that could be thrown to attack enemies that would come back. You could slam it into the ground for a damaging effect to enemies around you, and you had a mysterious artifact named a Hellgate Cube that was happy when you fed it by destroying enemies, and would get upset if you spent too long not fighting. As payment, it would suck the soul out of certain enemies. Clearly, for those who have played Quake, the game vision changed rather dramatically, but up to this point, we were aligned on this experience. Of course, the engine was still in heavy R&D, so everything had an asterisk after it. Subject to performance. Abrash and Cash had yet to join the team, and we were eager for that to happen to get Carmack the much-needed support. We knew it would be an incredible team, and once we knew what the engine was capable of, these concepts would be tried, tested, and improved, and, if necessary, thrown out. In the meantime, we level designers also entered our own period of hardcore R&D, focusing on creating levels in our favorite styles. Just as Kevin had to learn 3D modeling and all that went with it, we had to learn how to build in 3D. Up to now, however, we were still making experimental 3D spaces. My expectation was that we designers would get good at creating playable spaces to develop our own styles, so when tech was stable with the engine and ready to start work on the actual gameplay, we would be fluent in true 3D level design and understand how to create an amazing player experience. The tying together of these styles would likely be done in the central hub area, similar to Heretic 2. It wasn't clear yet because the tech wasn't defined enough. For now, I wanted all the level designers, including myself, to start developing a style and understanding the possibility space. As a level designer, the new 3D space offered so much creative opportunity. I remember talking with Ben Goki at Raven about Heretic. Ben figured out that he could look up and down by vertically expanding the view. It wasn't a true up and down view, but it did the job. With Quake, we could genuinely look up and down, and it was amazing. We didn't have vertical mouse control yet. It was a hard problem to solve. Just keys to move your view slowly up and down, but it was great to see this whole new dimension in more than just my imagination. Moving forward while looking straight down was a new sensation, as well as staring at the ceiling while moving forward. I imagine using this view to prompt the player to look down at grating with lava underneath all the while preparing to have an enemy fire on them from above. I knew we'd solve the looking around interface problem at some point. It was important that we at least had a key to center your view back to normal, so Carmack added that. I set the look up and look down keys to page up and page down because I use the arrow keys for movement. Our games remained red hot, but we decided to keep our basic salary structure in place because it was always helpful to have a firm grip on predictable company expenses for long-term planning. We knew we had enough in the bank to last a few years, even if our sales suddenly dried up. As for our excess earnings, the founding partners were generous with ourselves and with the rest of the staff. Periodically, 5 people, Carmack, Adrian, Jay, Kevin, and I, decided what bonuses everyone in the company would get.
Lots of money was flooding in monthly, so we cut some hefty checks, and we were flush enough that quarterly bonuses for the staff could be as high as $50,000 each. In addition to sharing with people in the company, I got my father a house in Challis, Idaho. He had a great opportunity to join his best friend Pat managing a mining operation, work my father had done for a good part of his life. Pat was nearly an uncle to me, having always been a part of my father's life and thus mine. Challis was a favorite camping spot of theirs. Beth and I were still living in a small rented house in Plano. We began thinking about buying a home since other people at ID were doing the same, and we started looking around in the surrounding neighborhoods. When Beth and I got together, she knew everything she needed to know about me, and in a sense, I knew everything I needed to know about her. She knew that I loved games and programming, that it was my job but also my hobby and my passion, and now that I was in a startup gone nuclear, she understood that it took considerable time to support our games and our business. The time we spent together was spent with my boys, Michael and Steven. Otherwise, our interests were quite divergent. She had no interest in games, and so was always doing her own thing. The search for a house united us, though, and we talked often of where we might like to live and what things we wanted in a house and in a neighborhood. Eventually, Beth tired of the house search, and I moved forward on my own. In March, I learned of a new development north of Plano in Frisco called Stonebriar, with an empty lot overlooking 2 golf fairways that I thought would be a perfect location to build a house. I found an architect and worked with him to design the house, my first experience at real-world level design. It would be a while before we could move in, though. By April, Kevin had created some basic 3D models, and Carmack got them rendered on the screen. Seeing yourself running around as a 3D model instead of a gold ball sprite was a major leap forward for the tech team. Adrian had been working away on creating different texture sets, and each level designer had settled into using a specific set of textures for their levels. There was a set that looked like the interior of a building, with checkerboard floors and brick walls with stained glass windows. Sandy decided he liked these textures. I liked the blue textures and black crackle textures, and figured I could make some decent castles with them. American was using a brand new Aztec-looking set of textures that Adrian just finished. Even though Quake was custom built for Quake levels, it wasn't as full-featured and easy to use as a commercial product like Alias Wavefront, the software Kevin was using to build models. Quake was evolving tech built on evolving tech, and it was slow to build levels because of the complexity involved in crafting and lighting all sides of a room as compared to Doom's method, which involved only drawing 4 lines and setting the simple information for the room. We got used to building levels in this slow way, and we figured out small ways to speed it up. But in the end, an entire level took quite a bit of time to build. Most of the time spent was getting the geometry and lighting done, but then it was a quick process to place the enemies and items. In spite of the slow speed, building my medieval castle R&D levels with Adrian's new textures was inspiring and rewarding. They looked good and felt good to walk around, and I knew that more was to come since we were still in the early tech stages. With Quake's levels, the ideas came readily, but building geometry took time, and innovative geometry took forever. For example, in the first level, E1M1, the first door the player sees is diagonally split in the middle and looks like future tech. To build that one door, I had to create 3 pieces of geometry on the left side and 2 pieces on the right, due to the complexity of their shapes having to be angled. Then, I had to create an object that consisted of those 2 groups of shapes and move them away from each other to look like the door is opening. This was the most complex door in Quake, and while it's certainly cool, we decided to make the rest of them easier. A rectangular texture that goes up, or a couple of rectangles that move apart. Our D&D campaign was based in the medieval era, and we wanted to recreate Quake's world game design-wise. Castles were part of the architecture that went along with outdoor rocks, rivers, and mountains. At this point, the engine was not yet supporting a character with a hammer because other design features were top priorities, so I waited until Carmack was done and could focus on the gameplay with me, as we had in the past. Close-up, hand-to-hand combat required a different approach, level design-wise, and regardless of what kind of level one was building, testing out the play of it is essential, not just building the architecture. Michael Abrash arrived in April of 1995 to join the team, and he immediately mind-melded with Carmack in order to begin writing a high-performance renderer so he could reach a good frame rate. Abrash's arrival was uplifting for everyone. He had to understand everything about the work Carmack had done so he could design an efficient solution to render polygons as fast as possible. Later in the month, Carmack changed the format of some of the graphics data over a weekend, and it caused Abrash to rewrite a large part of his code because it was heavily dependent on that data and its organization. Carmack was always looking for ways to improve his code, and sometimes those optimizations necessitated changes. A weekend of Carmack sometimes meant a rewrite of Abrash. Abrash recognized that the process of writing Quake's renderer was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and asked if it'd be okay if he wrote about it. Columns at first, and a compilation book of those columns. We agreed it would be a great thing to do. As programmers, we loved having easy access to information that would help us solve problems, and we like to share our knowledge with others. Abrash had been doing that for years with his articles in Dr. Dobbs' journal, and his desire to write a book about how the Quake engine was made totally fit with our ethos. As our level design R&D continued, the game's silent audioscape was replaced by whatever music we were listening to. For me, it was the latest Dokken album, One Night Live, or Alice in Chains' Jar of Flies. When it comes to designing levels, I feel it's important to tailor your environment to the level's atmosphere. I play music that evokes the feelings I hope players will feel. With Doom, I played a lot of Queensryche and 80s metal. With Quake, I also had a set of atmospheric ambient tracks playing that helped me create the vibe I was going for. American listened to a lot of Nine Inch Nails at the time and had the Downward Spiral playing on repeat, which gave him an idea. He went into Carmack's room to talk about it, and they both came out into the main room where I was talking to Adrian. "What do you guys think about Nine Inch Nails doing the music for Quake?" American asked. I wondered how their music would fit in our game, since I wanted ambient tracks to play in the background. Nine Inch Nails had an industrial metal edge and dark aesthetic that Carmack and American liked, and Trent Reznor's aggressive vocals reflected the 90s angst that some Gen Xers felt, but I didn't think Quake needed that kind of soundtrack. I felt like it needed something more atmospheric, with no vocals. But I figured if we could get Nine Inch Nails to make tracks in that vein, their sound would work well for Quake. They're great, but would they be able to make ambient tracks? We don't want music that takes your attention from the action or lyrics playing either, I said. I'm sure they can make something like that. Something disturbing, American answered, understanding the tone I was going for. Together, we went to Jay's office to ask him if he could get in touch with Nine Inch Nails' management. The next day, to our surprise, it was done. Our agent at ICM Partners was also the agent for Nine Inch Nails. The agent told Jay the band members were huge fans of our games and would love to connect and see what we could do. Trent Reznor and drummer Chris Vrinna planned on visiting a month later. We couldn't believe it. They played our games? They were huge fans of ours? It seemed inconceivable. Because we were still insulated and the world was not yet in an immediate news cycle or hooked into social media, we didn't really have an understanding of the reach of our games beyond gamers. It didn't occur to us that the bands we listened to were playing Doom on their tour buses. After the mutual agreement to work together on Quake's music, American was made the point person who would handle the deliveries of the music. He knew what I was looking for, and it was a job he relished. American went online and told fans on IRC, Internet Relay Chat, that Nine Inch Nails was making the soundtrack, and they erupted as expected. Doom's music had always had a metal edge and inspiration to it, and this collaboration with Nine Inch Nails was a dream come true for many a fan. It's worth noting here that we remained quite open as a company, sharing tech, design, and marketing plans, which was largely unheard of at the time and exceedingly rare today. Carmack or Abrash sharing tech information, me talking about Quake's design, American sharing information about our audio plans, we felt that the open exchange of information was valuable. We were not concerned that others would take our ideas and run with them. No one could catch us anyway. As the summer began and R&D continued, Carmack felt like experimenting with the way the player would look around in true 3D. It was something that was bugging him on a low level. He had taken great pains writing a true 3D engine, but he wondered, would players be able to really see it? How would they control looking around? With Doom, we were generous with the automatic aiming up and down to shoot enemies you couldn't actually look up and down manually. Controlling Doom was easy, however, because the player only needed to move the mouse horizontally to look around, and they moved their character with the keyboard. We wanted to keep this ease of control for Quake, so I suggested an experiment. Try automatically looking up and down while you traveled up and down stairs. From a technical perspective, it worked well, but it also controlled where you were allowed to look. It wasn't freeform. It felt limited. So we tried another method.
He bound the look up and look down functions to the mouse wheel, but it felt strange to turn by moving the mouse left and right while using the mouse wheel to look up and down. It wasn't smooth, and it wasn't consistent either, since every mouse had different wheel mechanics. Some clicked into specific increments while some moved freely. Great game feel is something players don't generally notice. It just feels right. The controls easily work their way into muscle memory or take advantage of existing affordances and give the player what they want without them having to really think about it. Bad game feel, or even just slightly off game feel, is something players notice instantly. Carmack and I both knew getting this down was important, but the core engine took priority, so we decided to revisit it later. We worked together to refine the feel of literally everything in all our games. I make design suggestions, he codes, I see how it feels. This cycle continues again and again until it's perfect. Some team members were active on IRC and were talking about the game's design as it evolved. Among the possible gameplay features, injured players could leave blood trails behind them as they retreated. Severed heads of enemies might fly off after you kill them. Spells will be fireballs and lightning and magic missiles, and we might have AI where one creature would be a leader and other creatures would be followers. We were enthusiastic and hopeful that the engine could support our plans. There was one comment by Dave Taylor that was contrary, where he stated that he thought the idea of the player using a hammer was rather lame, and that he was trying to quietly destroy it. It was all good. We encouraged the team to express their thoughts openly. By July, Carmack and Abrash had evolved the engine to the point where we did have a couple of 3D character models in the game based on our medieval design, a bat and a human, and soon Kevin got us a dragon. The programming team had just gotten the animation code for 3D models in, and had the test human character animated. The enemies would have their turn eventually. The enemy AI was gameplay code, and that would have to wait until the engine was finished, just like Quake and his hammer. Even with the engine's progress, we knew Carmack was feeling the pressure. His brain was exceedingly taxed. He worked constantly, took no vacations, slept only when necessary, and had become occasionally irritated with those not directly working on the engine team. Just how irritated he felt became evident when we arrived one morning, opened our email, and discovered, of all things, this. Report card. The report card listed each team member along with their assigned grade on Quake. I got a C. What the hell is this? I thought. Let me provide some critical perspective here. Much has been written about our working relationship and our eventual breakup. It's written as if we were 50-year-old Stanford MBAs who knew everything about business and not overworked, constantly crunching kids in our 20s with the whole world staring at us as we tried to do the best we could while creating a tech and a design that the world had never before seen. It's written in polarizing terms, animosity being a favorite, with one of us pitted against the other because that just makes for a better story. The truth is that Carmack and I were friends, and we cared about each other, and we still do. We talked, we laughed, and like all friends, sometimes we quarreled and took shots at each other. We made great decisions, good decisions, and downright terrible partnership-ending decisions. As you read through all that happened, keep these things in mind. As Carmack stated in the 2022 episode of Lex Friedman's podcast, this chapter of our lives certainly could have gone a different way if we'd been more mature and more experienced and not the 20-somethings we actually were, and I fully agree. But in August 1995, looking at the report card, I was not concerned with my grade. I had done a ton of stuff that the Quake grade wasn't even taking into account, but I was concerned about him and why he had sent this to everyone on the team. Grades ranged from A's to D's. Carmack gave himself an A-. Since everyone could see one another's grades, I suspected some felt upset or humiliated. It put the focus rather glaringly on the individual, rather than the team. I was especially worried about people in the company who didn't have an ownership stake. To them, this report card could seem like a prelude to a firing. The development process was already long and challenging. I didn't see how this helped. What about people who were waiting for the engine to be stabilized to do their work? Was it fair to penalize them when the proverbial text they needed to study for the test wasn't even done yet? I walked over to Adrian and Kevin and asked if they had seen the morning missive. They nodded. We didn't bother discussing the individual grades. He's under a lot of pressure, I said. That was obvious to all of us, and rather than give him hell about it, we decided to say nothing. For his part, Carmack also never brought it up. Not talking about it wasn't the best decision.
He sent that report card out because he needed something. That something wasn't our heads down silence. What he wanted, I suspect, was for me to dump everything else I was working on, all of it, all the side projects that were bringing in income, and dive 100% into Quake. At the time, that would have meant jumping in on the engine to push it closer to gameplay. While the need was certainly there, the reality of our situation didn't exactly allow it. It would have meant breaking contracts we had signed and taken advances for. We had to deliver on those contracts. To offload all my stuff, like Quake, Heretic 2, and prior to its release, The Ultimate Doom, we needed to hire more people, but Carmack was strongly against this and had already shot the idea down before. It wasn't pretty, but it was a situation we were in. We assumed that the report card was a one-time eruption from a person under incredible pressure and went on about our business. We needed something to lighten the mood and lift people up, and I had just the idea. We had always maintained a close relationship with our growing community, and based on the number of requests for screenshots, we decided to take some and release them to the internet. In August, I took 16 screenshots of various levels we were working on, including 5 screenshots that showed a section of E1M5 from Doom and the corresponding setting rebuilt in Quake. The difference was huge and served a threefold purpose. First, it got our fans excited about what we were making, and second, it showed that Quake was a phenomenal technological leap forward and helped to explain why Quake was taking longer than our previous releases. The screenshots were beautiful, and the light maps were in, making Quake's shadows look incredible. I posed the dragon in the sky on one of the 16 screens. There was no gameplay code yet, so the screenshots did not show off combat or other gameplay, and the dragon was only a model that wasn't even rigged to animate, but they were a massive hit with gamers and they wondered how far along we were. The programming team estimated that the engine was about 75% complete. The third purpose was not for our fans, but for us. Releasing the screenshots let the team, who were by now feeling a bit worn down by the stress of the project and the recent report card, feel some excitement. Everyone loved the fan response. As they had when we announced our partnership with 9 Inch Nails, people went nuts. It was a deep breath of fresh air. In August, after Kevin felt like he knew the rules for creating 3D models that Carmack could display, he was able to start working on some real action RPG style Quake models. I asked Kevin to create an ogre with an offbeat twist. It could launch grenades for a distance attack, chainsaw you if you got too close, and laugh at your corpse. Despite leaving the taunting on the cutting room floor, the ogre is the perfect example of the dark humor we put into all our games. I was inspired by how awesome the spherical characters in 1994's amazingly violent 3D puzzle adventure game Ecstatica were. Their sadistic personalities were all about punishing the player, beating you like a punching bag, dragging you around by your feet, hanging you upside down, and laughing at your dead body. I loved games that had an attitude, and I wanted Quake to have one as well. At this point, there was no gameplay to support any of the ogre's intended attacks, but once the engine was completed and the programming team moved on to gameplay, the ogre would be first in line. In September, Sandy and Jay attended a European game conference to show off Quake. Journalists were able to experience a strange and novel mouse wheel look up and down feature, something no other first-person perspective 3D game had. Sandy did an interview with the legendary Finnish game magazine Pelit, and he eagerly relayed some of the key details of our design that, even at this later stage, was still an action RPG. With his background in pencil and paper RPG games, Sandy's enthusiasm was palpable. He shared details of Quake's close combat design, the hammer, the wide area attack, and its use for projectiles, and the magazine ate it up. He revealed that he would have spells, and monsters might go off and heal themselves, provided they could escape you. He also shared something particularly gruesome, but which we had not talked about much: the ability to take an enemy's head and sacrifice it at an altar for a power-up effect. Reporters loved it. Sandy's excellent interview gave readers insight into the kind of game we wanted to make. By now, the engine had been in development for 10 months, 1 month shy of Doom's entire development cycle, and gameplay programming had still not begun. We did not have a game. What we had was a technology still in development. Quake still had no hammer, and the things we had discussed with players and the press were not yet happening. This wasn't due to any fault of the programming team, quite the contrary. What they did and were doing was monumental and transformational. It was Carmack's most difficult challenge. He was doing what he had to do, making something incredibly awesome, and as a programmer myself, I knew it was going to take the time that it took. As the engine evolved, I steadily updated Quake to account for its new features and to improve the experience for us level designers. For a team that was dependent on iteration for its design process and progress, however, this was a problem. The engine may have been a technological marvel, but it was devoid of our intended gameplay. The process we had used for the last 24 games began not with a design doc, but with defining our key feature set, developing an engine towards that, and programming the core of gameplay. We had barely started the latter. The code for gameplay would allow us to explore and refine the game's core loop, in this case combat and Quake's hammer, and experiment until we had something that felt good and worked, just as we had with the mouse looking up and down. It was the same process that led to us getting rid of dragging dead bodies in Wolfenstein 3D and focusing on speed, or jettisoning the opening of Doom from the Doom Bible. We started adding more elements and tweaked them until they fit. Even if we had decided to write reams of design documents, they would have been of little use until we knew what the engine could support. The game was the living design document, but we didn't have gameplay code. Some members of the team were growing restless. Chapter 17, Quake. Heading into the last quarter of 1995, the slower-than-expected progress was wearing on the team members with the least amount of work to do: Dave, American, and Sandy. Making R&D levels with little gameplay or endlessly tweaking the sound engine was non-inspiring. Worse, when their work had to be redone because of a necessary core engine change, their days could be actively draining. None of them had been through a full end-to-end engine development cycle with us before and didn't really know what to expect. They were frustrated with tech for not having a finished engine. They were frustrated that we couldn't finalize definitive gameplay. They were frustrated that their levels were still just R&D. At best, they were bored. It's easy to say it's done when it's done, or it takes the time it takes, except when it actually takes that time. Nevertheless, everyone wanted to push development of something forward in some way, particularly those who had received lower grades on the report card. Sandy kept working away on R&D levels, developing his 3D level design style, but his normally cheerful demeanor was replaced by a sullen acceptance. American continued working on R&D levels too. He tinkered around with Quake C to make experimental weapons, but he needed our programming team to create the engine-side code for the weapons to work. Eventually, American turned to a part of the game that excited him: the music. He spent chunks of time in New Orleans watching Trent Reznor's music development and hanging out with Nine Inch Nails. While there, he even got Trent to make some sound effects for the player character just in case we needed them. Dave's main job was to get a sound engine working, and it didn't take all of 1995 to do that. So he decided to follow in our footsteps and try game studio ownership himself. He asked Carmack and me if it would be okay to start a studio in Austin, hire some coders he knew, and remotely run the team. As entrepreneurs ourselves, we knew it was an incredible opportunity and decided it would be fine, provided his work on Quake remained consistent and that he remained on site in Mesquite. Dave ran with it and started Crack.com. The Quake team wasn't the only team drifting apart. By now, Cygnus Studios was well established in our studio and working on Strife with our Doom tech. Scott Host, the owner of Cygnus Studios, was in awe of Carmack and wanted to model himself after him. He admired Carmack's non-stop work ethic and thought that Strife could be shipped quicker if his team worked like Carmack. So as we neared the last quarter of 1995, he extended his team's working hours well beyond the normal stopping time to get them focused on finishing the game faster. He even wrote a program to track their working hours and use it to evaluate their performance. That approach backfired spectacularly. The three guys on Scott's team were friends of his from Illinois, and none of them had made a game before. As new game developers, they were learning, and their speed reflected that. Scott got angry with them, and they returned that anger in spades. They came to our section of the office to talk to me. "We're quitting." "What? Why?" They described the new schedule and the weaponized time tracking tool, and it was obvious they weren't fans of it. More than once, they noted that they were sick of their game's name, Strife, describing their working conditions too. "We don't want to work with a dictator," they added. I had a quick chat with Jay about the situation. I had expected Carmack to monitor the team as I had done with Raven, but work on Quake had kept him fully hands-off. Even if he was aware of Scott's edict, he may not have seen it as a negative. After all, coding around the clock was normal for Carmack. We had spent almost $250,000 on Strife development, and we didn't want it to evaporate because of this. As far as I was concerned, Scott was the cause of the problem, and the best way to solve the problem was to cancel the game with Cygnus and move the game to the new startup the 3 Cygnus employees planned to create and own. Carmack, Kevin, Jay, Adrian, and I met to discuss the situation, and they agreed with me. Kevin suggested we also add Sandy to their team as a quasi-producer to provide oversight. The discussions were difficult but straightforward. We told Scott the contract was canceled because of their internal issues, and Scott took his things and moved back to Illinois. The remaining developers gathered and prepared to move forward under a new name, Mutiny Software. The name seemed a little obvious and mean, so I suggested they change it. They decided on Rogue Entertainment instead. With a team of new developers, there were 1,000 ways this could have gone wrong, which is true of any game, but this way seemed less likely to go wrong than the death march they were on. So we worked to set them up for success. They just needed a coder to take over where Scott left off. It just so happened that I knew a programmer who would probably be interested. James Monroe, the little brother of my high school girlfriend, Jennifer. Every time I went to Jennifer's house and got on her family's Apple IIe, James was watching. I'd show him what I was doing and try to explain it, but I think the most significant influence I had on him was showing him it was possible to make games on the computer he had at home. James was hooked and started to learn how to code. He finished high school in England, moved back to Texas with his family, graduated from Texas Tech University, and got a job at Origin Systems in Austin, the same company where I got my first job 7 years earlier. I called James and offered him the job along with 25% of Rogue Entertainment. He took it immediately. James moved up to Dallas and got to work. Sandy, happy to be busy, was installed within the Rogue team to help manage things as they continued to develop Strife. This way, if other issues cropped up, we knew we had someone on the inside to spot them before they reached mutiny status again. As we wound into late September, we knew that the engine was getting close to completion, and with that, gameplay code and realizing the design would begin in earnest soon. I still believe we needed to have a central hub area for players to practice playing in a 3D space. They were going to have to learn to navigate in 3D just as we had months before. Then, they could venture into one of the paths that took them into an episode. Since it was going to be the first thing players experienced, and representative of the whole of Quake's gameplay and various level design styles, the hub needed to be the last thing built in the game when we, the game's designers, had achieved a level of mastery with the tools and the possibilities of Quake's design. I didn't want to create this central hub until we had reached that mastery level, until the engine was complete, until Quake's hammer and other core gameplay had been added, until we really knew what the engine could do, or else it risked both not being as good as it could be and not being representative. Build your first level last. In our R&D levels to date, we have been establishing the scale of buildings and structures and experimenting with strategic ways to surprise, scare, and reward players. The development of our individual styles came down to defining the shapes of our world-building blocks. This included stairs, doors, paths, walls, ceilings, and structural shapes of buildings, but also things that rose from the architecture like traps, secret areas, and potential play progression. For instance, American liked to use thick blocks of iron and pools of lava, and I like to build structures submerged in water with unexpected traps. We also considered organic shapes like rocks, rivers, trees, and mountains. All these things were, of course, influenced by the textures that Adrian created. Each set of textures reflected a different possible use, and we ended up using them for different dimensions. Adrian had just wrapped up an Aztec-inspired design featuring a full assortment of Aztec-style textures. He had put a significant research into his development, and we were excited to see it come alive. From a design perspective, we believed that the starting point for the Aztec levels might be reminiscent of block-shaped pyramids, halls, and pit traps, and dive into some of the wilder areas one might find in 1978's Dungeons & Dragons module, Tomb of Horrors. The levels for this section were assigned to American. After making the levels in the Aztec style for about a month, American walked into my office. "I'm just not feeling it with the Aztec stuff, John," he said. "What?" I had no idea what that meant. "It just doesn't get me excited. I'm not inspired to make anything interesting with those textures and that theme." I couldn't understand it. The Aztec theme was quite literally my past. Growing up in Tucson, Arizona, in a Yaqui family, Aztec symbolism was everywhere, from our museums to our fabrics to the sunstones depicting the Aztec calendar, one of which still hangs in my mother's house. That said, if he didn't feel it, he didn't feel it. Okay, I said. This was new terrain. No designer had ever complained about a lack of inspiration from Adrian and Kevin's work, which had helped create the visual identity of id Games. What I want to do is just have some really dark metal, like iron or black steel, like a dimension that is completely made of heavy metal. Okay, I'll let the art team know. They are not going to be happy about it. Later that day, I went to tell Adrian and Kevin. Are you serious? Adrian asked. He can't get excited about our textures, so he can't make anything? Really? That's what he says. Let's just give him what he needs. It's creative and artistic. It's a challenge for you guys. I can totally see this fitting into the game, and American will do a better job. As they always did, Adrian and Kevin delivered the goods. Some dark, foreboding heavy metal textures. American used them to make magic. Being inspired transformed him. The Vaults of Zen, completed once the engine was done, is the second level in Episode 3 and displays a fully formed idea of what his style is all about. He used a distinctive set of heavy metal textures, and he constructed a set of puzzles strung together, one room or hallway at a time. The starting area lets the player explore a little before he releases an army of zombies behind secret doors. There is an exit from the zombies, but it's a tricky fall down toward a lava pool, and the player has to be cautious controlling their way down. Each new area reveals a new set of problems, and on the whole, the level shows a strong design aesthetic and a sense of humor. From the first playthrough, I knew American was happy with and inspired by the iron textures because it was apparent in the heavy-duty architecture he built with them. In the end, the Aztec texture set was never used. Since we had multiple projects in the works and Heretic 2 releasing soon, the pressure on our internal crew was building. It was obvious that Kevin, Jay, and I were stretched to the limit. To alleviate some of the pressure, we felt our self-publishing efforts could be the focus of just one person, a new person. Once again, we convened for a democratic decision. Carmack gave in and agreed to a new hire, and Adrian thought he knew the right person, Mike Wilson. Mike was a high school friend of Adrian's from Shreveport, Louisiana. Adrian had purchased a Dwango franchise about 6 months earlier, and Mike ran it for him. Mike's office was on the floor below id, so moving upstairs would be easy. Adrian felt that Mike could help us in the marketing department for our upcoming games Heretic 2 and Quake, as well as other opportunities we were kicking around. Mike was hired in September of 1995. Mike saw that CDs full of Doom, Heretic, and Doom 2 levels scraped off the internet were selling like hotcakes. Mod packs like D-Zone, H-Zone, and D-Zone 2 cost nothing to develop and were sold at retail for pure profit. People were happy to buy a CD with thousands of levels on it because that meant they didn't have to spend their time downloading all those levels on their slow modems. By adding custom id-approved levels, Mike knew he could stand out from the crowd and viewed this as a major selling point. It sounded like a great idea, so I identified some of the best Doom mappers, gave them direction, and paid them a flat rate for their levels. We ended up with 20 kick-ass custom levels for master levels for Doom 2. Along with those levels, we scraped 1,830 levels from the internet, a mix of levels for Doom, 191 levels, Doom 2, 1,629 levels, and Heretic, 10 levels, and included them on the CD as well. I wrote an installation program for it, got the discs mastered, and we were good to go for a new product. We grouped the public mods under a Maximum Doom banner. Mike's next order of business was to find a great name for Heretic 2. It didn't take him long. Mike had a natural knack for marketing and selected the German name for witch, Hexen. Ominously evil and starting with the same letter as Heretic, I thought it was a perfect continuation. I told Raven, the company creating Heretic 2, and they thought so too. Mike's biggest efforts, however, were reserved for an upcoming event dubbed Judgment Day, planned for October 30th. A collaboration with Microsoft which would see not only the release of Hexen, but the release of the Doom port for the Windows 95 operating system, and the release of DirectX too. Mike wanted to send Hexen out into the world with a bang, and came up with the idea of inviting the world's top Doom players to a 20-player tournament. It was likely to be nail-biting. On stage, these players would compete in the finals of Deathmatch 95. While the event would generate a lot of attention for our games, for Microsoft, the stakes were even higher. They invited dozens of game developers to the event and were using it as an opportunity to highlight Windows 95 as a gaming and game development platform, not just to us, but to other game developers, game players, and the press. The more I heard about the event, the more surreal it seemed. Did I just overhear him talking about a Ferris wheel?
By now, it was October 1995, and Carmack wanted to find a way to speed up our map processing times, since it was taking at least 10 minutes to calculate the binary space partition and the lighting for each map, and this affected our development time. Carmack thought about buying a Cray supercomputer to solve that problem. Cray supercomputers were effectively the Ferrari of computers, many times more powerful than what anyone was using at home, and were typically reserved for government, research, or institutional use. They were even more powerful than mainframe computers. Carmack knew that the Cray could process maps at least 3 times faster than our Pentiums, if not faster. Jay called Cray and asked him about doing a deal. "If we put Cray-looking computers everywhere in Quake," Jay suggested, "would you give us a break on the price of a supercomputer?" The Cray salespeople thought about it. By now, even if we hadn't fully grasped the extent of our reach, the people at Cray had. They agreed to sell us a Super Server 6400 at a discount for $500,000. We agreed and promised to show them all the places where we placed the computers so they could sign off on them. We agreed in principle and planned to sign off in several months, at which point we hoped to get the computer. By now, we were receiving quarterly reports from GT Interactive on sales of the Ultimate Doom. 3 of the 4 episodes had already been released in Doom's registered mail-order version, but it was selling exceptionally well regardless. We decided that we would include 4 episodes in Quake's registered release too, 1 more than our previous games, to add incentive to buy the full version. Overall, I was really feeling great about how the company was growing, from our soft disk escape to developing our own line of original IP games like Wolfenstein 3D and Doom, to the spin-offs like Heretic, The Ultimate Doom, and Hexen. The add-on level packs were growing both a community and a business, something that was important to me and the longevity of games. It was one area where Carmack and I really differed, I knew. I wanted to grow the company and take full advantage of what we created, which, among other things, would insulate us against a bad game or a late launch, as well as prime an audience for future launches. Carmack liked us as we were, small, with one main game in development. All this focus on revenue and releases might seem contrary to our goals as hardcore game players and game creators. It wasn't, though. While we clearly made games for love, money was necessary to keep the development train moving on Quake. Diversifying that income stream was, and is, critical to the long-term success of any company. While he didn't share my goals about expanding our business, all these projects were keeping our coffers flush. At id, we never had to make difficult decisions like laying people off or struggling to make payroll. The "it's done when it's done" development mantra requires a continuous money train to power it. At long last, Judgment Day had arrived. While it had been hyped up, it was far more elaborate than any gaming promotion I'd ever heard about. There was a haunted house, a massive tent for food and drinks, and yes, even the rumored Ferris wheel. 35 different developers had kitted out their own areas, and talk show host celebrity Jay Leno emceed the event. Even Bill Gates himself appeared, holding a shotgun in a Doom-themed video to kick everything off. It was so far beyond anything that had happened before. Alex St. John's team at Microsoft launched DirectX, the platform for game development on Windows 95, as well as ports of Doom and Doom 2, and of course, the MS-DOS version of Hexen. Expert-level players were flown in and deathmatched on a giant screen, turning our game into a spectator sport. The final match pitted Thresh, aka Dennis Fong, against Murloc, aka Ted Peterson, with Thresh emerging victorious and winning the ultimate prize: the right to battle me in Hexen over Dwango. As it turns out, I missed the live event. I was back at the id office in Mesquite, busy fine-tuning Hexen for its release on Halloween. I knew the game inside and out when I connected online with Thresh, which didn't exactly make for a fair fight. Judgment Day wound up being a hit for id Software, and as the first event of its type, it was a prelude to how much of a cultural force games would become in the future. The event promoted our game front and center, which would inevitably help our bottom line. At this point, I was happy with the new marketing for Doom via Microsoft because it kept revenue flowing. The timing was great too, because the team at Raven had surprised me again, finishing the retail version of Hexen months before its targeted Christmas release date. They took my design direction and brought it to life, designing a fun game with lots of levels and an overall higher difficulty than our previous games. Like Doom 2, Hexen was a boxed retail release and entered stores in November. The team fielded lots of questions about Quake and when it might be ready. We stuck by our old mantra of "it's done when it's done."
Internally, the team felt certain they were close to completing the engine, which meant that work on core gameplay would immediately follow. In a few weeks, I hoped, we would begin doing what Carmack and I always did when the tech was ready, work together to iterate the core of the gameplay, in this case, Quake's hammer. The core was always a collaboration with me focusing on the design and him focusing on the implementation. We'd dial it in until it played great and was as performant as we needed it to be. Once that happened, I figured we'd need under a year to flesh out the gameplay code, iterate upon it, get the levels built, and get Quake out the door. From the outside, everything at id Software seemed incredible. Inside, however, it was a different story. Just 10 days before, on October 20th, Carmack and I had our own Judgment Day. Tensions were flaring, and the frustration had reached a tipping point. Carmack, Adrian, Kevin, Jay, and I were gathered in the conference room for our standard shareholder meeting. As Jay wrapped up the regular business, Carmack said he had something he wanted to talk about. I could tell from the sound of his voice that it wasn't going to be good. "Romero's not doing enough work on Quake," he started. "You are spending too much time on other projects. So I want to issue a formal warning, and your bonus will be less to reflect it." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "I'm working constantly," I said. "We have a ton of other stuff going on. Hexen is just about to launch. In addition to Hexen, the Ultimate Doom released in March, master levels for Doom 2 was in the works, and deals for 2 other products were pending. GT Interactive paid us advances on our new games before they even shipped. Our business was doing great, and these external projects were a ton of work." I looked at Carmack. "I work all the time." Adrian and Kevin agreed. They knew how much I was working. Kevin had worked with me on every single project during Quake's development. Carmack doubled down. "You're not focused enough on Quake." "The engine's not done. What do you want me to do? I've designed as many levels as Sandy and American, and I wrote the editor. I've done everything I can do on Quake until the engine's done." At the time, I felt like he was blaming me because building the engine was harder than he thought it was going to be. I was irritated too. He wasn't able to solve it quickly with his computer brain. It was blocking a whole team, and somehow it was my fault. I didn't know what Carmack was expecting. I tried to parse it live in my head. Did he really think that it made sense to just sit there and endlessly tinker with R&D levels? As a level designer, those levels had to play upon the core of the gameplay. If Quake was going to have a hammer, those levels would be different than if Quake was just going to use one of the rudimentary weapons we made to test out multiplayer. My level design work was entirely predicated on the core of the game. It's like saying I wasn't doing enough work on a painting, but not actually giving me the brushes I needed or a prepared canvas to do it on. I felt like he somehow forgot we had worked on every single game we'd made together to date. The game required gameplay code, and we had yet to write that. I wasn't pressing him to finish the engine. I supported him. And hold these thoughts in your head, because I'll come back to them in the next chapter. The engine was complex, and it was going to take the time it took. In my mind, I was making the best use of that time by earning money for the company. My focus wasn't 100% on Quake, though, and that, it seemed, was all that mattered to Carmack. "When the engine's ready, you said we'll start work on Quake's hammer. In the meantime, I'm not going to sit there and do nothing. I am insulating the company. Can you imagine if we went 2 whole years without releasing a game? id Software? It'd be horrible. That's forever." 2 years was forever in 1996 game development time, and it was forever plus plus in id Software time. We risked losing our leading edge and ownership of the genre we had created, crafted, and were about to redefine. We also risked losing the whole company without buffering our bottom line. Sure, we were bringing in a lot of cash now, but I had seen multiple companies, including those I worked for, go out of business because they had failed to diversify with multiple income streams. To me, getting games like Hexen and the Ultimate Doom out there was critical. "Quake is our most important project, and I expect you to be working on it," Carmack said. We were at an impasse. Carmack didn't value me growing the business. Instead, he viewed it as a lack of focus, and I didn't understand that. I was extremely focused on what I thought was best for the company during the engine's R&D phase. Likewise, he didn't understand why I couldn't just throw everything else out the window and start turning Quake into a game, but it simply wasn't possible without the programmers moving over to gameplay code. Neither of us saw other options. I thought back to the report card he had issued just a few weeks before. Not discussing that wasn't the right decision. This was clearly the next level. He didn't get the result he wanted from that, so he was escalating things. The design team also feels like there isn't enough direction, he added. The design team knows the direction of the game. Sandy just did a big interview on it. They don't have enough to do, and they're frustrated. A formal warning was at stake. On paper, it didn't mean much, but in practice, it showed just how fractured we'd become. I don't agree with the formal warning, Kevin said. He's doing a lot of work. Adrian felt the same way. The two refused to go along with it. Carmack was angry. He realized that the formal warning wasn't going to pass, but he wasn't prepared to give up on the punitive bonus. Because of your lack of focus on Quake, you're going to get a lower bonus than normal. I don't think that's fair. I'm working hard. Adrian and Kevin said nothing. They feared that if they did, Carmack might quit. He didn't say this, but he didn't need to. He had threatened to quit over business issues before, like if we ever decided to patent things, but fortunately that never came to pass. It was a standoff, and we knew it. It was him or me. He didn't get his formal warning, but I didn't get a full bonus. It was a relatively small concession to keeping peace on the team, and that was most important to me. We didn't discuss the amount. Okay then, I shrugged. I guess that's what will happen then. There wasn't much more fight to be had. Before I go further, I want to address something. It has been reported that Carmack presented me with a list of my working hours at the beginning of this meeting, apparently from a program he wrote to track my work on my computer. While this meeting was difficult, that absolutely never happened. Rather, it was Scott Host who did this with the Cygnus Studios team. As I mentioned, Host felt he could make more progress if his team worked like Carmack did. He built a tool to track their time. I am not sure from whom the author got that story, but whoever told him conflated two stories. Carmack never programmed anything on my computer, a fact I've confirmed with him, nor did he give me a list of my hours. He didn't stoop to micromanagerial Quaked brush tracking, as that would have only tracked a portion of the multiple projects we had going on. Further, he most certainly didn't accuse me of doing nothing. He knew the work that I did brought significant income to the company. Rather, he accused me of not being fully focused on Quake. That was true, by design and by necessity. From his perspective, this was a failing. From my perspective, it was not only necessary given the engine development, it was necessary for the long-term stability and success of the company. I have thought through this meeting a million times since. What an incredible, colossal failure this meeting was. There were so many other ways for this whole situation to go, and somehow, probably because of our inexperience, we just couldn't see the forest for the trees. Things that are so clear to me now just weren't then, and having talked to Carmack about this, most recently in November 2022, he feels the same way. Earlier I said that I supported Carmack, and I definitely did. At the same time, though, I didn't. We didn't. Not in the right way. Real support would have been all of us saying, this isn't working, listing the things that weren't working for everyone, and changing those things in a way that worked. Sure, Carmack was the critical path, but there were other things we could have done, other options we could have explored, and I wish we had done any one of those things. I'll discuss those in the next chapter. More than anything, Carmack was under pressure and unhappy, and as co-founders, that's something we should have addressed. Our misaligned goals, me focusing on expanding our business with multiple projects and people, and him focusing only on Quake development and staying small, led to a lot of this tension, and work that wasn't on Quake was viewed in the same vein as vacation, particularly when, from his viewpoint, there was such a massive discrepancy between the hours he was putting in on Quake and everyone else. That doesn't mean we weren't plenty busy on other things, because most of us were, on business things that Carmack would, over time, come to appreciate. But right now, the engine was the bottleneck, and a lot of work was blocked until that engine was done. But the failure, the total failure of this meeting, was that we came together and said, it's not working. And then, after tempers flared, we left the room, and everything was still not working exactly as it had not been working before. We remained committed to a development path that left some overworked and some without enough work to do, and we remained divided on our business priorities. Nothing changed, and Quake still had 8 months to go. Chapter 18, Aftershocks. Quake wasn't going to be shipping in the first quarter of 1996, so I needed to focus on generating sales for that quarter and the next. By this time, I knew the extent to which Carmack and I felt differently about sustaining our bottom line and growing the business.
I hadn't realized how far apart we were until the recent meeting, of course, but that didn't change the fact that we'd have nothing new coming out and no new income coming in if I didn't get something rolling. And besides, the engine still wasn't ready. Hexen was a hit with players, and Raven had been fantastic partners. Having worked with them on 2 games so far, I figured I could be relatively hands-off on any new projects to appease Carmack. So I got Raven to head down 2 separate tracks at the same time. First, I wanted them to create 2 additional episodes for Heretic. We would bundle those 2 episodes with the original 3 in a new big box, Heretic: Shadow of the Serpent Riders. At the same time, I got Raven started on the sequel to Hexen. I had some ideas about how to mirror Dungeons & Dragons more closely, adding another character class, going deep on how the characters increase their abilities, and I designed a more advanced level hub system. I decided to name the game Hecatomb. Heretic and Hexen started with an H, and I wanted to continue that pattern. Raven began on the games in early November of 1995. Eventually, I figured we would also need a level pack for Hexen. On the spot, Sandy even came up with a great name for it, Death Kings of the Dark Citadel. His years in pencil and paper games paid off. I truly believed that the huge success of Heretic and Hexen was because they were far and away the best, highest speed, real-time representation of the feeling people experienced when they played Dungeons & Dragons. At the time, these games were as close as anyone had gotten to fast-action fantasy gaming. Sure, it was arcade-like in its design, but it had magic and swords and medieval monsters galore. Casting freeze on your enemies and shooting them into frozen bits had never looked or felt so good. These games delivered gameplay in a way Ultima Underworld couldn't. Feeling good with those games heading down the pike, in early November I discovered a post in a Doom editing mailing list where people were talking about the imminent release of a 32-level full replacement data file, a WAD, short for Where's All the Data, for Doom 2, titled TNT Evolution. It caught my eye. It had been created by a team of experienced modders, all with good reputations in the community, who were also known to have had good quality control, giving each other critical feedback to improve the playability of their levels. I felt like this could be a possible id game, especially since I knew that we needed more early 1996 releases. I immediately contacted the ringleader, a person named Ty Halderman. I told him I would love to publish TNT Evolution in a box on store shelves, but he doubted he could stop the release. It was like rolling a freight train at that point. They'd been working on the project for so long, and they were all excited to see it released on the internet for free. I convinced him that it would be far more helpful to his team if they were published by id Software and paid for their work. Also, they'd be reaching a bigger audience. The people who bought their Megawad would be those who didn't have much experience finding and downloading levels off the internet. Ty had an emergency meeting with the team, and they voted not to release their work and allow me to take it to retail. We called it Final Doom. I was delighted to add another relatively hands-off game to the mix, and to secure a continued income stream for the first half of 1996. A week later, after 11 months of development, John Carmack and Michael Abrash declared the Quake engine ready. It was a Herculean engineering success. The pivot to gameplay code would now begin, and the plans for the game's design were finally going to become a reality. We knew we wouldn't be able to do all the things that were dreamt up, because when it comes down to actually implementing a game's design, there's always compromises. However, we would start work on the pre-established pillars: a medieval world, D&D style enemies, Quake, and his hammer. Of those, Quake and his hammer were the most important, since the design of the levels was predicated on that play. After that, everything else would fall into place. Designing in 3D is where most level designers start nowadays, but in 1995, all of this was new. Our R&D phase gave us much needed experience and mastery in building 3D spaces that provided opportunities for player exploration and challenge. We had learned to craft environments and use light in ways that showed off the game's engine's innovative lighting, and we figured out what the scale of the world in relation to Quake was going to be. I was excited to see this design take shape in the engine. In mid-November, we gathered in the big open area between our offices and had a meeting to discuss the direction of the game. Now we can get busy. We can finally do this, I told the team. I wasn't cheerleading. I was genuinely full of excitement. We can make an awesome game with this engine. I didn't get an immediate response. I saw Dave and American looking at each other, then at me, and American said, "I just spent a year mostly making levels that I had to throw away.
And these latest ones are good for a shooter, not a hammer-pounding game. Dave followed with, yeah, really, I think the hammer is just cheesy. I looked at Carmack. They do have a point, he said. Most of the level work done up to now has been geared toward a Doom-style game. I didn't hold back. Right, because that's all they know. That's all they had to build with. We haven't done any experimentation with this new type of gameplay. We've been talking about the design publicly for a year, playing as Quake. The hammer was on the cover of PC Gamer, for fuck's sake. Much of our intended design was hardly a secret, and players were looking forward to it. Even Hexen's sprite-based hammer is cool, I added, and I know ours would take it to the next level. We need to put the effort into game design that we put into technology. That's how we create cool new things. Adrian agreed with me. I'm with John on this. We can't keep making the same game. I looked at Kevin. I can see both sides of this, he said. We've made several shooters, and this new engine is an opportunity to try something different. But we've spent the equivalent of the entire Doom development cycle creating just the technology. To get a game done faster, making a shooter and using the levels y'all have created seems less risky to me. This was such a wild moment. I've been looking forward to this day for a year, but never once did I foresee this conversation. This was the moment to pick up our shovels and dig in. Instead, people were leaning against the metaphorical walls and debating whether we should dig at all. id Software's games had always been defined by their technology and their design. We had to push the game design too. I mean, Carmack just spent a year on the engine. Why didn't people want to give the design its due? Carmack spoke up. I am on the fence regarding this point, he said. I see the obvious benefit of doing what we already know and creating a shooter. It'll be better than Doom because of the new engine, and it plays over the internet. I also see how trying something new could be a fruitful exercise as well. Seriously? I don't know how I looked to the others, but on the inside, I was wide-eyed with shock and surprise. Sandy, sensing my growing frustration, chimed in. I can go either way. I'm just here to make games. American drove the nail into the coffin. We're just burned out, John. We want to make this game and get it over with. We should just put Doom weapons in the game and call it done. The design team and art department had spun their wheels for the better part of a year. We had designed about 50 R&D levels during that time, and while the experience was critical towards building our understanding of crafting play in a 3D space, the levels themselves were essentially experiments that lacked the necessary gameplay code to make them usable in the version of Quake that we envisioned. That work would need to be remade or abandoned, since the engine had been under development and changing constantly. The code team was worse for wear too. Michael Abrash had had to rewrite his highly optimized renderer 8 times. John Cash had written a bunch of network code, some of which Carmack didn't like, and so Carmack rewrote it over a weekend. The team was brittle. It wasn't a team that was ready. It was a team that was done. At the same time, I wasn't done, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It was opposite of the innovation that had defined us. I'd discuss necessary explorations once the tech was ready. We had opportunities for characters to engage in melee combat, possibly in third-person perspective. I planned to explore using a first-person perspective for aiming and shooting a crossbow. I wanted to experiment with new ways of playing in a true 3D world. Perhaps American, Sandy, and Dave were all feeling that way because they hadn't been through a full dev cycle with us before. They didn't understand how exciting and dynamic it would be when Carmack and I got together to start working on the gameplay. In Commander Keen and Wolfenstein 3D, in Doom, this collaboration resulted in amazing moments that defined a genre. American and Sandy advocated just sticking to our old Doom combat formula. We don't need new weapons, Sandy said. Let's just make Doom 3, Dave offered. Had we really come all this way to simply clone our own game? The rebellion was in full effect. Sandy and American didn't have it in them to start again. Despite their reluctance, I kept urging us to strive for an innovative game design. Why would we take a brand new engine and reuse an old design? I couldn't wrap my head around it. It was so antithetical to the core of id Software, to the core of everything Carmack and I had ever done. To me, this was a decision that the owners should make, but I didn't want to say that and make everyone who wasn't an owner feel called out. We had to make this game as a team. Telling them that their opinions didn't matter would not be helpful, and ultimately their opinions did matter. Trying to get people to do something they didn't want to do would not make a great game. Still, I imagine how Carmack would respond if his tech plans were shot down by Dave, Sandy, or American. At best, he would ignore them and walk away. After taking a whole year to get his programming vision together, Carmack was now entertaining talk about stopping any similar exploration of design using his engine. It was a painful moment for me. In that room, with everyone standing around, I realized that our shared vision was over. After 5 years of dedicating equal importance to his tech and my design, a formula that always pushed for equal innovation and absolutely worked, Carmack was listening to people who hadn't seen us go through a new engine cycle, and who were too burned out to put in the effort it took to reach for the stars. Merely copying design ideas of the past was not what I was here for, and with the loss of design's importance, id lost me. I stood in silence for a moment to collect my thoughts. As a team, we've reached a decision. I'll redesign Quake as an FPS and use as much of the game as we've made so you guys don't have to redo everything. I knew this decision was necessary. I couldn't push for innovation with a burned out team. We had to accomplish what they were able to accomplish, and an FPS design was something they could get excited about. Despite the loss I was feeling from a game direction perspective, I knew everything there was to know about FPS design, and so I knew I could direct a great game, even if it wasn't as innovative as I had hoped it would be. I'd get to work and do what had to be done. I don't want to understate the grief I felt here, though. On the drive home that night, I rode in silence the whole way, just thinking about it. Together, Carmack and I had built some great games and a lot of great memories. Now, our paths were beginning to diverge. When I got home, I sat in the driveway for a long time. I didn't want to talk about it once I was inside either. The next day, I got to work. I had to pivot a team to work around a new FPS design. There was no point in sitting around and being frustrated about it. If this is what we were going to do, at least we were going to do it well. My first task was to get an FPS design written up as soon as possible so the level designers knew what was going to happen with their levels. The enemies and weapons needed to be defined too, so the art team had goals. Carmack and Dave needed plans for gameplay. I spent the next week and a half assessing everything that had been created to date. I had played through all the R&D levels to see what fit in an FPS, determined what needed to be edited or finished, and decided what was going to be left on the cutting room floor. We'd need some new levels to fill out the 4 episodes we had planned. When the level review was finished, I began the process of writing extensive docs to describe the map and item assignments for both the shareware and registered versions, in addition to writing detailed descriptions of every map in the game. During this time, and to get things out the door quicker, we pulled Sandy back from his quasi-production role on Strife, and we decided to bring on Tim Willits, a level designer who was wrapping up work on Strife as well. Tim started coming in at night a few weeks earlier and was learning Quaked. By the time I was done with the FPS redesign, he was on the team. By now, a lot of the tension in the office had dissipated, and things were feeling, if not normal, at least decidedly better. One night after work in late November, Adrian, Kevin, and I left the office together. We ended up sitting on the floor in the lobby of Town East Tower. We were shooting the shit about everything, and a lot of it was about the journey we'd been over the last couple of months. Having the team sitting around for almost a year was a horrible decision, I said. Of course, it's easy to see this now. Adrian and Kevin both agreed. None of us knew the engine would take as long as it did, and we didn't realize that having our team spin its wheels, making things only to abandon them with each engine upgrade, would hurt morale and performance as much as it did. I think if we had 2 teams, it would have gone better, I said. Team 1 would be an engine team, keep American with Carmack, John Cash, and Michael Abrash, and maybe another programmer, and let them do R&D. Meanwhile, the rest of us should have been using the Doom engine we already had to make a new game. That way, we would have been optimizing our resources and building a new release that would make money, while the engine team spent a year creating the new Quake tech. We could have spared everyone almost a year of angst and divided our team on purpose, instead of having it happen as a consequence. Eventually, as the clock ticked past 1 a.m., Kevin, Adrian, and I prepared to leave, having allowed ourselves a moment of reflection. In the years that followed, we'd read a lot of things, some from people who hadn't even been at the company at the time, saying we could have done this, or should have done this, or should have done that. Surprisingly, some even commented on things as if they had been there since the beginning. But, we did the best we could at the time. And even if our goals weren't 100% aligned, everything we were doing was in what we thought the best interest of the company we had built from scratch. In early December, I had completed my review and the new FPS design direction. Here's a summary of that initial write-up, which was divided into an 8-level shareware episode with 22 registered levels. The 8-level shareware episode contains an intro military base level that leads to a second base level, then the rest of the levels are medieval style. 2-dimensional teleporters called slipgates that require specific keys to use them, an amber element for one and an emerald element for the other. Slipgates were a new design element. Non-linear level progression with some backtracking to get the amber element. A medieval level that has an old one, Shantak, imprisoned within a quantum gravity cage that is sapping its power. A Shalrath has an end-boss attacking the player with mind control rays. Just before he's killed, he summons the Diabolord from the lava, and he disappears. The player must defeat the Diabolord to finish the game. The 22 registered levels contain several more Slipgate elements to get: Chromite, Tektite, Onyx, and Malachite. Several keys needed to release old ones: Yog Sothoth, Hastur, and Ithaquah. The Freedom Cube, Freedom Sphere, and Freedom Pyramid. These are found in levels connected to mini-hubs. A level layout with a lot of small hubs connected to 2 levels. Ultimately, progression is linear, but you need to visit every level that's not on the main path through the game. Shalrath has an end-boss who will take a ton of damage before morphing into his true form, Shub-Niggurath. Levels are not separated into episodes, but they are grouped by designer, so all of my levels would be played, then American's levels would be played, then Sandy's levels would come right after. We also needed enemies in the game, so I came up with a list. Military-based enemies, Shareware, Guard Dog, Soldier, Enforcer. Medieval enemies, Ogre, Thrasher, Glop, Shambler, Garpike, Diabolord. Registered enemies, Duke of Sheol, Mobula, Dracosaur, Vomitus, Shub-Niggurath. Non-combatant characters, Shantak, Shalrath, Yog Sothoth, Hastur, Ithaquah. Each character was researched quickly and then given a name based on its hopeful appearance and function. For example, the Diabolord rises up out of a field of lava, and he's a boss monster. So Diabolord sounded like a perfect mix of Diablo, the Spanish name for devil, and Lord, appropriate for his status as a boss. The team gathered in the meeting room to review the docs, and I explained the structure of the game, the levels, their ordering, and their assignment. People asked questions and made comments. As we read over the doc, some of that old familiar energy returned. People seemed happy with the new direction of the game and was ready to work towards their goals. So, united around this new FPS design, we got to work. Between Carmack and I, we focused on what needed to be done. No previous design ideas were brought up. This was a new game, and we agreed it was the best route forward. Things seemed to be settling into a rhythm for us, and people were excited to be moving forward. And I was right there with them. As much as this pivot wasn't something I welcomed, in the end, I was making an FPS and making a game, and if making games is fun, making an FPS game is pure destructive satisfaction. During these days of creating production levels, I needed to make some rules to establish a performance and quality bar for the levels. Rule 1. If any room in your level could have been made in Doom, you need to keep working on it until it's uniquely Quake. Rule 2. Look up. Your ceilings need to be interesting, and if you can see the sky outside, that's even better. Rule 3. Try to place lights behind some geometry so it can cast shadows to look cool. This is a uniquely Quake design feature, so let's use it. Our levels will be instantly recognizable. These rules are evident in my E1M1, the Slipgate Complex level, and even in the Start level where you choose the episode you want to play. In E1M1, the first room has an angled floor, platforms you can see under, a first jump that rewards you with secret armor, a complex base door that looks cool opening and closing, and quickly you find yourself outside where you can see the sky and cross a bridge over a river. The rest of the level is all about showing the differences in Quake levels versus Doom levels. I wanted players to get an immediate sense of innovation in the gameplay space. We started taking over the 6th floor of the Black Cube in Mesquite, slowly easing out all the other companies, except for the dentist because we liked him. Once we took over the old accounting firm's corner office, our corporate game of territorial acquisition was complete. Expanding into the rest of the 6th floor, we began demolition, pulling down the temporary walls and leaving electrical wires and network cabling hanging through holes in the ceiling where the tiles were missing. Our demolished corner office quickly looked like a barely started construction project. In December of 1995, Carmack wanted to move everything into that area, call it the War Room, and enter crunch mode to finish Quake there. That's 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, minimum. We never had mandatory crunch mode at id before this, but we wanted to finish the game, and we knew being together in the same room would allow for us to finish the game faster, so we agreed. In a sense, the War Room was a reflection of the team that it housed. It worked, it did what it needed to do, but it was frayed, and, well, wasn't what it used to be. We kitted out the War Room with cheap $40 tables and lined them up among the walls. Wires trailed all over the carpeted floor, and old sheets of drywall were exposed where facing sheets had been torn down. The layout of the War Room was mostly a big L, with Carmack and me at the corner. Our proximity to each other allowed us to make sure design and tech decisions happened quickly, with no need for meetings. To my left were level designers Tim, American, and Sandy, and to Carmack's right were Abrash, Kevin, and Adrian. John Cash set up a desk in the center of the room to be closer to American and Carmack. Alone on another wall was Dave Taylor. Most days, Carmack worked until after midnight and would come in around noon. The rest of us worked at 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., or later if we were working on something we wanted to finish, or push a little further. Every day when I got to the office, I would play music on my stereo for everyone. I turned it off as soon as Carmack came in. Then, the office went silent and we put on our headphones. All hands were officially on deck. Well, almost. With Quake entering crunch mode and Sandy back on our team, the Strife project struggled to wrap up. I was concerned about Strife with its Doom-era graphics, color palette, art style, and generic personality. The development problems and the team's learning curve took a toll on the game and delayed Strife's release into 1996. Playing it through, it just didn't feel like an id Software game, and it would be up against some strong competition. Hexen, Star Wars Dark Forces, Duke Nukem 3D, Heretic, Shadow of the Serpent Riders, Final Doom, and our own upcoming Quake. I just didn't see how we benefited from its release. Hoping to break even on our investment, Jay sold the game to San Francisco-based game publisher Velocity Inc. Playing the game now, I can see its merits, but in 1995 it was a liability for id Software. We needed every new IP to be forward-looking. As the holidays neared, it didn't matter. We were in crunch mode and gave ourselves only Christmas Day off, no vacations. It was a tough time. We worked many long nights. We got the game together. Every single person on the team wanted to make Quake the best FPS it could possibly be. That was obvious. But that thing that we had, that camaraderie, the incredible fun we had in the long nights of Keen or Doom, that just wasn't there anymore, and I think we knew it. I began to prepare myself to leave id. Only my desire to see Quake through, to make my last id game a great one, kept me going. I was determined to go out on an exceptional game, and I felt confident we had everything we needed to make that happen. Sometimes I considered staying. I think of how much I enjoyed working with the team and all we had built together. When I thought about what we might make next, though, I just didn't see myself in the picture. It was clear that design no longer had equal footing at id, and I didn't want to keep making games without innovative design. The team had begun to splinter. It was no longer a fun place to make fun things. In late January, I picked up the phone and called Tom Hall. "I'm done at id," I told him. There was silence for a moment, and then Tom said, "What did you say?" "I'm done at id." Another person might have thought my comment was a prelude to a rant about some momentary frustration, but Tom knew me, and knew id, having been one of its co-founders, and because of that, knew differently. At the time, Tom was still at Apogee, which had by then begun shipping games under the 3D Realms label. He had shipped Rise of the Triad and was working on his next game, Prey. "What happened?" he asked. "Well, the hope of doing new design R&D on Quake ended up with a burned-out team wanting to make another FPS like Doom," I said. "I've decided to leave after shipping Quake. What do you think about joining me to start a new company where design drives the games? Tech will have to work with our design, not the other way around." "That would be a dream," Tom said. With that plan in my back pocket, I focused on finishing Quake. We remained in crunch mode, working 12 hours a day, 7 days a week from December into June. As with previous id releases, I was responsible for the direction, design, levels, and getting the game out the door. At the time, I was working on my first deathmatch-only level, DM3, the Abandoned Base. I created one room that was filled with a mainframe computer. The mainframe itself is made up of a whole bunch of rectangular computers that the player can run around in, sort of like a maze. The plan was for me to change the computers to C-shaped Cray supercomputers when the deal with Cray was completed. The maze of hardware had buzzing overhead fluorescent lights, and I hid ammo and health below in the darkness. I imagined desperate deathmatchers hunting for those and hiding from their potential killer below the mainframe. I placed a super nail gun on top and a tricky jump to a mega health around the corner. The room also had a path that ran along the walls so players could shoot anyone trying to hide in the shadows, anyone trying to survive. As the team hit its groove, I did some calculations to see when we might be finished with the game. At our current velocity, the pace that we were creating finished levels and animated models, it would take the entire year to create all the game elements and figure out how to convey the story. Since story didn't work well with Doom, it wasn't going to work in Quake as an FPS either, so I decided to remove all the items that added complexity, particularly the legacy RPG style ones. I removed the Amber and Emerald elements, almost all of the old ones, and I arranged the levels into distinct episodes, making them completely linear. This would be the best way to get the game on a clear, simple path to completion in the shortest time possible. I sent these design changes to the team. 4 distinct episodes with 7 levels per episode. The first and fourth episodes have 8 levels each. A start map that connects to all 4 episodes, and an end map to finish the game is connected to the start map, revealed only when the player finishes all 4 episodes. Specific bosses assigned to Episode 1, Chthon, and the final boss in the end level, Shub-Niggurath. Some renaming of enemies as follows. Thrasher is now Fiend, Shalrath is now Vor, Glop is now Spawn, and Duke of Sheol is now Scrag. Enemies that are removed are the Dracosaur, the dragon people saw in the screenshot, Vomitus, and Mobula. Other characters, old ones that you would have seen that are removed, Shantak, Yog-Sothoth, Hastur, and Ithaquah. Shub-Niggurath as the final boss is only killable by a telefrag in the end level. Since we had 4 episodes, we needed to tie them all together. We were hurrying to get the game done, and the central hub area with the visibility into other paths would take too long. So I decided to make a small hub level whose only focus was to present the episodes of the game. To move from the hub to the episodes, I created a new design element, the Slipgate, a dimensional teleporter. This meant the different texture sets each of us designers had adopted would make even more sense, since our levels would be located in different dimensions. The hub level would have all 4 design styles and 4 paths that led to those episodes through Slipgates. Since Quake was now an FPS and not a medieval splatterfest, we said goodbye to Quake and his hammer, and I turned the player into a space marine with guns. Sandy came up with a compelling story that an enemy codenamed Quake was using slipgates to teleport into our bases to destroy our military and steal our weapons. Our scientists have determined that Quake is not from Earth, but from another dimension. The player is in charge of a new military directive, Operation Counterstrike, find Quake and stop him. Tying the 4 episodes together will be done through military bases, so I asked Adrian for a base texture set. We brainstormed for about 10 minutes and came up with the various textures to create these bases. In spite of the progress, the momentum we had felt around the new direction a month ago dissipated. It now felt arduous and like actual work. The pressure of working constantly in a ruined room no less affected everybody. As we got closer to finishing the game, I wanted to keep everyone on track and focused. I understood the team's attitude. I was worried that any disagreements about the game could blow up and jeopardize Quake ever getting out the door. We felt ready to get some external feedback and to test the networking code at scale. And so on February 24th, 1996, we uploaded Q-Test, a test version of our internet multiplayer feature with some early deathmatch-only levels, DM1, Tim, DM2, American, and my new DM3. Players marveled at how easy it was to connect to each other, and they loved the look of the game, the weapons, the movement, and deathmatch gameplay. Releasing Q-Test was also exactly what we needed for team morale. All the hard work of getting the client-server architecture in place and functional, the hardest part of creating Q-Test, worked well the first time it was played by a massive audience, tens of thousands of players. Although we'd released only 3 deathmatch maps, we included all the weapons and also accidentally included the models for some of the monsters from our single-player maps. Since Q-Test had Quake C with it, the modding community immediately jumped into action, and many mods for Q-Test were created in the short time between March and Quake's eventual June launch. This was a great indicator. People were modding our game, and it wasn't even released yet. We were ecstatic about the results and decided to bring some deathmatchers on site to watch them play Quake. A few days later, 7 highly skilled Doom players came into our war room around 8 p.m. and got on PCs with our Q-Test version running. They reinforced what we collected from the online Q-Test and sampled the single-player game as well. Some weapon balance needed to be adjusted, but overall, they had a great time. As the testers left that night, we heard the things we wanted to hear. "We can't wait until it's released, man. Can I be in the next test? That was fucking awesome." It gave us a much-needed boost. Even the news we got days later couldn't damper that feeling. On February 27th, just as DM3 had made its player debut, Silicon Graphics, the company that built the workstation that Kevin was using for 3D modeling, bought Cray Inc. Our deal was now off, so Quake would continue sporting rectangular mainframe computers. We weren't disappointed that the computers wouldn't be in the level. Rather, we were disappointed they wouldn't be in that office. There was no time to dwell on it, though. I remained Quake-focused in full-on crunch mode even after another difficult shareholder meeting in March. At that meeting, Carmack declared that when a shareholder got fired, their stocks would lose 50% of their value. If the stock was worth $2, it was now only worth $1. It was a bizarre idea. Our previously allotted shares were a done deal. Why would they lose half their value? I shot the idea down on principle, and all the others agreed with me. However, it gave me pause. It was an ominous suggestion. In March, GT Interactive offered $100 million to buy id, and we turned them down. It was a lot of money, certainly, but it was not an inconceivable amount of money compared to what we felt we could earn. We were in complete crunch mode and could not make any kind of rational decisions at the time. Discussions about selling the company would derail the fast track that we were on to finish the game. $100 million or not, we just wanted to get it done. In April, Michael Abrash was having some trouble while testing his code. Occasionally, when he was moving around in the game, the screen would show a completely random view that was from a totally different location for a split second. He debugged all the way down to the exact instruction that was responsible, but determined it was impossible to get the calculation result that would produce that random viewpoint. Carmack looked over the code as well, and this error didn't make any sense. They were confident that there was not an error in the code, so Abrash called a friend who worked at Intel to come check it out. His friend saw the error happen, closely inspected Abrash's code, and noticed that a floating point instruction was causing the trouble. He then asked Abrash what kind of processor he had in the PC. It was an overclocked 100 MHz Pentium. As it turns out, there was a hardware-level bug in the Pentium's floating point divide instruction, or FDIV. If he divided certain pairs of numbers, it would return incorrect results. This calculation was responsible for the player's viewpoint angle. Abrash modified the calculation so it wouldn't run into that problem again. This Intel Pentium hardware error is known as the FDIV bug. It remains one of our favorite debugging stories. Though we were feeling frayed, the game was shaping up well. We decided to focus on putting together a Quake beta containing all of the close-to-final levels we had to test the flow and feel of the single-player game. We were gaining momentum, and the community was posting non-stop about the game's promise. I worked 38 hours straight without sleep creating the beta. I was in the home stretch at some point. I just decided to stay awake until it was done. We were nearing a major milestone and working extra long hours 7 days a week. This was the first of 3 betas we needed to keep us focused on our launch target. The testing for these betas was internal only, but it was a great measure of our progress. We invited a collection of local players to the office and watched over their shoulders as the game came to life in front of them. At the time, we already had lists of what was left to do, and these betas helped us collect feedback, tie up loose ends, and complete things faster. One night in late April, I got a call from a friend at 3D Realms, Mark Doctorman. He was wondering if I could swing by. It was only midnight, and I had done a lot of mapping that day, so I drove over and found 3 other developers at his place. Jim Dosey, Tom Mustaine, and Rob Atkins, a longtime friend of Adrian's. At the time, they were working for 3D Realms on Duke Nukem 3D. The shareware version had launched on January 29th, and they wanted to start their own company after they shipped the full retail version. I told them I can help them out if they made a level pack for Quake as their first project. We talked until 4 a.m., laying plans for their company's founding, their first project, and possible ideas for the pack. It was the beginning of Hypnotic Software, eventually renamed Ritual Entertainment. The next day, I brought it up to Jay, Kevin, Adrian, and Carmack. They were all excited about having an official map pack developed by a talented team, and Jay took over the communication from there. Their Quake pack would be named the Scourge of Armagon. April was busy as we were wrapping up more levels, testing them, and adding more enemies. Since we were taking some of our early experimental level work and incorporating it into final production levels, I decided to pick up one of my early Quake maps and make it part of the last level of my Episode 2 series, E2M6. Because the level was made before we had established the proper scale for the character in relation to everything else, I had to do quite a bit of reworking to get most of the level feeling good. Then, to finish E2M6, I added a couple of major new sections and a bridge that rotated as you progressed. One section is a submerged piece of a castle with jumping involved to get into it from the water. The last two rooms were designed as an homage to Disneyland's Haunted Mansion elevator. When the player gets in, bars slam shut and the floor starts descending. Shamblers and other monsters teleport in while spikes are shooting into the room. At the bottom, two Vors and enemy players hadn't encountered up to this point start attacking with player-seeking missiles. The level had a good flow and challenging ending. Soon after finishing E2M6, I was at the office late and running through my levels. It felt to me that E2M6 needed to be a bit longer, so I spent the next several hours making a new entrance that was dark and wound around an uphill cave system, ending in the room that was the original start. Playing the new beginning felt great, with just the right amount of challenge and puzzle solving. When I was finished, I looked at the file size. It was close to 2 megabytes. A few months earlier, however, we imposed a rule that levels could not be bigger than 1.4 megabytes so they could fit in memory. It was clear that I could not keep this new level start, so I reverted back to the earlier version. It didn't faze me because the creative process is full of moments like this. Throwaway work is never truly throwaway. I learned from the experience, and should I create something like it again, it may be even better. The weapons were also evolving. I added a unique superpower for the lightning gun. If you fire it while you're in the water, all the damage you release will hit you and everyone in your view. It's Quake's version of the Doom BFG, but dangerous to you, too. American and I worked for a bit on sound effects. I added all the water and sky sounds, teleporter sounds, pickup sounds for the quad, pentagram, mega health, and other items, the jib sounds, and the leg splintering sound when you fall too far. American created and added additional audio for the monster and weapon sounds. He also added the sounds Trent Reznor created for the player character. A concept to launch development cycle is an endurance trial, especially when you're creating your own engine. It was particularly challenging for those experiencing it for the first time, and after some work on the sounds, American took needed time off. I got the other level designers to finish what was left of his levels. American was, and still is, an amazing level designer. Of all his levels in Quake, E3M4, Satan's Dark Delight, is my favorite. It has a great sense of space with some great traps like an ogre that comes down underwater on a lift. It has multiple floors that connect in interesting ways, and some great puzzles. You could sense the humor in American's designs, and that's something I've always valued. In the end, Quake's levels were divided among the 4 designers. American and Tim co-created 1 level. Sandy Peterson, 7 levels. American McGee, 9 levels. Tim Willits, 10 levels. John Romero, 11 levels. It's a tremendous credit to the entire team that Quake was as great as it was, particularly given that it was redesigned from an action RPG to an FPS with just 7 months to go. At this stage, the game felt good. There was no denying it. By now, we knew shooters, and I felt confident that each member of the level design team was bringing their best. I played all the levels, of course, and offered feedback. Others did too. One of the enhancements that fell by the wayside was a visual and atmospheric improvement I loved. I had long known that motion was an integral factor in making a 3D game feel real. When a player stopped moving, the small 320 by 200 pixel static screen revealed the blemishes of our art. For example, images in the distance were not clear. Still, the player might not really notice the blurring while on the move because as they approached an object, its detail came into focus. I thought making the player's viewpoint move ever so slightly would have a realistic effect and would provide a cover for the clarity issue. Even if a player stopped, the screen itself would have a fractional ebb, like a faint breeze. I mentioned this to Carmack, and he coded a sinusoidal function that created a smooth back-and-forth motion to make this happen. His demo set the movement rate higher than I wanted, so the movement wasn't quite as ambient as I'd envisioned, but you could see the concept would work. "This is the idea," I said, showing the demo to Adrian, "but we can set the movement to just a fraction so it's barely perceptible." He looked at the screen for about 5 seconds. No doubt his mind was racing, knowing that whatever rate we decided on would mean more work. We'd still have to monitor every second of the game to make sure nothing looked off. "That makes me sick, like motion sick," he said. That was all I needed to hear. "Okay," I said, "I'll set it to 0. As it turns out, the functionality is still part of the Quake engine, and I did sneak the slight motion into the game. It appears on intermission screens after you finish a level, and a player's time, secrets, and kill scores are listed. As we headed into the home stretch, the atmosphere in the war room was constantly tense. We tended to focus on what we had to do individually, and tried to avoid talking too much, to just get through this game and move on to whatever lay on the other side of release. As part of the process of fixing and polishing everything, mouse control needed to be fixed. Carmack and I talked about allowing the mouse to control not just left and right, but also up and down by moving the mouse in both axes fluidly. The idea would be to move the mouse around like you do on a desktop, but instead of moving a mouse pointer, you'd be moving your eyes in the game, looking in all directions. Moving the mouse left and right would look around like Wolfenstein 3D and Doom, but moving the mouse forward and backward would let you look straight up at one extreme and straight down at your feet at the other. Moving the mouse along each of those axes would feel like you're looking around in 360 degrees, just like in real life. Carmack spent about 10 minutes programming the new axis of control into the game. When it first got into the latest build, it felt bizarre. It was dizzying to look around with the mouse while at the same time moving around with the keyboard. I wondered how players would ever get used to it. It felt like the right way to solve the problem, though. This was the birth of what's now called mouse look, and it's a staple of all mouse-controlled 3D games. We kept the feature in, but kept it inactive by default. Around this time, my new house in Frisco was finally completed and ready for occupancy. We moved all our stuff from Plano and started decorating. I still remember the feeling of walking through the door for the first time. 2-story high ceilings, giant fireplaces, a spiral staircase leading upstairs. On the one hand, it felt amazing to set foot in a house that I had designed. Everything was exactly as I wanted it to be. On the other hand, it felt like I was walking into someone else's life. No one I knew had a house like this. No one in my family, anyway. It even overlooked a golf course and waterfall. But I'd have to put off enjoying those things until later. Right now, I was focused on one thing only: delivering Quake. Everything else could wait. Beth was fine with my schedule, and she was busy doing her own thing. I don't think either of us realized it at the time, but we were growing apart, living our own lives in the same house, yet separate from each other. June rolled around, and Quake was nearing completion. We were exhausted in every conceivable way, but we could also see the finish line. Almost all the levels were complete. The game flow worked so players could get through all 4 episodes in order, then access the final level from the start map. Saving and loading progress was tested over and over. Deathmatch on all our custom deathmatch maps was tested especially well, and the co-op mode worked great in the single-player levels. The final assets I needed to get in were the music tracks, which we didn't have from Nin yet. Jay got in touch since American was gone, and pushed the legal licensing process through as quickly as possible. The problem was that 12 different signatures were required to clear the music through Nin's label, Interscope Records. Then, at the last minute, an unfortunate issue appeared. The music tracks could only be licensed as CD audio tracks. This was a major setback, as the best way to play the music in Quake was as streamed songs installed along with the game. By limiting access to the music as playable solely on CD, only players who left the Quake CD in the drive would hear the music. Few people would leave the Quake CD in the drive, as it turns out. We had to scramble to get CD audio playing code in the game and mapping the song tracks to the levels. It was the final holdup to releasing the game. As we were wrapping everything up, the mood was somber. There weren't the usual exclamations of excitement when cool things were put in or long-term issues were fixed. We were just executing our work the way we knew how, almost like we were robots on autopilot. If the team was burned out at the beginning of crunch mode in December, we were dead at release. What should have been an exciting, thought-provoking, hard but fun process became one of the hardest grinds of my game dev life, and that's probably true for everyone on the team. When the work on Quake was completed, nobody in the office really acknowledged it. On Saturday, June 22nd, 1996, I came into the office and was alone. The previous day, I'd told the team that since the game was finished, I'd be in the office the following day to upload the shareware version. Quake was ready to be unleashed, and none of the others were there. That's how burned out and disconnected we'd become. It was both surprising and sad. Every id release before Quake was a company-wide, sometimes industry-changing event. It didn't matter if it was 4 in the morning. Everyone was there to watch our games launch. News groups and bulletin boards provided us with a live interactive feedback loop. We could see the reactions. We'd celebrate. I got on IRC and saw the Pound Quake channel and hundreds of people in it, waiting for any news of Quake's imminent release. Days earlier, I told people in the channel that Saturday was release day. As soon as I typed into the channel, it started flooding with people as word got out that it was time. Because so many people logged on to IRC Pound Quake, the channel split several times to handle the load. Watching the screen, you could not tell what was going on, as hundreds of people all typed at once. It was madness. I told everyone I was working on getting Quake ready for upload. In the end, it took me about 3 hours for a couple of reasons. The first was that I wanted to be completely thorough. I was on my own and I didn't want to upload something that had any issues. The internet never forgets, and any screwed up version would become official and never disappear. The second was because Quake was the first game we'd created that had multiple folders and subfolders. All our previous games were contained in a single folder. As a result, I needed to run a compression program on Quake, but I couldn't use the highly popular pkzip because of legal issues that were being raised at the time. I found out that lha.exe could compress and decompress files in folders, but there was no manual for it, so I had to hack at it until I figured it out. I knew it was going to be an important moment in time, and since the team wasn't there, I decided to call a friend to be there during the upload. I called Mark Natas Fletcher, an incredible Doom deathmatcher, and one of those who tested Quake back in February. Mark and I tested the game installation about 5 times on different computers to make sure everything was good, and we found no issues. I hopped on IRC and told everyone the upload was about to begin. It was pandemonium. I uploaded the game to our usual FTP location with no issues, satisfied the hordes, and played some deathmatch with Mark to celebrate. Even with all of Quake's challenges, the development challenges, I was exceptionally proud of the FPS we'd created. As a game designer, level designer, programmer, and hardcore player, I recognized that we had created something that would make players forget everything else for a long while, including our past games. With all our previous releases, there had always been some sort of celebration, even if that was just us turning our chairs to face one another to talk about what we had done and what we would do next. The empty office was, in a sense, a reflection of the energy we had left. It was unfortunate that no one else was there to celebrate the release of the game that would redefine the modern shooter. Truly, there was a lot to celebrate, with features like internet multiplayer in a true 3D world with fast perspective-correct texture mapping, level design that took advantage of the engine's capabilities, an in-game console for executing commands into the game, mouse look for viewing the true 3D world in a new way, and a programmable Quake-C language that allows modders to create anything they like in our game. I took 2 weeks of vacation, relaxed, and enjoyed spending time in our new house. I was so exhausted I have little recollection of it. When I returned, I was ready to master Quake's retail shareware CD. This one was different, however, and a challenging job. Mike Wilson had the idea to store all our games encrypted on a single CD and then sell them all from the CD itself. This retail CD would be placed in every 7-Eleven store in the US. The shareware version was freely available on the CD, and the retail version, including all our other games, was unlocked via purchase from a unique interface designed for that purpose. GT Interactive was handling the retail big box, which contained only the full version of Quake. The response was through the roof. Sales rolled in. Critics lauded the game. Here's one I especially like from Computer Games Magazine. Satan, your game has arrived. It spits up blood and pisses vinegar. It sprouts horns from its head like the proud minion of evil that it is. It shoots lightning bolts for cripe's sake. It's a game of pure evil and even purer entertainment. It's also the best action game on the planet. The week after shipping Quake, a couple of friends of Michael Abrash showed up at the office. They were starting a new game company and wanted to license Quake. The two guys were Gabe Newell and Mike Harrington, newly minted Microsoft millionaires, and their new startup was named Valve Software. Abrash introduced us, and I spent several hours with him talking about building a team to create a game like Quake. I explained how the art and level design pipelines worked using Next computers and Silicon Graphics Indigo workstations. Most importantly, I told them they needed a lead game designer to manage a design team to come up with everything that the rest of the group would create. They took lots of notes, we had a good long chat, and they went back to Washington with a Quake source code CD in their hands. American returned to the office, refreshed. It was perfect timing. I was ready to discuss our next game, and so I held a design meeting with the level designers to talk about the ideas for Quake 2. The earliest ideas had gameplay taking place in extra-dimensional mines that players would slipgate into. Since Quake established the franchise as an FPS, it would remain so. Although I planned to leave and was even looking forward to working with Tom again, I think a part of me also didn't accept that I was going to do that. My DNA was in id, and I felt as connected to it and what we had built as I did to some members of my own family. So while I knew that we had reached a turning point, I think a part of me rejected that and kept going id all the way. I didn't see the paradox. After mastering Quake's retail CD, I planned to start calling publishers to let them know that I was looking for funding for a new company I was founding with Tom Hall. Dream Design was the initial name we'd come up with. My first call was to Ron Heimovitz at GT Interactive. I thought he'd be gung-ho to back me. id Software had just signed a deal with Activision to distribute all future titles. Quake was the last game Ron would get, so I figured he'd be looking for new partners. We talked about our initial plans, that I was looking to fund multiple projects, one for me and one for Tom, and I wanted to build a studio on new IP. Obviously, I asked for the conversations to remain confidential. Later that day, however, I'm guessing word got to id Software. Adrian was even called back from vacation for an emergency meeting the next day. The next day, I walked into work and John Carmack demanded my resignation, accusing me of all kinds of things, denigrating my job performance and claiming I had hurt the company. Adrian, Jay, and Kevin didn't say a word. They looked somber. To me, it was a mind-boggling rewrite of history and my contributions to the company. I stood there, taking it in, thinking. I was surprised and angry. I worked 7 days a week on Quake for 7 months after redesigning the game around an FPS core. I created more levels than anyone else, and I had reviewed all their levels too. Levels we made with my editor. I'd even shipped the game by myself and gotten the retail versions ready. Really? I said. I worked 7 months in crunch mode and I am hurting the company? That's where we stand, Carmack replied. We stared at each other. I thought back to the division that had grown between us over the company's goals. I couldn't believe we had reached this moment. I remind readers that we were in our 20s, working around the clock for months at a time, and both Carmack and I agree this situation could have and should have had a different outcome. In assessing the power dynamic at the time, I suspect my co-founders knew that if they didn't agree with Carmack forcing me out, Carmack would likely leave the company. id Software was known for cutting-edge technology, and so they sided with him. As far as I was concerned, I was already on my way out. I made that decision back in January. I'd already put the wheels in motion with publishers. Nonetheless, it was a horrible, painful moment. A moment that Adrian and I have talked about many times since then. He felt like I felt when we decided to ask for Tom's resignation. I didn't accept that I hadn't worked enough because I had worked non-stop before and after Quake's pivot to an FPS. I'd even delivered millions into the company while its engine was in development. To me, it was too much of a coincidence that forcing me out took place the day after I talked to GT Interactive about leaving and publishing my next game. And to be clear, I'm not saying that anyone I talked to said something. It could have been anyone who knew of our plans. I truly believe my working dynamic with Carmack was critical to the original id, and I think our collective ability with design and tech was responsible for our major advances. He trusted me because I also knew how to code, and we fell into an easy partnership. At the same time, I think it's fair to say that I was the only one who ever argued with or challenged him. In development, our friction produced designs and technological advances that were perfect pairings. In business, I pushed to get Adrian an equal cut in the company. I continually advocated expanding id and handling our own distribution. I fought for Tom, demanding he get a second chance. I single-handedly pushed to develop Heretic and Hexen. The rest of the company kept their heads down and did the work. Now, with me gone, id was Carmack's company. I left id on August 6th, 1996. Under the terms of our buy-sell agreement, I returned my stock to id Software immediately, and they paid me for it over the next 5 years. The stock price was calculated based on the collective sales the company had made over the previous 365 days, multiplied by my percentage of ownership. For every dollar sold, I got a percentage. I'm grateful for the work I put into releasing products during Quake's long development, as it meant that there was company income to have a percentage of. I couldn't have known it at the time, but my desire to expand the business's bottom line and to ensure its security ended up ensuring mine. As it turned out, I saw no money from Quake. Despite our team's fractured state, our arguments, and our overall solemnity, there is this undeniable fact. The incredible discipline we had as a team allowed us to create and publish 32 games in 6 years. Something malevolently magical happened between us, and I believe that my creative drive was the heart of Carmack's machine. We changed the world for the better. As I write this, a quarter century had passed since I left id. Throughout the last couple of chapters, I mentioned that I would share some thoughts on what we might have done differently with Quake, with our divergent company strategies, and with our eventual irreconcilable differences. We know it didn't have to go as it did. Of course, that's the benefit of both maturity and hindsight. Regarding Quake, Carmack recently suggested to me that he thought we could have split Quake's technology advances into 2 games. The first game would have used the Doom 2 engine with a new client-server networking model and a Doom C programming language. The second game would have been Quake with the true 3D world and advanced lighting. That idea makes a lot of sense to me and would have allowed us to progress more quickly. In a similar vein, it also seems that putting aside some new engine features and moving on to gameplay code at an earlier point would have allowed us and the rest of the design team to progress the gameplay much faster. Both of these methods would have kept everyone fully tasked and allowed for new products to come out. As I had mentioned earlier, Adrian and Kevin agreed that we should have been working on something as a team, perhaps using the Doom 2 engine, while the Quake engine was in R&D. Regarding our misaligned company goals, I suspect it's obvious to readers that this difference only grew over time, and that something was going to give. We might have seen it too, or managed it far better, if we hadn't been under extreme pressure, working constantly and caught up in some kind of success tornado. I believe we could have grown the business and had me on Quake too. As a hardcore programmer and Carmack's programming partner for 6 years, we should have hired someone to take on all this extra work, particularly the Ultimate Doom, Heretic 2, and maybe even Quake, so that I could focus exclusively on engine code with Carmack and then exclusively on gameplay code and design. We had done that for all of our previous games. Our collective expertise in tech and design pushed engines forward and revealed new forms of gameplay. It had always worked that way and worked well. That daily back and forth with another programmer fully immersed us in the project would have been invaluable, not to mention having 2 full-time programmers on the engine. Bringing in that continued income was important. It gave it a good, long runway, created new IPs, and made it so that we never had to make difficult decisions. I suspect my drive to strike when I saw the iron was hot was also spurred on by having never had enough before. I couldn't accept that it wouldn't just go poof in short order, because I'd seen that happen again and again in my personal and professional life. Last, the homegrown development process that worked so great for us when we were small needed to evolve as we grew larger and our games became more complex. We were following a method that had served us well since 1990. The intended design is understood by the team, we put stuff in, take out stuff that doesn't work, and iterate toward perfection, or as close as we can get anyway. It had worked great with Wolfenstein 3D, Doom, and Doom 2, not to mention all our games prior to those, and nothing was making us think, we really should consider changing this. Adding a producer might have gone a long way towards alleviating the pressure and making sure people felt like they had enough direction and something to do. Communication is always important, and even more so as teams scale. You may be happy to know that today my games have extensive design docs, an absolute necessity as teams grow. I still believe in the game as the living doc, though. It holds the truth that documents cannot reveal. Regarding the meeting where it all ended, well, by the time we reached that meeting, I don't know that there was another course. We missed several red flags at that point. Like Carmack said, that is where we stand, and he was right. We had already built different paths without each other. It was only in that moment that those paths became apparent to everyone else. As much as I can't forget the past, literally, I can move past it. I recognize the incredible time that we had creating some of the coolest shit ever coded, and I am so incredibly grateful for it. We both are. Maybe that was all we were supposed to have. It was certainly enough. In the years that followed, I've remained a supporter of id Software and its products, and become a part of the community itself, creating mods for Doom and Doom 2, one of which id licensed for inclusion in its releases of Doom. Sigil was the unofficial 5th episode for Doom, released in 2019. I am still friends with my fellow co-founders Carmack, Tom, Kevin, Jay, and Adrian. Our games will carry on.